Chapter 301, Who the? Third person's POV. What a twist. Who could have possibly foreseen such a shocking revelation? Le gasp. Peter exclaimed theatrically, clutching his face in mock shock as if he were a soap opera star. Fury, unfazed by Peter's antics, slowly turned to glare at him. Tell me something, Spider-Man, did you, by any chance, influence his decision? Because if you did, that would be cheating, and I'd like a refund. Peter waved a dismissive hand without taking his eyes off the screen. Nope, I had nothing to do with it. Now SHHH, pay attention, this is where it gets good. Shush me again, Fury said in a low, dangerous voice, and I'll staple your mouth shut. But Peter was already too engrossed in the press conference to notice the threat. On the monitor, Obadiah Stane, Tony's so-called uncle and business partner, stepped forward abruptly, frustration creeping into his voice. Wait just a minute, he protested, eyes wide. You can't just make a decision like that on your own. But Tony had already stood from the podium steps and brushed past Obadiah like he wasn't even there. His voice was calm, firm, and filled with resolve. I can, and I will. This company was founded to develop weapons in defense of our country and its people. But somewhere along the line, I allowed myself to become part of a system, one that's twisted our purpose into something dangerous. The weapons we've created have been turned against the very people they were meant to protect. He paused to let his words sink in before continuing. That's why I'm shutting down the weapons division, effective immediately. Tony. Obadiah called out again, his voice edged with disbelief and alarm. But once again, Tony ignored him. Turning back to the sea of stunned reporters, he gestured casually. Any questions? From the front row, a hand shot up with almost comical enthusiasm. Ooh. Me, came a bright, eager voice. Tony's gaze shifted downward to find a red-haired teenage girl in the front row, hand-waving like she was in school. Her eyes sparkled with mischief and curiosity. Peter's face broke into a grin the moment he saw her. Peter couldn't help but inwardly sigh, hold back, I can't scream, that's my girl, secret identity Parker, secret identity. It was of course MJ, who had raised her hand. Next to her sat Eddie Brock, arms crossed, jaw tight, still fuming from their earlier confrontation. Tony arched a brow. Aren't you a little young to be a reporter? Without missing a beat, MJ shot back, aren't you a little old to be getting kidnapped? The room gasped, audibly. A few reporters even dropped their pens. MJ immediately winced, realizing how her impulsiveness might have just landed her in hot water. But Peter, meanwhile, was cackling, doubled over with laughter, practically spilling popcorn everywhere. Both of them had the same exact thought at that moment. She's been spending way too much time with me. I've been spending way too much time with Peter. Tony blinked, surprised, and perhaps just a little impressed. He stared at her a moment longer, then gave a small nod of respect. Touché, he said. What's your question? I've got two, actually, MJ said confidently. First, what exactly did you go through that led to such a drastic change in your worldview? And second, now that you're shutting down the weapons division, what's your plan going forward? All eyes in the room turned back to Tony. Even the most skeptical reporters leaned forward slightly, eager for his response. Tony, unfazed, took a bite of the last piece of his burger, chewing thoughtfully. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, he finally answered. What I went through, he echoed. You could call it a form of enlightenment. I had my eyes opened in a very real, very painful way. It forced me to re-evaluate everything, my priorities, my purpose, what kind of legacy I want to leave behind. I realized that if I wanted to live with myself, something had to change. He leaned forward slightly on the podium, his voice soft but resolute. And as for what's next? That ties into what I just said. Change. Real, lasting change. Someone I came to know recently, someone who I would hope to get to know better, said something that stuck. He said, the past can't be changed, it's there, set in stone. What matters now is what you do from here. There was a pause. Silence swept through the room as the weight of his words settled. So that's what I'm going to do, Tony concluded. I'm going to focus on what matters, from this point forward, so that the mistakes of the past don't repeat themselves. The only sounds that followed were the relentless snapping of camera shutters and the frantic scribbling of pens on notepads. Peter leaned back, munching his popcorn again. Man. I love character development. Fury slowly turned his head to glare at Peter, who in response dramatically turned away, raising one hand to block his face like a child pretending to be invisible. He leaned subtly toward Natasha, his voice barely above a whisper. Is he still staring at me? Natasha, not missing a beat, gave a small nod of confirmation, her face betraying the faintest hint of amusement. Fury exhaled through his nose and shook his head with resignation. Keep it. If his mind was so easily swayed, it was already a losing battle for me. Peter turned back to him with an expression of surprise. Wow, how incredibly mature of you. Yeah, and you could stand to learn a thing or two, Fury replied dryly, not even bothering to look at him. Peter clutched his chest in mock agony. Damn, just know that your words hurt more than any bullet ever could. Point in case, Fury said plainly, folding his arms. Meanwhile, up at the podium, Stark gave MJ a small nod of appreciation. Very good questions, young lady, but I'm afraid that's all for now. I won't be taking any more questions. I have things to do, important ones, so if you'll excuse me. With that, Tony stepped down, his movements deliberate and confident. The camera flashes intensified as he walked, reporters jumping up from their seat on the floor trying to get a better angle or shout a question, but none dared block his path. Like a tide parting for a ship, they moved out of the way, letting him pass without resistance. Obadiah, watching from the side with a troubled frown, scratched his eyebrow and stepped up to the podium. Trying to regain control of the narrative, he forced a smile. He must still be tired. After all, it can't have been easy for him. But the important thing here, the good news we can all agree on, Tony Stark has returned to us. As Tony made his way through the lobby, Pepper hurried behind him, struggling to keep up in her heels. Tony. Wait, Tony. Hey, Pep, Tony said without turning around. He opened the door to the waiting car, where Happy stood holding it open. Pepper grabbed his arm gently, as he was getting in. As much as I want to commend you for doing the right thing and support you. What? Tony cut in, arching an eyebrow. That sounds suspiciously like you're about to say you don't think I'm doing the right thing. Pepper followed him into the car, sliding into the seat beside him as Happy shut the door behind them. It's more complicated than that, Tony, she said carefully. You've been gone for months. Things have changed, drastically. Tony looked at her, genuinely confused. Out of everyone, I thought you would be the one person who'd stand by this decision. What could have possibly changed so much in such a short time? It's not that I don't want to support you, Pepper said with a pained expression. It's that I can't. Just like you can't just shut down the weapons division anymore. Tony's brows drew together. Can't, he repeated. Pep, this is my company. If there's one thing I still have control over, it's the direction of Stark Industries. I'm afraid that's no longer the case, Pepper said, her voice low. Tony's head snapped toward her. His eyes were wide now, uncertain. What is that supposed to mean? Pepper glanced away, then sighed and met his gaze again. It's what Obadiah was trying to tell you earlier. You just kept brushing him off. Tony, while you were gone, someone bought up the majority of the company's shares. Tony blinked, stunned. What? She reached into her bag and pulled out a tablet, placing it gently on his lap. You're not the majority shareholder anymore, she said softly. Tony laughed. Ha, you're kidding. Come on, it's called Stark Industries for a reason, Pep. My name is literally on the building. I can't possibly be powerless in my own company. I wish I was joking, she said, nodding at the tablet. See for yourself. Tony picked up the device and read the report displayed on the screen. At first he scanned it with mild interest, but then his eyes froze on a single paragraph. He reread it. Again. And again. His lips parted slightly in disbelief. While CEO Tony Stark was presumed dead or missing, Parker Industries began acquiring majority shares in Stark Industries. The acquisition continued quietly until Peter Parker, CEO of Parker Industries, gained controlling interest and became the largest single shareholder. All major corporate decisions now require his approval. Tony stared, unmoving. Then he exploded. Who the? Chapter 302, Meeting with Stark, 1. Third person's POV. Who the hell is Peter Parker? What the hell even is Parker Industries? And why does he own part of my company? Tony Stark asked with barely contained emotions, on the verge of throwing the tablet across the car in outrage. Pepper Potts, ever calm in the face of Stark's theatrics, gently retrieved the device before it left his hands. Actually, she began smoothly, Peter Parker is a well-known figure in several major industries. And that's just within the span of a few short months. She tapped the screen a few times, scrolling through headlines and stock graphs, then handed the tablet back to Tony. He took it begrudgingly, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the contents. There, on the screen, was a sharply dressed teenager standing confidently in front of a glass skyscraper. He wore a fitted navy blue suit, a silk tie, and a charming, almost disarming smile. The headline beneath him read, "The Boy Billionaire, Peter Parker's Meteoric Rise." Tony blinked. This has to be photoshopped. Nope, Pepper replied, crossing her arms. That's real. Peter Parker, at just 15, launched his very own company. At first, it was just simple mobile games and media apps, entertainment stuff. But they took off like wildfire. He made millions within a short month. Using that capital, he expanded. Now he's dipped into construction, pharmaceuticals, fashion, automotive manufacturing. There are even whispers of military contracts and upcoming ventures into medical sector. She swiped again, revealing a magazine cover. Peter stood in front of a sleek car with the caption, "Youngest Billionaire in History." Tony slowly turned to look at her, his expression blank with disbelief. You're telling me that a 15-year-old kid? He turned 16 last month, Pepper interrupted gently. Doesn't matter. Tony snapped, throwing his hands in the air. A child. A 16-year-old child owns a majority stake in my company. And I can't make a move without consulting him first. Is that really what you're telling me, Pep? Or did my recent kidnapping cause me to develop a hearing problem? Pepper took a deep breath. I wish I was joking, Tony. But the numbers don't lie. Before you were taken, you held 41% of Stark Industries, enough to maintain control. Obadiah had 17%, and the rest was spread out among various shareholders in smaller amounts. But when you disappeared, well, hope started to die. She looked away for a moment, guilt flickering in her eyes. With you gone, the board panicked. Parker came in offering far more than market value for those small shares. They sold. Every single one of them. Now he holds 42%, just enough to outvote you. Tony dragged his hands down his face and groaned. This is an actual nightmare, please wake me, he muttered, leaning back in his seat and dramatically slumping like a defeated child. A 16-year-old nerd bought my company while I was being held hostage in a cave. He sat up abruptly. Pep, call the kid. Now. Today. I don't care if he's halfway to the moon, get me a meeting. Let's see if we can buy those shares back. I'll try, Pepper said hesitantly, already pulling out her phone. But word is, he's hard to reach. Apparently, he doesn't spend much time in his own company. Rumor has it, he's working on multiple secret projects and only checks in when necessary. Tony groaned again. Of course he is. Pepper dialed the number. A few moments passed before the receptionist picked up. Tony closed his eyes, trying to calm the storm of thoughts in his mind. His body had escaped the cave, but it felt like part of himself was still stuck there. He shook his head, trying to refocus. Mr. Parker isn't available in the office at the moment, came the polite voice. Would you like to leave a message? Yes, Pepper said professionally. Please let him know that Tony Stark would like to arrange a meeting at his earliest convenience. Beside him, Pepper finished the call and lowered her phone. They'll get back to us, she said softly. Tony nodded wordlessly, staring off into the distance. Meanwhile. Anyway, I just came to collect my $20. Nice seeing everyone. Peace. Spider-Man said cheerfully, flashing two peace signs as he stepped backward into a swirling portal. Nick Fury glared after him, muttering under his breath, who the hell does he think he is, just popping in and out of S.H.I.E.L.D. like it's his living room. Clint chuckled awkwardly. Well, he did do us a favor. Fury grunted in irritation. Back at Parker's personal base, the portal opened in a small, sleek laboratory. Peter stepped through, and his Spider-Man suit seamlessly receded into his civilian clothes. He strolled past the lab, where Gwen Stacy was hunched over a microscope, deeply focused. "Hey babe," Peter called out as he passed into the distance. "Hey Pete," Gwen replied automatically, not lifting her gaze. A moment later, Peter reappeared, now wearing a completely different outfit, this one clearly tactical and equipped with a helmet. "Bye babe." "Bye Pete." The portal reopened and swallowed him once more, vanishing without a trace. Gwen finally leaned back from the microscope, exhaled, and shook her head with a soft laugh. She then heard the portal reopen and Peter came back sprinting before kissing her on the cheek and leaving again, the sound of the portal closing in the distance. Gwen only burst out into laughter. Peter leaned against his motorcycle outside a sleek glass building, his posture casual but alert. He wore a high-neck white shirt beneath a fitted black dress jacket. His phone hovered near the side of his helmet. "Hey, did Stark happen to call recently?" Peter asked into the phone. "Yes, Mr. Parker," came the receptionist's voice. "He just called, I've finished setting up an appointment." "How did you know?" Peter smirked. "Let's just say I had a feeling. Call him back and let him know I'm free now. I'll be there shortly." "As you wish, Mr. Parker." Peter ended the call and slid his phone into his pocket. Just then, a crowd began pouring out of the nearby press conference. Among them, MJ emerged with Eddie trailing behind her, looking noticeably irritated. MJ's face lit up the moment she spotted Peter. "Tiger. You said you had something to take care of, I didn't expect you to come pick me up." Eddie's jaw tightened. "That bastard. Did he just go home to change clothes or something?" "I did have something to do, and I still do," Peter said, wrapping an arm around MJ's waist as she reached him doing the same. "But something came up. I thought you might want to come along." He glanced over her shoulder and added with a grin, "Besides, who knows what creeps might be lurking around. Gotta protect my beautiful girlfriend." MJ giggled. "How lucky of me." Eddie's glare sharpened, his fists tightening at his sides. He didn't need spider sense to know exactly who that remark had been aimed at. Messing with him is going to be so much fun, Peter thought with an inward chuckle. He gently ran his fingers through MJ's hair. "Go ahead, say bye to your coworker. I want to show you something." MJ nodded and turned to Eddie, who had managed to plaster a neutral expression back on his face. "Later, Eddie. I won't be heading back to Jameson anytime soon, so just go on without me," she said with a light wave. "Sure thing. Enjoy yourselves," Eddie said through clenched teeth before turning and walking away. His expression darkened again the moment his back was to them. As MJ turned back to Peter, she was wearing a smug little smile. "What?" Peter asked, tilting his head. "What's with that look?" MJ started tracing slow circles on his chest with her finger. "You know, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were jealous." Peter scoffed. "Oh please. If anyone should be jealous, it's him. I mean, have you seen me?" "I never said what you were jealous of." "Who said I was talking about someone?" she teased with a wink. Peter stared blankly for a second. "Red, you're lucky you're hot. Now get on." He grabbed her by the waist and effortlessly lifted her onto the back of the bike. MJ burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, she'll never get tired of being so effortlessly manhandled by him." As Peter was picking her up, Eddie glanced back at them one last time from down the street. His face twisted briefly into sadness as MJ's carefree laughter echoed behind him. He closed his eyes, shook his head, and walked on. As they took off, MJ leaned forward, pressing herself against Peter. "So where are we going?" "Stark tried setting up a meeting," Peter said as they weaved into traffic. "I figured you might want to see what it's about." "Awesome." MJ grinned, running her hands playfully across the defined muscles under his shirt. Peter rolled his eyes. "Me or the muscles?" MJ slid her hand up to his chest and gave it a squeeze. "Why not both?" "Honka honka." "And they say men are the pervs," Peter muttered. "I'm just a perv for my men," she replied sweetly. Peter chuckled as they sped toward Parker Industries. When they arrived, Happy Hogan pulled up and exited a nearby car. At the same time, Stark and Pepper entered the building through the front door. "Look, look," MJ said, pointing toward them as Peter parked the bike. She hopped off with arms outstretched as Peter reached up to remove his helmet, tossing his head slightly to fix the flattened hair. MJ blinked, momentarily dazed. Peter raised an eyebrow. "What?" She just pursed her lips, then smiled. "Nothing. Let's go, you weirdo." Peter slung an arm over her shoulder, holding his helmet casually in the other hand. Inside, the receptionist looked up as they approached. "Mr. Parker. You just missed them, they're heading to your office now." "Let me take that for you," she offered, reaching for the helmet. "Thanks, Wendy," Peter said, placing it on the desk. Wendy tucked it under her counter with a nod. "No problem, Mr. Parker." They headed to the elevators, just in time to see the doors closing. Inside were Pepper and Tony. Pepper was focused on their schedule, Tony tapping away on his phone. "Hold the door, will you?" Peter called. Pepper leaned forward and pressed the button. The doors slid open again. "Thanks," Peter said as he caught the door with one hand. "No problem," Pepper stopped mid-sentence as she looked up. Tony glanced over and froze too, eyes widening when he saw MJ. He pointed at her, eyes lighting up with recognition. "It's you." MJ shot him a grin and two finger guns with clicks of her tongue. "Fancy seeing you here, Mr. Stark, eh?" Chapter 303, Meeting with Stark, 2. Did you seriously follow me all the way from the press conference?" Tony Stark asked with an incredulous look. His voice dripped with arrogance. "I thought I made myself clear, no more questions." "Tony," Pepper Potts interjected calmly, stepping up beside him. "They're clearly together. I doubt she even knew we were coming to Parker Industries. We didn't even know we were coming here when we left. It was a last-minute call." As the elevator door slid open, Peter Parker and MJ stepped in ahead of them, Peter pressing the button for the top floor. Tony's eyes shifted between the two teens, immediately noting the close proximity between them, the subtle glances, the natural ease. He squinted suspiciously. "You two an item or something? Maybe just a casual fling?" Peter scoffed, wrapping a casual arm around MJ's shoulder. "More like future wife." MJ's cheeks flushed with color, and she gave Peter a quick, sideways glance, clearly caught off guard but not displeased. Tony blinked, his expression unreadable. He then turned his gaze to MJ and back to Peter, his demeanor shifting slightly. "So, is she going to be joining us in the meeting? Because, let's be honest, it wouldn't be appropriate to have a third party involved. Especially not a reporter, given what we're about to discuss." "She's not exactly a third party," Peter replied coolly, waving it off as if it were a minor technicality. "I trust Little Red here. We grew up together. If this meeting needs to stay off the record, you can trust she'll keep it that way." MJ flashed a charming grin. "Just think of me joining out of personal curiosity. Besides, who wouldn't be curious about a high-stakes meeting between Peter Parker and Tony Stark?" Tony gave her a long, contemplative look before shrugging. "Fine. It's not like what we're discussing is top-secret government intel. Knock yourself out." With a gentle ding, the elevator reached the top floor. The doors opened to reveal a sleek, modern office with a panoramic view of the city. Peter stepped out first. "Follow me," he said, leading the group toward a large glass door, its contents obscured from the outside. He placed his hand on a biometric scanner. With a soft click, the door unlocked and swung open. From inside, they could see everything outside, one-way privacy glass. Peter moved behind his impressive desk and sank into a high-end leather chair, gesturing to the cushioned seats across from him. "Make yourselves comfortable." Tony and Pepper sat down, while MJ took her place behind Peter, leaning against the wall like an unofficial assistant. Peter offered a polite nod. "Before we get into things, I just want to say, congratulations on your freedom. I can only imagine how hard that was. Regardless, welcome back." "Appreciate it, kid," Tony said with a curt nod. Then his expression flattened. "Now hand over my shares." Pepper sighed, already massaging the bridge of her nose in anticipation. "Tony." MJ chuckled under her breath, while Peter leaned back with an amused grin. "Your shares?" That's funny, because last I checked, they were registered under my name. Legally acquired at that. So technically, I'd say they're my shares. Yeah, shares of MY Company, with MY name on it, Tony shot back, his tone rising with irritation. Which means they belong to me. They shouldn't be in your hands to begin with. That was a mistake. Peter leaned forward, placing his elbows on the desk and interlocking his fingers. Do you even remember how business negotiations work, Mr. Stark? I'll cut you some slack, since you've been out of the touch for a while. But do you really expect me to go? Oh my gosh. You're absolutely right. These absolutely don't belong to me. Here, take them back, Mr. Stark, he said, mimicking a childish, high-pitched voice and gesturing as though handing over a gift. Or, Peter continued, his tone now colder, more calculating, is this a ploy? A game to try and pressure me into giving them back at a lowball price because you think you can intimidate me, what, because of my age? Tony clicked his tongue, leaned back in his chair, and crossed one leg over the other. All right, kid. Fine, let's cut to the chase. How much do you want? Name your price. Peter's expression didn't budge. I'm not selling them, Tony. I know why you would want them, since you want to shut down the weapons division, and I'll give you my full support since I'm down with the idea. But I'm not selling them to you. What? Stop being difficult, kid. Just name your price, 100 million, 500 million. Stark grumbled, you know I need them, so you think you're being smart by being difficult, so I go increase the price since I'm desperate and can extort me. Peter shook his head slowly. That's where you're wrong. This has nothing to do with money. Tony stared. Then what the hell is it about? You're a young billionaire. You obviously like the money. Peter sighed, chuckling slightly. I won't deny I like money, who doesn't, am I right? This might sound crazy to you, but I'm doing this for your own safety. What? Tony exclaimed, turning to Pepper, who looked just as bewildered. Not just your safety, Mr. Stark, Peter said gravely, but my own, and the safety of everyone else. You might not realize it yet, and honestly, neither do most of the people around you due to the circumstances of your return only just being recently, but you are an incredibly dangerous man, Tony. Tony raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms with a smirk. Thanks. Not sure if I should take that as a compliment or an insult. Take it however you like, Peter said, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. Pepper, still trying to process everything, looked both confused and deeply concerned. Wait, hold on a second, what do you mean Tony is dangerous? Peter took a breath and gestured casually. Well, he's a genius, for starters. Tony's expression immediately turned smug. Didn't know you were a fan, kid. If you wanted an autograph, you could have just said so. Tell you what, I'll give you a signature, and in exchange, you hand over the shares. Sound fair? Peter facepalmed while MJ chuckled beside him. Looks like you finally met your match, she teased with a grin, nudging him slightly. You shush, Peter replied playfully, pointing at her, which only made her laugh more. I still don't get it, Pepper said, shaking her head. What does Tony being a genius have to do with him being dangerous? Peter's tone darkened. I don't think I explained myself properly the first time. What makes Tony Stark dangerous isn't just that he's a genius, it's that he's a genius who's been driven insane. Tony scoffed, sitting up straighter in his chair. You've got to be kidding me. Who the hell do you think you are, kid? I'm perfectly sane, I'm the most sane I've ever been. So enough with the dramatics, just name your price and let's negotiate like adults. Peter leaned back slightly, watching Tony with a serious gaze. Tony Stark, if you really did manage to stay sane through whatever hell you've been through, then honestly, you're more insane than any of us feared. He opened a drawer, pulled out a lollipop, and casually unwrapped it, offering it around. Everyone declined, and Peter shrugged before popping it into his mouth. The most terrifying thing about a genius that's been driven to insanity, Peter continued, voice muffled slightly by the candy, is that they don't think inside the bounds of known reality or common sense. Once they pass that threshold, there's nothing holding them back. And as the saying goes, the sky's the limit. Peter's voice became even more solemn. Mr. Stark, none of us know what kind of hell you've experienced or even worse know how you've managed to escape that hell. No official reports. No military involvement. No coordinated rescue effort. You were just gone. And then, out of the blue, you show up at a press conference, talking about having your eyes opened, about enlightenment, about change. He glanced at Pepper, then back at Tony. It's worrying. That kind of talk isn't normal, not from you, not from anyone. Pepper frowned and turned toward Tony slowly. Tony, as bizarre and dramatic as Mr. Parker is being, he has a point. How did you escape? What really happened out there? I'll tell you later. Tony muttered, avoiding her eyes. Peter raised an eyebrow. Case in point. You're hiding something, Stark. And that's why I can't just hand the shares back to you like it's nothing. You're a genius who doesn't believe in limits and wants to change the world. That's the most dangerous kind of person in the world. These shares, they're not just legal leverage, they're my insurance, a way to keep you in check, if you will. Tony scoffed again, leaning forward this time. Insurance? Against me? Come on. What do you think I'm going to do? Build a killer robot? Peter's eyes hardened. Who's to say you won't? Maybe not intentionally. But imagine this, you develop an AI to protect the world. It becomes too smart. Too powerful. It calculates that the only way to truly protect humanity is to control it. Or worse, wipe it out. Pepper let out a dry laugh, but it quickly faded into silence. All right, that's going too far. Tony would never create something like that, right? She paused, her words trailing off as she turned slowly to look at him. Right. Tony hesitated. Seriously, Pep, have a little faith in me. Tony looked off to the side deep in thought and wondered, would I have eventually created an AI in an attempt to make the world safe? You have some faith in yourself, she shot back, clearly exasperated. The fact that you didn't immediately deny it says everything. Meanwhile, MJ gave Peter a sidelong glance, her eyes filled with a quiet mix of awe and unease. Did he really plan all of this? From the moment he rescued Tony, creating the narrative that he's unstable just to prevent something like Ultron from ever being created. What MJ didn't know, what no one knew, was that Peter had planned it all. From the moment the news broke that Stark had gone missing, Peter had quietly instructed Arya to begin acquiring shares. Not for power. Not for money. But for insurance against Tony Stark. Chapter 304, Meeting with Stark, End. Third person's POV. What, so you want me to take a psyche test or something to prove I'm eligible to buy back my own shares? Tony scoffed arrogantly, arms folded as he leaned back in his chair. What? No, there's no need to go that far, Peter said, casually waving him off. He shifted the lollipop in his mouth, then added, although, I am willing to come to a compromise, since I understand we're both businessmen, after all. So let's negotiate. So it was about the money in the end. Stark exclaimed, throwing up his hands. All that talk about genius and insanity was just nonsense. Peter rolled his eyes. Of course not. I know what I've said might sound strange, even paranoid, but that's the thing, I am paranoid. I've only made it this far because I prepare for every possible scenario, no matter how unlikely. So think of me holding onto your shares as pacifying my paranoia. He sat forward, resting his elbows on the table and interlocking his fingers as he looked seriously at Tony. But that doesn't mean I'm unreasonable. I understand your frustration, not being able to make decisions in your own company would drive anyone insane. I know I'd lose my mind if I were in your position. Tony tapped his fingers rapidly against the armrest. And what exactly does this compromise of yours entail? I won't remain the major shareholder of your company, Peter said simply. When Tony raised an eyebrow, he continued, I'm willing to sell back enough shares so you regain the majority. That way, you'll be able to run your company the way you want. Only some. Stark frowned, suspicion creeping into his voice. You're giving me crumbs. Yes, some. For one, I can't be bothered to attend every meeting or give approval every time you want to make a move. I'm not your nanny, and I have zero interest in playing nanny to some grumpy old man. Oi. Who are you calling old? I've just entered my prime, you cheeky brat, Tony growled, glaring at him. You're more than a decade older than me, old man. You're ancient by comparison, Peter shot back dryly. But we're getting off topic. Like I said, nanny duty isn't in my job description. He leaned back slightly. Second, I paid a lot for those shares. It's the reason I'm not officially listed as a billionaire yet. If I sell them all back to you, I'm losing out. And I don't like losing. Tony pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. So how much are you willing to sell them for? Just enough for you to become the majority shareholder again. Enough so my voice still carries weight and I stay in the loop, but not so much that you need my approval for everything. I'd say 5% should be enough. 5. That's practically nothing. You're tossing me crumbs and calling it a feast. What do you take me for? Make it 20, and we've got a deal. 5, Peter replied flatly, his expression unreadable. 19, Stark countered firmly. 5, Peter repeated, unflinching. 15. That's my lowest offer, Tony said, leaning back with crossed legs, trying to exude confidence and control. Pepper and MJ watched silently from the side, clearly intrigued by the back and forth. Pepper tried to jump in and help Tony, but they were too busy with themselves to notice. 4, Peter said, his tone dropping a degree colder. What? Why the hell are you going lower now? Tony barked, narrowing his eyes. All you really need is to become the major shareholder, Peter replied smoothly. I could sell you just 1% and it'd accomplish the same thing. He pulled the lollipop from his mouth, smirked, and let the silence speak. Tony gritted his teeth. Fine, 10%. 3. 9. 2. 8. 1. Tony's grip tightened around the armrest as he glared, voice low and frustrated. 7. Peter remained silent for a moment, then shrugged. Sure. Tony groaned, slumping slightly as MJ sighed and Pepper tried to hide a smile. Honestly, Peter added with a teasing grin, if you'd just stuck with 10, I would have caved. I only needed to stay above 30% to feel secure. Then why? Stark began, outraged. Peter just shrugged nonchalantly and replied, no reason. I just wanted to see how far I could push you, how low I could get you to go. You're surprisingly easy to manipulate, Mr. Stark. You should probably work on that. Tony's eye twitched, a muscle visibly jumping in his cheek as MJ snorted and turned her head to hide her laughter. Pepper stood beside him with a slightly apologetic smile, having clearly realized what Peter was doing far too late to intervene. I actually started to feel bad, Peter added with a mischievous grin, bullying an old man who just regained his freedom. That's low, even for me. So I decided to leave it at 7%. Honestly, I could have kept more, but look at me, what a generous young man I am. I should definitely be praised for this. I dislike you intensely, Tony muttered, glaring daggers at Peter. You might just be the reason I never have kids. Peter just smiled, completely unfazed. Now then, he said, clasping his hands together, let's talk about pricing that precious 7%. I'm buying it at market value, Tony began, sitting up straighter. Peter cut him off immediately, absolutely not. You must be out of your mind if you think I'd settle for market price. Especially when you consider the future profit I'll be missing out on by letting go of those shares. He leaned forward, lollipop dangling loosely in his fingers. 500 million. Each. Tony recoiled like he'd been slapped, slamming his palm down on the table. 500 million each. That's highway robbery. They're barely worth 50 million apiece. Pepper, trying to mediate, jumped in gently. Mr. Parker, I have to agree with Tony here. 500 million is a stretch by any metric. But Peter interrupted coolly, as I already explained, I'm factoring in future valuation. Right now, Stark Industries might be on rocky ground, but once Tony turns things around, and he will, 500 million a share might actually seem like a bargain. I'm not just selling you a number. I'm selling you control, reputation, and future power. And let's not pretend here, you need them more than I do. So no, my price isn't changing. Despite their efforts, both Tony and Pepper soon realized Peter wasn't bluffing. He was firm, calculating, and unfortunately for them, entirely in control of the situation. The 7% stake amounted to $3.5 billion, and Peter made it clear he wasn't budging from that figure. After some more back and forth, filled with persuasive arguments and increasing frustration, they ultimately accepted Peter's offer. The facts were undeniable: Peter held the upper hand, and they needed the shares far more than he needed the cash. So, Peter said, casually tapping his phone screen to notify his assistant secretary that had just arrived shortly, "Shall we move on to finalizing the agreement? I'll have my assistant draft the contract and send it over shortly." Tony and Pepper exchanged exhausted glances before nodding in agreement. Actually," MJ piped up, stepping forward with her camera in hand, "can I get a picture of you two shaking hands?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "Why?" MJ grinned. "Well, this is basically the birth of a new business partnership between Stark Industries and Parker Industries, right? A symbolic handshake photo would show the world you're back in action and already making a move towards the change that you were talking about during your press conference. Good PR, strong narrative, it's a statement." Tony looked at Pepper, who nodded supportively. "She's right," Pepper said. "This could be a great way to publicly show that you've bounced back. Strong visuals go a long way. It would help regain the support that Stark Industries once lost." All right, Tony sighed, standing and motioning Peter over. "Come on, kid. Let's shake hands for the camera. And if I'm in a good mood later, I'll even sign a copy for you." Peter rolled his eyes, rising from his seat and stepping around the desk. They moved the chair out of the way and stood shoulder to shoulder. "Be sure to get my good side," Tony called to MJ. Peter scoffed, flashing his trademark grin. "Damn, you actually have a good side. That's unfortunate. All my sides are my good ones." "Yeah, keep dreaming, kid," Tony retorted as they shook hands. The camera snapped away, MJ capturing multiple angles of the moment. When it was done, Tony casually wiped his hand on his jacket. "It was a displeasure doing business with you." Peter laughed, unbothered. "I'll live," he said, walking them both to the door. He waved pleasantly as they left, only collapsing into his chair once the door closed behind them. "Man, that was exhausting," he exhaled, dragging a hand down his face. MJ placed the camera gently on the desk and raised an eyebrow in amusement. "So, how does it feel to officially become a billionaire?" Peter grinned, stretching his arms over his head. "Once I see that money hit my account, I'll be $1 billion happier." MJ laughed, shaking her head. Chapter 305, Office Sex R18. Third person's POV. "You know, being here with you was actually kind of fun," MJ said with a sly smile as she leaned casually against Peter's desk, arms crossed with pride. "Standing behind you like that. I almost felt like your secretary." She tilted her head and smirked. "What do you think? Should I consider a career change?" Peter grinned but raised his hands defensively. "Oof, better not let Janice hear you say that. She loves this job, takes it seriously, too." He didn't get the chance to finish before MJ grabbed him by the front of his shirt and yanked him a little closer. "Why does it sound like you're awfully invested in Janice keeping her job?" She asked, narrowing her eyes at him suspiciously. "You sure there isn't some secret office romance I should be worried about, Tiger?" Peter blinked, clearly caught off guard. "What? Are you serious?" "No way. What do you take me for? I already have my hands full with." MJ arched a brow. "Oh. So now you think we're a handful?" That didn't come out right," Peter said, scratching the back of his neck with a sheepish grin. MJ shook her head, nose scrunching in that cute way Peter secretly loved. "Nope. Not even a little." The tension melted into laughter as MJ finally let go of his shirt and hopped up to sit on his desk, swinging her legs freely. She gave him a look that was both amused and amusedly dangerous. "You're lucky, you know," she said with a mock sigh. "A less understanding girlfriend might have been totally convinced something was going on with your secretary." Peter placed a hand over his heart and gasped dramatically. "I'm hurt." "What do you take me for? I am a very loyal man." MJ burst into laughter, tossing her head back, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Peter watched her with a flat expression. "You're laughing a little too hard at that," he muttered dryly. MJ chuckled behind her hand, then glanced down at her heels and began slipping them off one by one. She lifted her legs slowly, revealing her black leggings, and placed her foot gently against Peter's chest. "Mr. Parker," she said with a sultry grin, "you are without a doubt the most insatiable man I know. I doubt if we don't keep you in check you might run off with some floozy." Peter looked down at her foot, then met her gaze. "Well, all I'm saying is, I'm loving where this conversation is heading." He gently took her foot in his hands, holding it as if it were made of glass. "And really, how could I ever be satisfied when I've got a queen like you by my side?" He leaned forward and placed a soft kiss on the top of her foot, his eyes never leaving hers. MJ's cheeks flushed instantly. She stared at him, eyes wide with a mixture of flattery and desire. "Damn it, Tiger. I didn't bring a fresh pair of underwear." Peter grinned, the heat between them rising as he kissed higher along her leg. "Honestly, for what we're about to do, I don't think you'll be needing them," he said, trailing soft kisses up to her inner thigh. MJ inhaled sharply, her voice dripping with sultry amusement. "You know, for being someone who can lift a car without breaking a sweat, you really know how to turn me into a weak mess." Peter's hands moved slowly up her thighs, bunching up the fabric of her pencil skirt as he went. "Weak," he whispered, eyes gleaming. "I don't know, feels more like I'm the one under your spell." MJ bit her bottom lip, her breathing growing heavier. "Is that so?" she murmured, her fingers weaving into his hair. Peter pressed a deeper kiss to her thigh, pulling a soft moan from her lips. "MNNN." He chuckled low in his throat, resting his cheek against her leg for a moment. "I feel like one of those corporate fantasy CEOs who ends up completely enchanted by his gorgeous secretary." MJ grinned, wrapping her legs around his shoulders. "Well then, Mr. CEO, she whispered with a teasing lilt, "I'm ready to get paid." Peter's eyes flickered with mischief. "Yes, ma'am." He held her thigh steady and, with a playful growl, used his teeth to tear through her leggings. Peter shifted her underwear to the side and without release his eye contact with her snaked his tongue across her wet slit. "Mum," she moaned, her head tilted back, her eyes closed as she enjoyed the sensation. She loved the feeling of Peter's tongue licking every bit of her. The way he moved his tongue like he was a man in a desert, dying of thirst. A heavy and breathy sigh escaped her lips as she leaned back across the table, knocking everything aside. "Ah," MJ moaned as she arched her back, especially when feeling Peter's lips around her small button. A few strong strokes from Peter's tongue and MJ was already at Peter's mercy. "Ah, Pete." She cried out as she jerked slightly, her body betraying her, giving in too quickly at the pleasure. Her hips couldn't help but buckle as she came. MJ's orgasm was intense, her body shuddering as waves of pleasure coursed through her. She panted heavily, her face flushed and a satisfied smile spreading across it. Peter looked up at her with a smug grin, clearly pleased with himself. You taste so good," he murmured, his breath hot against her thigh. MJ opened her eyes, still reeling from the aftershocks of her climax. "Pete, that was amazing," she said, her words coming out in a breathy whisper. She reached down to run her fingers through his hair. She then proceeded to push him back onto his seat as she sat back up, her pencil skirt still pulled up, as her wet cunt was exposed to him. MJ looked down and licked her lips seductively as saw the erection pressing against his pants. MJ reached over and with her foot, started to unzip his pants. Peter reached over and grabbed her towards him, pulled her over towards his lap. "Honestly, woman, you're driving me crazy." "Now you know how I feel," she said off the table and onto his lap. She reached over holding his face possessively. MJ straddled Peter's lap, her skirt hiked up around her waist as she ground her hips against him. Her fingers tangled in his hair, pulling his face close as she kissed him deeply. The taste of herself still lingered on his lips, mingling with the heat of their mouths. Peter's hands roamed her body, one sliding up her back to pull her closer while the other cupped her ass, fingers digging in possessively. She could feel his cock straining against his underwear, pressing insistently against her through the fabric. Her fingers reached down between them, hooking into the waistband of his pants and underwear and pulling them down just enough to free his erection. She wrapped her fingers around it, stroking slowly as she continued to grind against him. Peter groaned into her mouth, his hips bucking slightly at the contact. "Fuck, Red," he breathed when she finally broke the kiss. His hands moved to her hips, guiding her movements as she continued to tease him with her body. She leaned back slightly, giving him a sultry smile as she positioned herself above him. "You ready for me, Pete?" she asked, her voice husky with desire. "You will never catch me on a day when I'm not," Peter retorted, which caused MJ to smile. MJ's hand guided his cock to her entrance, and she slowly lowered herself onto him. A low moan escaped her as she took him in inch by inch, her inner walls fluttering around him. Peter's hands gripped her hips tightly, his fingers pressing into her waist as he watched her face contort with pleasure. "God, you feel incredible," he groaned, his head tilting back slightly as she fully seated herself on him. MJ began moving, rolling her hips in slow, deliberate circles. She leaned forward, pressing her chest against his as she rode him, her breath hot against his ear. You too, tiger," she murmured, her voice thick with need. Peter's hands slid up her back, fingers splaying across her shoulder blades as he pulled her closer. His hips thrust up to meet her movements, the pace gradually increasing as his need grew. MJ's moans filled the room, soft at first but growing louder as pleasure built within her. Peter growled, his grip tightening on her as he thrust up into her. She could feel him hitting that perfect spot inside her with every movement, sending sharp jolts of pleasure through her body. Her nails dug into his shoulders as she rode him harder, her breasts pressing against his chest during every downward motion. "Yesh, yesh, yesh," she moaned. Their foreheads were pressed to each other, staring into each other's eyes. Peter's breathing was ragged now, his entire body tense as he focused on the pleasure of being inside her. MJ could feel him swelling even more within her, his cock twitching as he fought to maintain control. She leaned back slightly, changing the angle of her hips to take him even deeper. Peter's hands moved to her breasts, squeezing them through the fabric of her top as he thrust up into her. "God, MJ, I'm not gonna last much longer," he groaned, his hips jerking erratically as he neared his climax. MJ's own pleasure was building rapidly, her inner walls clenching around him as she rode him with increasing urgency. "Then don't hold back, Pete," she panted, her voice thick with need. "I want to feel you come inside me." Peter's fingers dug into her hips as he thrust up into her, his movements becoming more erratic as his orgasm approached. MJ could feel him pulsing inside her, his cock twitching as he neared his peak. "Fuck, Red, I'm gonna dash." Peter's entire body tensed as he came, his cock pulsing as he spilled inside her. The feeling of him filling her sent MJ over the edge as well, her own orgasm crashing through her with intense force. She cried out, her body shuddering as waves of pleasure washed over her. MJ collapsed against Peter's chest, panting heavily as the aftershocks of her orgasm subsided. Peter's arms wrapped around her, holding her close as he caught his breath. "That was amazing," he murmured, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. MJ hummed in agreement, nuzzling into his neck as she slowly came down from her high. You weren't so bad yourself," she said with a soft chuckle. Peter's hands began to slowly caress her back, his touch soothing as he held her close. Chapter 306, The Leader. Third Person's POV. Secluded Military Base, North Carolina. Nestled deep within the hidden recesses of North Carolina's forests, far from prying eyes and civilian interference, stood a fortified military installation, its perimeter heavily guarded, its purpose long scrubbed from official records. Inside, in the central chamber of the base, a figure sat motionless upon a floating metallic throne that hummed with soft, ominous energy. The figure was unlike any normal man. His skin bore a rich, unnatural green hue, not the olive of camouflage, but something darker, more vibrant, alien. Yet even more striking than his skin was the grotesque size of his head, ballooned and pulsing slightly with cerebral energy. A sharp widow's peak formed an M-shaped hairline across his scalp. Samuel Stearns, though he no longer referred to himself by that name, had embraced a new identity, the leader. He sat pensive, regal almost, in a custom-built throne designed to amplify his already monstrous mental faculties. The chair was suspended a few feet above the ground, rotating gently as if weightless, connected to the base's systems and tuned to enhance his psychic powers and capabilities. These abilities had been unlocked after a fateful exposure to Bruce Banner's irradiated blood, an accident that granted him powers not of brawn like Hulk, but of mind. Before him stood a small army, not of soldiers, but of humanoid constructs. Synthetic beings made of a strange, flexible material designed to absorb and deflect powerful impacts. These were not mere robots, they were adaptive combat units, engineered specifically to battle superhuman foes. Their featureless faces and silent stillness made them all the more unnerving. The leader placed 2 fingers to his temple, narrowing his glowing green eyes in concentration. His voice echoed not aloud, but across the psychic plane. Craven. Do you hear me? How is the plan progressing? He asked calmly, the words reverberating through the telepathic channel he'd established long ago. A pause. Then, a voice echoed directly into his mind, tinged with savage satisfaction. Spectacularly. The leader smiled subtly, allowing the hunter to elaborate. The show went well, great even. I've baited the prey, let them see exactly what I wanted them to see. I made it seem like I had plans for my brother, and I've ensured they were watching closely. The false narrative has been seeded. They believe my operation has stalled. Meanwhile, all I await are the weapons you promised me. The leader's eyes flickered as he responded coldly, they're already en route. You'll have your toys soon enough. But remember the deal. I don't need reminding, Craven snapped mentally, his voice laced with primal confidence. This is a mutual arrangement. The spiders are mine to hunt. The green brood is yours to do with however you wish. I don't question your intentions, so don't question my methods. The leader's eyes narrowed slightly. Make no mistake, Hunter, the only reason I tolerate this partnership is because of your ability to keep the spiders distracted. That is your singular purpose in this operation. If you fail in that, everything I've built, everything I've orchestrated, falls apart. I must ensure that you can fulfill your end, so mine can reach full fruition. His chair shifted, gliding silently across the lab, now hovering before 3 massive cylindrical tanks filled with greenish fluid and bathed in dim sterile light. Thick cables and wires were connected to each one, feeding data and power to the containment units. His eyes settled on the first tank. Suspended inside, curled into a protective fetal position, was a tall, powerfully built woman. Her skin was a luminous shade of green, and her hair, a long black mane, floated freely in the viscous liquid. Despite her peaceful expression, the muscles in her arms and legs twitched intermittently, reacting to the constant energy flowing through her. Label: Jennifer Walters. Thick cables snaked from the ceiling and floor into the chamber, pumping unknown substances into the containment unit, maintaining her sedated yet stable condition. In the second chamber stood a man with a stern, rugged face. His skin had turned a molten red, glowing faintly with heat, but his expression remained disturbingly rageful, even in unconsciousness. Label: Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross. His body radiated suppressed rage, a slumbering inferno barely contained by the fluid and restraints surrounding him. And finally, in the third tube, was a woman. Her skin was white, at least partially. It was rapidly shifting, darkening, transforming. Her body convulsed slightly as her form began to change. Muscles thickened, bones stretched, and her hair lengthened and darkened. Her teeth were clenched, her eyes shut tight in resistance, but the transformation was accelerating. Her metamorphosis was eerily similar to the man in the second tube. Label: Betty Ross. What you do with the spiders is of no consequence to me, only that they remain distracted and kept far away from Bruce, the leader said coldly, his sharp gaze fixed on Jennifer Walters. His blood is the key to everything. Craven let out a low chuckle, his voice tinged with cruelty. This is why our little alliance works so well. We both want entirely different things. Different hungers, satisfied by the same hunt. His tone sinister and satisfied, the smile in his voice unmistakable. The leader paused, his fingers steepling together as he spoke thoughtfully. There is one additional matter, the main spider. Spider-Man. I want his DNA as well. Craven's demeanor changed instantly. His amused expression vanished, replaced by a snarl. What? That wasn't part of the agreement. The spiders were mine to hunt. Mine to deal with however I pleased. And they still are, the leader replied evenly, unbothered. You may do with them as you wish, kill them, unmask them, mount them on your wall as trophies. Their motives, their identities, none of that interests me in the slightest. But consider this doing me a favor. A side project of mine if you will. Something extra. Craven didn't respond immediately, his silence filled with growing suspicion. The leader continued, voice now laced with curiosity. You don't have to comply, of course. But this Spider-Man, he intrigues me. He managed to withstand a blow from the Hulk, and stop it. I must understand it. I suspect he's taken precautions, countermeasures built into his suit, genetic scrambling, all of it. But he made a fatal error, he didn't account for me. The leader held out one hand and materialized a holographic image of a small, needle-tipped device. I've already sent the necessary tool. A microscopic injector disguised as a subdermal implant. It is to be latched onto his skin by you and it will transmit data directly to me. Soon, I'll have the genetic profile I need. Craven scoffed and sarcastically said, "Oh, is that all?" "Yes. That is all," the leader replied in a flat, almost bored tone. Craven gave a sharp exhale, his tone begrudging. "Fine. If the weapons you sent meet my standards, I'll consider your little side request." "That is acceptable," the leader said calmly. "Now then, I'll leave you to your hunting." With that, he withdrew from Craven's mind, the telepathic connection severing like a snipped wire. The leader remained suspended in his hovering chair for a moment, fingers tapping the armrest thoughtfully. Then he turned his attention to a large containment pod in the room. "Ms. Ross," he said, raising a hand toward the crimson figure inside the capsule, "I command you to revert. You have work to do." Inside the machine, the red-hued, monstrous figure began to shift. The transformation was almost graceful, muscle retracting, bones reshaping. The green liquid that surrounded her drained with a mechanical hiss as the seals disengaged. When the process was complete, Betty Ross stood silently. Her hair hung wet over her shoulders, her clothing clinging to her, and her eyes were clouded with a distant fog, emotionless, hollow. "When the moment is right," the leader said softly, walking toward her, "and I give the signal, you will bring Bruce to me. Do you understand?" "Yes, leader." She answered in a low, toneless murmur. "Good. Dry yourself." "You are dismissed," he said, flicking his hand dismissively. Betty bowed her head and began to walk away, her posture rigid, her expression lifeless. As she moved, a flicker of false clarity appeared in her gaze, just enough to pass as normal. The leader watched her go, a sneer slowly curling across his face. "How amusing," he said under his breath. "They truly believe they hold the reins. That they're in control. That they can see the whole board." He reached into his pocket and drew out a small metallic object, a spider, gleaming and still in his palm. "The greatest form of manipulation," he said, gazing into the spider's unblinking eyes, "is to let your enemies believe they are the masters of their fate. Show them what they want to see. Let them write the lie themselves. The art of deception is most effective when painted by their own minds." Chapter 307, Office Sex, 2, *R18*. A/N, there's a reason for this LOL, I can already see the complaints, but what's to come is just a stream of action-packed chapters, so I did this for a little fun before starting it. Third person's POV. MJ yelped in surprise as he suddenly stood up, still inside her, and lifted her up, his strong arms easily supporting her weight. MJ wrapped her legs around his waist instinctively, holding on as he carried her to the nearest flat surface, the office table. He set her down gently, his hands never leaving her waist as he pulled out slightly before thrusting back in with a low groan. The wood of the table creaked slightly under their combined weight, but held firm as he began to move inside her with a steady rhythm. MJ leaned back, supporting herself on her arms as Peter fucked her, his face set in a determined look. MJ's fingers slid through Peter's hair, pulling him close as she stared into his eyes, her breathing ragged. She could feel his hands at the front of her shirt, fingers deftly working at the buttons as he continued thrusting inside her. With a few quick motions, the shirt was open, revealing her lacy bra beneath. Peter's hands moved to her back, finding the clasp easily and undoing it with a flick of his fingers. He pulled the bra away, letting it fall to the side as he took her breasts in his hands. He gave them a firm squeeze, his thumbs brushing over her nipples which had already hardened in arousal in her. Peter's lips found her neck immediately, his teeth grazing lightly against the sensitive skin as he sucked and nipped at her flesh. MJ let out a breathy moan as he hit a particularly sensitive spot, her fingers tightening in his hair as she arched her neck to give him better access. "That's it, Tiger," she panted, her voice thick with need as she encouraged him. Peter growled at the nickname, the vibration tickling against her skin as his hands moved to her waist, holding her firmly in place. His thrusts became deeper, more powerful as he devoured her neck, leaving small red marks in his wake. MJ's hands moved to his shoulders, her nails digging in slightly as she rode out the pleasure. She moaned, her head falling back as he continued his assault on her neck. His teeth grazed along her collarbone, sending little jolts of pleasure through her body as he thrust into her with increasing urgency. Peter's hands moved from her waist to her ass, lifting her slightly off the table as he pistoned into her with quick, powerful movements. The new angle had him hitting that perfect spot inside her with every thrust, and MJ's moans grew louder as her pleasure built. "Oh God, Pete, you're gonna make me come," she gasped, her entire body tensing as her orgasm approached. Peter's breathing was ragged now, his thrusts becoming erratic as he felt her tightening around him. His teeth sank gently into the junction of her neck and shoulder as he felt her walls fluttering around his cock. "That's it, Red," he growled against her skin. "Come for me." MJ's back arched off the table as her orgasm crashed over her, her inner walls clamping down hard around Peter's cock. A loud cry escaped her lips as pleasure surged through her body, her fingers digging into his shoulders as she rode out the intense waves. Peter didn't slow down, continuing to thrust into her as she came, drawing out her pleasure with deep, powerful movements. As MJ's orgasm subsided, leaving her panting and quivering, Peter's own climax hit him. With a final, powerful thrust, he buried himself deep inside her as he came, his cock pulsing as he spilled his seed. He held her close, their bodies locked together as they both caught their breath. MJ's arms wrapped around him, holding him tightly as she nuzzled into his neck, placing soft kisses along his skin. "That was incredible, Pete," she murmured, her voice still thick with the remnants of her orgasm. Peter pulled back slightly, meeting her gaze with a soft smile as he tenderly cupped her face. "You're incredible, MJ." As Peter slowly pulls out, the thick ropes of his cum begin to spill from MJ's pussy, running down her thighs and pooling slightly on the wood of the table. She quickly scoots back slightly, spreading her legs just enough to give herself room to work. Her fingers gather up the still warm fluid, scooping it up and holding it in her palm for a moment before bringing it up to her face. She looks directly at Peter, holding his gaze as she brings her fingers to her mouth. Her tongue darts out, lapping up the cum with deliberate slowness, savoring every drop. Peter watches with rapt attention, his cock twitching slightly at the erotic display. He was left speechless. Before he speaks with a gravelly edge. "That's so fucking hot." MJ gives him a slow, mischievous smile as she licks her fingers clean, ensuring he sees every movement of her tongue. MJ gently but firmly pushes her foot against Peter's chest, applying just enough pressure to guide him backward until he's sitting once more in the office chair. She watches with satisfaction as he settles into it, his spent cock still semi-hard between his legs, glistening with their combined fluids. MJ scoots forward on the table, her legs spreading slightly as she positions herself before him. "God, I love seeing you like this," she purrs, her voice husky as she moves closer. MJ slides off the table, landing gracefully between Peter's legs. Her fingers find his thighs as she kneels, her face level with his half-hard cock. Up close, she can see the way it twitches slightly as her breath ghosts over the sensitive skin, still flushed from their earlier activities. MJ runs her fingers lightly up and down his shaft, watching as it grows heavier in her hand. She leans in, pressing a soft kiss to the tip before swirling her tongue around the head. Peter sucks in a sharp breath, his hands instinctively moving to her red hair. "Damn Red," he groans, his head falling back against the chair as she takes more of him into her mouth. MJ hums approvingly around his cock, the vibration sending shivers through his body. She sucks and licks, her tongue swirling around the sensitive head before taking him deeper. Peter's fingers tighten on her shoulders as she bobs her head, his hips twitching involuntarily. The taste of him is still present, mingling with her own arousal, and it only serves to turn her on even more. MJ increases her pace, her free hand moving to present against his thighs as she takes him deeper, the head of his cock nudging the back of her throat. Peter's breathing grows ragged, his hands moving to tangle in her hair as he lets out a low moan. "Oh God, Red," he gasps, his hips twitching up slightly, seeking more of her mouth. She can feel him hardening further as she works him, the thick length growing heavier in her mouth. MJ increases the suction, hollowing her cheeks as she pulls back up, her tongue swirling around the head before plunging down again. Peter's grip in her hair tightens slightly, guiding her movements as she bobs her head, taking him deeper each time. She looks up at him through her lashes, watching his face contort in pleasure. His eyes are half-lidded, his lips parted as he pants, his stomach muscles tensing with every movement of her mouth. "Fuck, MJ, that feels amazing," Peter breathes, his fingers massaging her scalp as she continues sucking him, His hips give a small thrust upward, seeking more friction against her tongue. MJ obliges, taking him deeper still, her nose pressing against the warm skin of his pelvis. She hollows her cheeks as she pulls back up, creating a tight suction as she swirls her tongue around the sensitive head. Peter lets out a low, guttural moan, his back arching slightly in the chair as pleasure shoots through him. "I'm gonna come again if you keep that up," he warns, though he makes no move to stop her. MJ moans around his cock in response, the vibration sending another intense shiver through Peter's body. She increases her pace, her hand moving faster over the base of his shaft as she sucks him. Peter's breathing is ragged now, his hips moving in small, involuntary thrusts as she works him toward his climax. His grip on her hair tightens slightly, not guiding so much as holding on for dear life as MJ expertly brings him to the edge. "Fuck, MJ, I'm gonna come," he gasps, his warning strained with need. MJ doesn't slow down. Instead, she increases the pressure of her mouth and hand, creating a perfect rhythm as she sucks and strokes him toward his release. Peter's entire body tenses, his thighs quivering beneath her hands as he groans loudly. His cock twitches violently in her mouth as he spills again, thick ropes of cum hitting the back of MJ's throat. She swallows instinctively, relishing the taste of him as she continues sucking, drawing out every last drop. Peter's hands are shaking in her hair now, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps as he rides out his climax. After a flash of light, MJ vanished into a portal inside Peter's office. At the same time, a glowing magic circle appeared on Peter's palm. With a wave of his hand, the portal began to close, and the scattered items on the ground lifted themselves and returned neatly to their proper places while the cleaning spell took into effect. A moment later, MJ reappeared, looking fresh and composed, tying her hair into a ponytail. They exchanged a glance, then both burst into quiet laughter, like two mischievous kids who had just gotten away with something they shouldn't have as they stepped out of his office. MJ kissed Peter on the cheek and said with a smirk, "As fun as that was, and I wouldn't mind doing it again, I've got a story to write and show Jameson." Peter glanced around, then gave her a playful smack on the butt, making MJ yelp and shoot him a mock glare. "Need a ride?" She tossed her hair and smirked over her shoulder. "No thanks. I already had one." Peter stifled a laugh, watching her walk away with smug confidence. PFFTT. Nice. Chapter 308, Sons of Satanish, 1. Third person's POV. As Peter watched MJ walk away, a buzzing sensation tickled his leg, his phone vibrating in his pocket. Curious, he fished it out and glanced at the screen. Dick Grayson, the caller ID read. Peter furrowed his brows in confusion. It wasn't like Harry to call him out of the blue, especially not during working hours. He accepted the call, leaning casually against his office doorframe. "You're..." Peter answered in a relaxed tone. "Are you alone?" Harry's voice came through, sounding oddly serious, a slight undertone of tension laced in his words. Peter's eyes narrowed in suspicion. He stepped back into his office and quietly shut the door behind him with a soft click. "Are you reciting a porn ad or something?" Peter asked sarcastically, raising an eyebrow. "You seriously watch porn when you have your own harem?" Harry retorted, a faint chuckle escaping him. "Obviously not." "Feel free to check my search history," Peter replied, rolling his eyes and flopping into his desk chair. "Please. Like it would even be there." "You probably have Arya delete it for you," Harry scoffed. "Honestly, knowing you, you'd just keep a stack of vintage porn mags hidden somewhere, just for the laughs." Peter groaned, rubbing his forehead. "First of all, I would never make my daughter delete my search history. Don't be gross. And second, why are you calling me?" Okay. Get this. "I got a mission from the Ancient One," Harry finally said, getting to the point. "I was wondering if you wanted to tag along." "Sounds fun." Peter blinked, caught off guard. "You serious? Why would she give you a mission?" "Because I'm awesome, duh," Harry replied, grinning on the other end. "Well, more realistically, I've already been handling a few small jobs connected to what she wants." She said this one was a bit riskier, and she felt more comfortable handing it off to enhanced individuals. You know, superhuman types like us. Peter sat up straighter, more focused now. "Wait, this wouldn't happen to be related to the recent spike in missing person cases, would it?" Exactly. You've seen the reports, right? It's been all over the app. More people started to vanish. Guess who's been following up on most of them? You, Peter said, frowning. I saw your name listed as the responder on a bunch of those. What's the connection? There's a cult involved, Harry said grimly. Calls themselves the Sons of Satanish. Peter's expression darkened. Human sacrifices. Yup. Ritualistic, by the looks of it, Harry confirmed, his voice heavier now. And it's getting worse. Peter let out a breath, nodding. All right. I'm in. Quick question, though, why me? Why not bring along your girlfriend? There was a brief pause before Harry answered with a laugh, come on, man. We're the universe's dynamic duo. Or, world's finest, whichever title feels cooler. Peter laughed despite himself. You son of a bitch. You seriously know how to get me fired up. All right, give me a few minutes, I'll suit up and meet you. Harry chuckled on the other end before the call disconnected. Peter's smile faded into a more focused look. He stood up and exited his office with purpose. Later that evening. High above the city skyline, Nightwing stood atop a cathedral, his green-clad figure silhouetted against the sun. His back rested against the base of a stone cross, arms crossed, eyes closed, his brown hair tousled gently by the cool day breeze. A sudden smirk played on his lips as he felt two hands cover his eyes from behind. Guess who? Came a teasing, sing-song voice from the shadows. Harry rolled his eyes. Gee, I dunno. Maybe the guy I just called 5 minutes ago. Ah, come on. Thought I could at least make you guess for a second, Peter grinned, stepping out from behind the cross. He was clad in his dark, hooded Spider-Man suit, the faint blue glow of his chest emblem and oversized lenses. Peter looked around the rooftop and then gave Harry a side eye. Why are we starting on a cathedral? Seems unnecessarily dramatic. Harry shrugged. We're going after a group called the Sons of Satanish. Figured a church was good luck, or irony. Peter gave a small nod of agreement. Fair enough. Harry clapped Peter lightly on the chest. Let's roll. With a burst of movement, Harry ran to the edge of the roof and leapt off. As he flipped midair, he brought his feet together. A sleek, green hoverboard shaped like his personal insignia materialized under him, carrying him gracefully into the night. Peter stood at the edge, watching him disappear into the wind. Who does this guy think he is, ordering me around? He muttered with a half-smile before leaping after him. He fired a webline and hooked onto the back of Harry's hoverboard, swinging through the air like a surfer behind a speeding boat. Whee! Peter shouted, laughing like a kid at an amusement park, narrowly missing a skyscraper by inches. Harry smirked, leaning forward to pick up speed. Peter flailed slightly as the wind roared around him. Without warning, a glowing portal shimmered into existence ahead of them. Harry passed through effortlessly, and Peter zipped in right after. The portal snapped shut behind them. They emerged high above the Bronx skyline, and Harry made a sudden, sharp descent. People below scattered, startled by the sudden streak of light overhead. The pair angled toward a set of subway tracks. As they neared the ground, Harry's hoverboard compacted neatly beneath his feet. Peter's eyes widened. Whoa! His web snapped free, but both he and Harry landed on the rails in a perfect slide. Sparks erupted beneath their boots as they grinded down the tracks at breakneck speed. Eventually, the two heroes came to a clean stop at the darkened entrance of a subway tunnel. As they stood at the entrance of the underground tunnel, Peter blinked and crossed his arms. An abandoned underground tunnel. Wow! How original of them. Harry shook his head. First of all, it's not abandoned. It's actually still active. They're probably using the constant rumble of the trains to mask their movements. Pretty clever, actually. Peter raised an eyebrow. Okay, fine, that makes sense. But still, you'd think they'd have picked something a little less cliché. Like, I don't know, a creepy old mansion on a hill or something. I've always wanted a dramatic showdown in a mansion. You know, chandeliers crashing down while we dodge cultists and monologue dramatically. Harry chuckled as they started walking down the tunnel. Just how disconnected from reality are you? You think the kind of people who worship a demon with Satan literally in his name can afford real estate like that? These guys probably can't even pay rent. Peter scoffed. I'm just saying, if I'm down bad enough to sell my soul to a demon, I better be getting a return on investment, like a mansion, a hot tub, and maybe a butler named Alfred. Harry laughed, shaking his head. Honestly, can't argue with that logic. But hey, silver lining, we've never actually fought in a subway tunnel before. We live in one, sure, but never actually brawled underground. As Harry spoke, he dropped into a crouch, his lenses flashing faintly green as his HUD scanned the ground. Faint shoe prints were barely visible, but with the overlay guiding him, he followed them along the dusty concrete. Peter followed suit, nodding. Now that you mention it. Ghost Spider came close when she fought the lizard in the sewers, but we've never had a good old-fashioned undercity throwdown. The faint prints stopped at a seemingly solid wall. Harry reached out, patting the surface to find a hidden mechanism. Peter, watching him struggle, simply looked directly to his side and raised a hand forwards. A glowing magic circle spun to life, the emblem of the spider etched in its center. The illusion concealing the door flickered and vanished, revealing a heavy iron doorway embedded in the tunnel wall. Harry cleared his throat and muttered, I totally knew that. I was just testing you to make sure you were paying attention. Peter shot him a deadpan look. Yeah. And I'm Santa Claus. With a roll of his eyes, Harry pulled the door open. It groaned with age and revealed a downward stairwell lit only by flickering torchlight. The air was cooler here, damp and heavy. They exchanged a side glance before descending, each step echoing ominously through the narrow stone corridor. Peter's brow furrowed as they got lower. What's with the torches? It's the 21st century. Has to be for aesthetic, Harry whispered back, voice tense but amused. Then Peter stopped, his expression shifting. Wait, you feel that? Harry paused. Feel what? Exactly, Peter said, voice now low and sharp. There's nothing. No sound. No presence. It's too quiet. They reached the bottom of the stairs and stepped into a wide subterranean chamber. It was eerily still, but far from empty. The space was dimly lit by hundreds of candles arranged in tight circles, their flames flickering as if disturbed by unseen movement. At the center stood a large stone altar, gray, weathered, and cold. A deep red pentagram had been carved into its surface with unnatural precision. Thick rivulets of it slowly trickled down the stone, forming misshapen trails. On the far wall, another pentagram had been drawn, this one in what could only be blood. Both Peter and Harry's faces hardened as they stepped closer. Peter touched the surface of the altar, dipping his fingers into the thick red fluid. He rubbed it between his fingertips before muttering darkly, "It's still warm." Harry clenched his jaw, his voice tight with fury. We were too late. He looked toward the wall, where the blood continued to slide downward in thin lines. Someone's already been sacrificed. Chapter 309, Son of Satanish, 2. Third person's POV. Harry clicked his tongue in frustration as he scanned the area. Did we miss them? I didn't see any tracks leading out from here. Peter stepped forward, eyes narrowing as he examined the eerie pentagram etched into the wall. I doubt that's what happened. He murmured. I think this is a transfer point. Transfer. Harry echoed, his brow furrowing. Then, realization struck him, coming to the same conclusion as Peter. Oh. I see. That's a teleportation circle, isn't it? He motioned toward the arcane symbol on the wall, his voice tinged with wariness and annoyance. They set this up as a loose end, Harry continued, piecing it together aloud. Even if someone saw them entering this place or followed them here, all they'd find is this, an empty, blood-stained room. And if anyone stumbles across it later, they'd never be able to track where they went. Exactly, Peter nodded, walking over toward what looked like an unassuming utility closet tucked in the corner. This isn't their main hideout. It's just a prep site, somewhere they could prepare themselves before heading to the actual base. Opening the closet, Peter found what he was expecting to find. Hanging inside were several long robes of blood-red silk, each accompanied by a crimson mask adorned with a yellow pentagram in the center. He took one and showed it to Harry. If these were white, we'd be dealing with a whole different kind of crime, Peter teased, running his hand over the smooth fabric. Harry sighed and rubbed his face. Dude, seriously. Not the time. Still, despite himself, a faint smile began to tug at the corners of his lips. I'm just saying. Peter mumbled under his breath as he turned back to search the room for additional clues. Meanwhile, Harry reached into his utility belt and retrieved a device that resembled a USB stick. He dipped it in the blood laid at the altar. Analyzing DNA blood sample. Came a calm, robotic voice, Arya. A moment later, she continued. Using the list of missing persons as reference and cross-matching with hospital records, I have found a match. A holographic image flickered to life before them, displaying a young woman's face alongside a digital missing persons file. The blood belongs to a 20-year-old woman named Miranda Marquez, Arya informed them. The report was filed by her roommate 2 weeks ago. Harry clicked his tongue again, his expression darkening. He turned to Peter. You're more magically inclined than I am. Do you think you can figure out where this teleportation spell leads? Peter nodded, eyes scanning the pentagram. I can do better than that. Since it was activated recently, the magical energy's still fresh. I might be able to jumpstart it, briefly, at least. Think of it like restarting a heart that's just stopped beating. Without waiting for a reply, Peter took a deep breath and raised his hands. They began to glow, flaring with blue chi as he started to weave intricate patterns in the air. As his fingers danced through the space, a luminous magic circle began to take shape in front of him, matching the size and design of the pentagram on the wall. With focused precision, Peter held out 2 fingers on each hand, crossing them in front of his chest. Then, in a fluid motion, he lifted them and began tracing a stylized M in the air. From the center of that magic circles, the legs of a spider unfurled in glowing lines, mimicking the glyphs on the wall and resonating with the blood magic embedded within the stone. He drew his palm back, eyes narrowing. Get ready. With a sharp thrust forward, Peter slammed his glowing hand into the magic circle. The spell surged with power, energy rippling outwards. The pentagram on the wall ignited in crimson light, the blood glowing as if fueled by power. Reality itself began to warp and shimmer. A red rift tore open in the wall, revealing a narrow passage into darkness. Flickering candlelight spilled through from the other side. Without hesitation, Harry and Peter dashed into the tear. Their bodies blurred with speed, and the moment they cleared the threshold, the portal shimmered and slowly sealed behind them. They came to a stop inside a chamber far beneath the surface, deep underground. The stone walls were lined with torches, casting ominous shadows and an eerie ambience. The air was thick, heavy with the metallic tang of blood and something darker. In front of them stood a large, circular formation, hooded figures encircling a ritual space. Each of them wore the same crimson robes Peter had discovered, their faces concealed behind masks shaped like demonic horns. These were the sons of Satanish, their presence unmistakable, their intentions clear. They chanted in unison, their voices echoing through the chamber like an ominous dirge. A thick aura of magical power surrounded them, raw, unfiltered energy surging and flickering like spectral flames. The cultists stood in a wide circle around a pentagram, meticulously drawn with a gruesome mixture of blood and ash. Red wax candles surrounded the symbol, and each cultist held a burning torch, the flames casting long, jagged shadows across the chamber walls. Suspended in the center of the circle was a girl. Her body hung limply in midair, held aloft by invisible tendrils of magic that bound her wrists, ankles, and neck like iron chains. Her head lolled forward, strands of dark hair covering her pallid face. Her lifeless gray eyes stared downward, unseeing. A deep gash ran across her throat, blood soaked down the front of her torn blouse, staining her skin and dripping steadily into the sigil beneath her. That girl was Miranda Marquez. At the far end of the circle stood the high priest, elevated slightly above the rest on a stone platform. He wore elaborate red robes with golden trim and held a staff crowned with a pulsating red orb that flickered like a beating heart. His demonic mask bore long curling horns and narrow slits for eyes. He paused mid-chant as a ripple of foreign energy entered the room. The moment Peter and Harry crossed through the dimensional breach, they observed the scene before them. They emerged in the darkness, imposing and silent. Spider-Man's lenses glowed a faint ethereal blue, while Nightwing's pure white eyes glared from behind his black mask. Interlopers, the high priest roared, slamming his staff into the ground as a ripple of protective energy expanded outward, forming a magical barrier. How dare you interrupt our offering to the great Satanish? Before the last syllable left his mouth, Spider-Man vanished in a blur of speed. The protective barrier shimmered, too slow to react, as Peter reappeared beside Miranda. With a fluid motion, he pulled her from the air and leapt to the upper corner of the room. His spider leg constructs materialized from his back, clinging to the walls and ceiling like hooks. Cradling her cold, bloodied form in his arms, Peter looked into her lifeless eyes and whispered solemnly as he closed them for her, "I'm sorry. We should have gotten here sooner." Below, the cultists began reacting. The high priest raised his staff again, and the chamber pulsed with renewed magical fury. "Brothers," he bellowed. "Show them what happens when uninvited guests crash our divine ritual." A wave of energy burst from the circle, and the chamber erupted into chaos. Spider-Man shot across the room, blue spider legs flashing behind him. Mystic bolts crackled and zipped through the air, streaks of green and red lashing out like serpents, seeking to strike him down. Some cultists turned toward him while others rushed Nightwing. To their surprise, the cultists were fast, inhumanly so. Their muscles pulsed with supernatural strength, their fists wreathed in mystic fire as they charged. With Satanish's blessing, they became more than human, twisting into something monstrous. Harry moved like a blur, his form vanishing into afterimages as he flipped, ducked, and rolled through the hail of attacks. Explosions rocked the underground with each misspell or block strike, shaking the chamber to its foundation and sending dirt and debris cascading from the ceiling. One cultist flew at Harry with a flaming fist. Timing his move perfectly, Harry slid beneath the attacker, bracing his hands to the side of his head and kicking up with both feet. The blow launched the cultist like a cannonball, smashing through the ceiling and leaving a jagged hole that let in sunlight from the world above. Peter shot through the same opening, more cultists pursuing him. As they emerged from below, it became clear where they were. The ritual chamber had been hidden beneath a massive mausoleum, nestled in a forgotten corner of an overgrown graveyard. Then came the explosion. The mausoleum erupted in a fiery blast, sending smoke and rubble into the sky. Tombstones cracked and split as the shockwave echoed through the cemetery. Peter landed gracefully in front of a towering monument. Electricity danced across his suit as he laid Miranda's body gently in the grass, away from the chaos. "Rest now," he whispered. "I'll make sure none of them walk away from this." From the smoldering wreckage, the sons of Satanish began pouring out like a swarm of insects. Dozens, maybe more. Each clad in crimson robes, masked and ready to kill. Harry joined Peter, his electrified batons crackling in his hands. He leapt into the fray with practiced ease, striking with speed and precision, every blow delivering enough current to drop a normal human instantly. Peter's spider legs retracted as he stepped forward. His fingers curled into fists. "From what my senses are telling me, you can take a beating," he muttered. "Let's see if it's telling the truth." He vanished again, no sound, no warning. Then boom, he reappeared crouched low in front of a cultist, his fist cocked back. With a thunderous crack, he uppercut the robed figure. The magical shield the cultist tried to summon shattered on contact. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was lifted off the ground. As his body was lifted high into the air by the force, Peter grabbed his ankle midair and slammed him into the dirt with spine-shattering force. The ground split and tombstones shattered from the impact. "Where do you think you're going?" Peter growled. "Like the dead, you belong in the ground." The cultist groaned once before his body went still, knocked out cold momentarily. And still more were coming. But now, Spider-Man and Nightwing stood side by side, eyes burning with fury. Chapter 310, Sons of Satanish, 3. Third person's POV. A blazing fist plummeted from the sky like a meteor, crashing down toward Spider-Man with fiery intensity. Reacting in an instant, Peter backflipped away just as the fist collided with the ground. Upon impact, a tidal wave of mystic flames erupted outward in a scorching blaze, engulfing the patch of grass in an inferno as it surged straight toward him. With a burst of agility, Peter launched himself into the air, soaring higher than the rushing fire. Mid-flight, he shot a webline downward, yanking himself toward the ground. He spun gracefully midair, using the momentum to swing his leg outward in a vicious arc that slammed into a group of cultists with bone-rattling force. They were sent tumbling to the dirt in a daze. As his feet touched the ground, Peter's body began to crackle with chi energy. In the blink of an eye, he split into 3 afterimages, each one moving in a different stance, one delivering a crushing dropkick, another twisting into a high roundhouse, and the third driving forward with a powerful punch. The cultists had no time to react. Each image struck a different target simultaneously, launching them in separate directions. One smashed into an ancient headstone, another rolled across the mossy, overgrown grass, and the third landed with a painful grunt against a rusted fence. Meanwhile, not far away, Nightwing was a blur of motion. He sprinted in wide, unpredictable arcs, using parkour and refined acrobatics to dodge the relentless blasts of mystic energy bursting up from the ground like geysers. Each bolt missed him by inches, erupting behind him with enough force to crater the earth. As he moved, kinetic energy visibly built up inside his body, green arcs of discharge flickering across his limbs. Channeling the energy into his weapon, he supercharged his baton with his emerald chi and hurled it toward the ground with calculated precision. "Any of you ever play Plinko?" Harry shouted with a cocky grin. The baton struck the earth and ricocheted at a seemingly impossible angle, slamming into the torso of a crimson-robed cultist. The impact hurled the target backward, and the weapon bounced once again, this time soaring high into the air, right as Nightwing performed a backward somersault through the sky with effortless grace. "That's 100 points. Let's see how high we can go," he yelled, eyes gleaming with thrill. The baton spun like a blur as it returned to his grip. He flung both of them outward in twin arcs, each finding its mark with brutal accuracy. The cultists they hit were sent tumbling like rag dolls, groaning as they landed in tangled heaps. Mystic bolts continued to fire, narrowly missing him as he twisted, ducked, and danced between them. 200. 300. 400 points, he called out, counting each successful strike while leaping toward where his next baton would land. Back on the battlefield, Peter spotted another cultist conjuring a glowing, circular shield of arcane energy. Wasting no time, he fired 2 web lines, pulling himself forward like a missile. With his knees tucked in, he rocketed forward and slammed into the shield, his knee crashing against its surface. The barrier cracked, but did not break. Suddenly, the magic circle pulsed with an ominous glow and expanded outward, engulfing Peter entirely. A burst of explosive force detonated around him, throwing up clouds of smoke and heat. Peter twisted into a curled backflip, landing in a low crouch, his signature spider stance. Wisps of orange smoke coiled from his frame, and his suit was now lined with glowing, bright blue weblins that shimmered like lightning, kinetic energy visibly surging through them. These lines, normally invisible, were now burning with stored force, revealing the power hidden within. Regular vibranium wouldn't have withstood such mystical fury. Fortunately, his suit had been specially enchanted by the Ancient One herself, infused with protective spells and resilience far beyond mere materials. Even so, he wasn't completely unscathed. The spell's heat had scorched through the enchantment, his skin beneath the suit glowed red, recovering slowly as the magic faded and his healing factor kicked in. Peter winced slightly, then smirked. "Okay, gotta admit, those flames were pretty spicy." The cultist, eyes wide with disbelief, screamed, "Impossible. Those are the sacred flames of the mighty Lord Satanish. You should have been reduced to ash." Electric sparks crackled along Peter's arms as he launched 2 quick webs to either side and pulled himself forward like a slingshot. "Maybe your lord isn't so mighty." "Wanna know what is?" he asked, grinning. With all his weight and speed behind it, Peter's foot smashed into the weakened shield, fracturing it like glass. "My foot," he finished. The blow crushed into the cultist's stomach, knocking the wind, and the spit, out of him as he went flying backward. He slammed into the ground and scrambled desperately to stop himself, clawing at the grass. He coughed violently, wheezing in rage. "How dare you? How dare you speak his name in such a manner?" Snarling, he ripped the mask from his face, revealing furious, sweat-slicked, bloody features as he forced himself upright, panting and trembling with fury. "Say, are you all calling yourselves his sons because you've got serious daddy issues?" Peter quipped with a dramatic gasp, sidestepping a bolt of mystic fire. "Wait, don't tell me. This is actually a daddy issue support group, isn't it?" "That can't be." Aria's voice crackled in his earpiece, surprise coloring her tone. Her words drew Peter's attention as the HUD highlighted the cultist, launching facial recognition software in real time. Her sudden outburst startled Peter mid-battle, causing him to pause. That was all the opening the cultist needed. A blazing fist slammed into Peter's gut. He grunted, the mystic flames licking at his stomach with painful intensity. The kinetic energy stored in his suit flared with brilliant light, reacting instinctively to the impact. An explosive force blasted outward from his suit like a shockwave, sending nearby cultists flying through the air before they crashed hard into the ground. Peter rubbed his abdomen. Ow. Okay, seriously, why the shout, Arya? I swear, if I get a mystic-induced tummy ache because of you. I'm sorry for startling you, Arya replied quickly, her voice tight with urgency. But you have to see this. Several files opened across his HUD. One focused on the cultist who had just hit him. He was older, with graying brown hair, a slightly twisted nose, sharp brown eyes, and eyebrows that seemed to bristle with age and fury. The name on the file sent a chill down Peter's spine. Name, Adrian T. Toombs. Date of birth, March 24, 1973. Sex, male. Date of death, February 20, 2008. Peter's heart skipped a beat. Adrian Toombs. No way, he's supposed to be. The Vulture, Arya confirmed grimly. Yes. He is also supposed to be dead. When I first searched for him in this universe, every record pointed to a confirmed suicide. I thought that was the end of his story. I figured this world would simply never have a Vulture. But it looks like I was wrong. Peter ducked under another magical blast, flipping over a cultist and landing beside Harry, who was receiving the same intel through his own HUD. Summarize. Peter ordered as he somersaulted over a flaming arc and kicked a cultist aside. Right. Here's the short version, Arya began, her tone now solemn. Adrian Toombs had a wife and daughter. One day, while he was at work, his wife went to pick up their daughter from school. On the way home, a drunk driver hit them both. They didn't survive. Peter blinked in surprise at the intel. He and Harry kept moving, striking down any cultist who got too close as Arya continued. The drunk driver was the son of a powerful businessman, Arya said as she continued. He was underage, wealthy, and completely shielded from consequences. No charges. No trial. No accountability. Adrian tried everything, he fought tooth and nail to bring the boy to justice. But the system failed him. Peter blasted one cultist with an electrified web, the power surge so intense that parts of the cultist's robe burned away, exposing scorched skin beneath. As Peter blurred into a flurry of afterimages and Harry unleashed a storm of chi-powered explosives, the battlefield began to tilt in their favor. Some cultists started to rise again, their flames burning through the webbing restraining them, but not fast enough. And after all that, after everything, Arya concluded softly, Adrian left behind a suicide note and staged a public suicide. He hoped that, maybe with his death, people would finally listen. That justice might be found in his absence if it wasn't granted in life. The note said he did it because he wanted to be with his wife and daughter again. Peter landed hard beside one of the downed cultists, Adrian. His figure was trembling as he tried to get back up. But Peter was already moving. Adrian hurled bolts of raw magic in desperation, crawling backward on the dirt, eyes wide with fear and fury. Peter's spider leg constructs burst from his back, slicing through or deflecting each attack with mechanical precision. Adrian's back slammed against a weather-worn tombstone, he had nowhere left to go. Peter slowed, walking toward him step by step. When he stood in front of the trembling man, he crouched, tilting his head thoughtfully. Tell me, did you join this cult to bring your wife and daughter back? Adrian froze. His mouth opened slightly, the words caught in his throat. His eyes widened with disbelief. How did you? Then, suddenly, that shock gave way to rage. I did it for more than that. Adrian spat, his voice shaking with fury. It was for justice. The court refused to hear me. The bastard who took them from me, my Isabella and my little girl, he walked away free. No punishment. No remorse. If no one else was going to act, then I would. If the world would deny me justice, then I would take my vengeance. Another file flickered onto Peter's HUD, a missing persons report. The photo matched a teenage boy, the very one who had taken the lives of Adrian's wife and daughter. Gone without a trace. Chapter 311, Son of Satanish, 4. Third person's POV. Look, I understand your rage, Spider-Man began, exhaling heavily as he took in the sight before him. The man standing opposite him was not merely a villain, he was someone betrayed by a justice system that had turned a blind eye, someone who had found solace in the darkness of Satanism when the world had offered him nothing else. You don't understand shit. Adrian snarled, his voice seething with venom. His eyes burned with fury as he pointed a trembling finger at the wall crawler. I don't want your damn heroic lecture. I stopped caring about right and wrong the day I realized no one else gave a damn either. The only thing that matters now is that Lord Satanish walks this earth once again. Everything and everyone can rot in hell for all I care, and when he returns, that's exactly where you'll all be going. Peter rolled his head back in frustration, releasing a groan as his shoulders slumped. You do realize you're dooming yourself too. Ha 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 ha. Adrian cackled, his laughter wild and unhinged, echoing across the graves. That's where you're wrong, webhead. We won't perish when he arrives. We're chosen, recognized as his sons, his loyal disciples. And when we finally summon him into this realm, he will reward his most faithful with glory beyond your wildest comprehension. The deranged gleam in Adrian's eyes intensified. Blood vessels bulged, turning his sclera a grotesque red. He grit his teeth in unfiltered hatred, not just at Peter's words, but at the look the hero was giving him. Spider-Man's eyes were hidden behind his mask, but the expressive lenses did their job well. They conveyed a quiet sorrow, a deep, painful pity that cut through Adrian far worse than any blade could have. Don't you dare pity me. Adrian roared, his voice trembling with fury. His fist ignited in a blaze of mystical fire. With a guttural cry, he lunged forward and swung it directly at Spider-Man's face. Peter didn't dodge. He let the hit land, allowing the flaming punch to crash against his jaw. His head jerked with the impact, flames engulfing his face as a cloud of residual orange smoke burst outward. When the smoke cleared, Spider-Man calmly turned his head back, the faint glow of blue mystical weblins flickering across the contours of his mask. He casually rubbed his chin, wincing slightly before muttering, "There. Now I don't have to feel bad about knocking you out." "Wah," Adrian started to say, confused. But before the word even fully escaped his mouth, Peter's hand blurred in motion. A single, precise blow slammed directly into Adrian's jaw, mirroring the spot Peter had just been struck. The sound was like a firecracker going off. Adrian felt his brain start to rattle inside his skull, the impact scrambling his thoughts. Darkness crept at the edges of his vision as consciousness began to slip away. No. It can't end like this, he thought weakly, despair flooding his mind. Lord Satanish. Blood seeped from his mouth, spilling past his lips in thick, wet streams. His head slumped forward as he lost the battle against the encroaching blackness. His crimson robes became stained with his own lifeblood. Peter let out a sigh, pushing himself up with a palm against his thigh. His eyes scanned the cemetery and landed on Harry, who was still busy with the last conscious cultist. Harry had turned his baton into a staff and now used it to press down on the writhing figure beneath him. The cultist's body convulsed violently as arcs of electricity surged through him, his limbs spasming in unnatural jerks. Harry lifted the staff, then pressed it down again, and again, and again. He repeated the process a few more times until the man finally fell limp, unconscious, and twitching faintly. Spinning the staff expertly, Harry rested it across his shoulders and began walking toward Peter, arms draped lazily over each end. "That's everyone," he muttered, breathless. "I think. That definitely could have gone smoother." "Tell me about it," Peter grumbled, brushing soot and ash from his suit. "I'll round them up so you can deliver them to the Ancient One." With a flick of his wrists, Peter summoned 2 azure magic circles in his palms. From them, eldritch threads burst forth, weaving through the graveyard like glowing serpents. The mystical tendrils sought out the unconscious cultists, wrapping securely around them one by one, binding them with unbreakable magical coils. Lifting his hands, Peter levitated the bundled cultists into the air. Their limp bodies hovered, swaying gently like marionettes on invisible strings. A mischievous grin spread across Peter's face. "Hey, you think I could put on a play with them?" Harry blinked in confusion as he asked, "What?" Peter cleared his throat and made one of the floating cultists bounce dramatically. "Oh Romeo, Romeo, where art thou Romeo?" he declared, mimicking a dramatic stage actor. He manipulated another cultist's body, swinging it low to the ground with exaggerated movements. I am here, Juliet, my love, he cried, making the man's head wobble as if in adoration. Harry burst into laughter, doubling over as he let his staff fall from his shoulders. Bahaha. Stop. Stop. Ha ha ha, come on. The Ancient One is gonna kill us if she found us goofing around like this, ha ha ha, he said, waving his hand towards Peter. Peter smiled as he brought the cultists together, securing them with the tendrils. There, they shouldn't be able to break free from that, he said, dusting his hands. When Adrian Toombs opened his eyes, he expected one of two outcomes: waking up in a hospital bed, restrained and bandaged, or in a cold, sterile jail cell with handcuffs biting into his wrists. Instead, he was greeted by fire, endless fire. It surrounded him like an ocean of living flame, searing through flesh, bone, and soul alike. The heat wasn't just physical, it was spiritual, a suffocating inferno that clawed at his very essence. And before him sat a demon, a being so utterly beyond comprehension that Adrian instinctively collapsed to his knees. The creature was gargantuan, towering over the burning realm like a god of ruin. Its monstrous, green form was twisted and unnatural. For immense horns curled from its head like the crowned branches of a blasphemous tree. Two faces leered at Adrian, one embedded in its massive, skull-like head, and the other disturbingly placed in the demon's stomach, both wearing unreadable expressions of ancient malice. Adrian didn't need an introduction. He already knew. Deep in his soul, bonded through rituals, symbols, and blood, he recognized this realm for what it was. Hell. And this was one of its dominions, ruled by none other than the archfiend himself, Satanish. Adrian collapsed fully, bowing so low his forehead scraped the scorched, cracked ground. His voice trembled with reverence and dread. This lowly servant greets the great Lord Satanish the Supreme. Satanish said nothing. He simply stared. Both faces, one smirking, one blank, watched Adrian with the eerie stillness of a predator examining prey. Adrian, sweating despite the blazing heat, dared to continue. We failed you, my lord. I failed you. We were stopped by Spider-Man and another. If not for their interference, we would have completed the ritual as commanded. I beg your forgiveness, O Supreme One. A growl rumbled from the demon, not from its primary mouth, but from the second one, the one nestled in its gut. The sound reverberated through the very air, through Adrian's bones, and deep into the realm itself. You desire something, mortal. Came the stomach's voice, a graveling, dissonant tone that sounded like an avalanche of corpses. Speak. You dare call yourself my son, so do not waste my time with groveling. Ask what you came to ask. Adrian's fingernails dug into the molten earth. I seek power. Grant me strength, Supreme One, real power, and I will bring those insects to their knees. I will destroy them for daring to defy you. Their power is formidable, which means their souls must be even greater. They would make fine offerings, richer than anything we've provided before. Satanish's eyes narrowed, his vast form shifting slightly. And if I grant you this strength, what do I receive in return? Everything. Adrian cried, his desperation overtaking his fear. Even my soul. I offer it freely, use me as your vessel, and I will not rest until your will is fulfilled. Satanish's lips curled into a monstrous grin, an expression of twisted amusement. Mortals were always so eager to sell what they believed was worthless. But they never truly understood the cost until it was far too late. Still, it was a worthy gamble. If Adrian succeeded, Satanish would gain a foothold in the mortal realm. And if he failed, well, Satanish would have a soul to devour and torment for eternity. Very well, the demon rumbled, raising a colossal, clawed hand. I accept. But mark this, if you fail again, your end shall be anything but merciful. A pillar of green hellfire erupted from the ground and engulfed Adrian, his screams turning into laughter as his flesh melted, then reformed, stronger, darker, corrupted. I will not fail you, he howled, his voice echoing across dimensions. Back on Earth. Look, I even added a little ribbon, Peter said with a satisfied grin, gesturing toward the unconscious cultists. The eldritch threads wrapping them had formed an enormous, sparkly bow. Do you think the Ancient One will appreciate the gift? Harry snorted. I can already imagine her rolling her eyes, But his words grew distant, at least to Peter. The world began to slow, the ambient sound dimming into a low, eerie ring that rattled through his skull. A shimmering, distorted line wavered above his head, like a ripple in space itself. The hair on his arms stood on end as his spidey sense warned him of an incoming danger. Peter's lenses narrowed as every nerve in his body screamed at him. Something wasn't right. "Dude," Harry said cautiously, eyes narrowing. "What's wrong? You're freaking me out." Peter didn't respond. His head snapped like a whip, turning sharply toward Adrian's seemingly unconscious body. Then, Adrian's eyes opened. But they were no longer human. They blazed with raw hellfire, twin infernos that glared with rage. Adrian opened his mouth and let loose a scream. But it wasn't a normal scream. It was a shockwave, a sonic attack layered with demonic energy that exploded outward like a bomb. Peter didn't think, he moved. In a blur of instinct and lightning, he dove forward, slamming into Harry and dragging him to the ground just in time. The sonic blast carved a devastating arc through the earth behind them, ripping through soil and stone like tissue paper. Gravestones shattered. Blood red and green feathers started to erupt violently from Adrian's skin, piercing through like knives as his body convulsed and twisted. His spine cracked audibly, stretching upward as his limbs elongated into razor-edged talons. His scream morphed into a screech, inhuman, primal, demonic. His flesh sizzled and tore, revealing molten veins glowing beneath. Saliva bubbled and dripped from his forming, contorting beak, melting the dirt where it landed, hell lava, viscous and alive with malevolent energy. From his back, two massive wings exploded outward, red and metallic, each feather shaped like a dagger, gleaming with infernal power. The wings stretched wide, spanning nearly the width of an 18-wheeler, the wind they stirred ripping the air apart. The eldritch whips binding him writhed like serpents, as though in pain, before snapping apart one by one with echoing cracks. Magic fizzled in the air, unable to contain whatever force now radiated from Adrian's warped form. Then, boom. A shockwave erupted from the point of transformation, sending every cultist flying in all directions like leaves in a hurricane. Headstones shattered, graves split open. The ground beneath Adrian blackened, smoking, as though hell itself had kissed the earth. The demon vulture took a single step forward, the ground cracking beneath its talons. Flames bled from its wings. Hellfire poured from its nostrils. It looked directly at Peter, and smiled. Chapter 312, The Vulture from Hell, 1. Third person's POV. "Dude. I think I just shit myself," Harry muttered, eyes wide with surprise as he stared at the demonic vulture. The creature had turned its grotesque head toward them, bearing a crooked, unsettling smile that seemed stitched together from nightmares. "Sorry, that might have just been me," Peter replied with an awkward laugh, trying to mask the eerie chill crawling up his spine. But even he couldn't deny it, this thing radiated a supernatural malice that made the air feel colder. Without warning, the vulture tilted its head back and unleashed a shriek, "R-E-E-E-E-E-E." So sharp and unnatural that it sent tremors through the air. The sound vibrated at a frequency that seemed to bypass their ears and drill straight into their skulls, forcing both boys to wince in pain. Then, the vulture's monstrous wings beat the air with a sudden gust, lifting it into the bright sky. "Oh no you don't!" Spider-Man shouted, instantly leaping into action. He shot a pair of web lines at the vulture's legs, trying to anchor it down before it could escape. Harry was about to follow when something flickered in his peripheral vision, movement on the edge of the battlefield. His instincts kicked in, snapping his head around just in time to see the head priest from earlier. The cultist, who had been blown away during the vulture's grotesque transformation, now lay sprawled across the grass. He was crawling toward something, a ceremonial scepter, tipped with a glowing red crystal orb. That crystal orb wasn't just for show, it was a reservoir of pure magical energy, imbued with the collective power of every cult member present. It was intended to be the conduit for a ritual of unthinkable consequences, the summoning of Satanish, one of the most terrifying entities from the deepest circles of hell. Apparently, that ritual could wait as they needed to get rid of the pest that stopped them. The head priest grinned maniacally as he seized the scepter and held it high, his voice booming with crazed fervor. "By the supreme might of Satanish." "Damn it!" Harry cursed, summoning his own energy. A glowing portal opened beside him, and he leapt through it in a desperate attempt to stop the ritual. But he was too late. The scepter slammed into the ground. The red orb pulsed like a dying star and exploded with a surge of magical power. A wave of energy tore through the field, catching Harry midair and tossing him backward into the portal he'd just created. He twisted in midair, performing a handspring as he landed and skidded across the dirt, sparks trailing behind him. A circle of crimson fire ignited on the ground, forming a hellish pentagram. Then, from its core, a geyser of hellflame erupted, rocketing into the sky with a deafening roar. When the flames finally parted, something stood in their place, a tall, gray-skinned demon with black, curling horns and a body carved from nightmares. The smoldering embers of the summoning circle still glowed at its feet, etching an ominous sigil into the ground. The demon's mouth curled into a massive, inhuman grin that seemed too wide for its face, exposing rows of glinting, razor-like teeth. Its crescent-shaped eyes gleamed with infernal malice. "Sorry, Spidey," Harry said grimly, eyes locked on the towering entity before him. "Looks like I've got my own demons to deal with. You're on your own for now." His hand opened, and his staff, which had been lying forgotten on the battlefield, sprang to life. It rose into the air, spun like a baton, and shot toward him. Harry caught it mid-spin, twirling it around his body with practiced grace before settling it under one arm. He pointed the staff at the demon, his stance steady, his expression calm. "They call this the Devil's Tango, right?" Harry smirked, curling his fingers in a beckoning motion. "So come on, little demon. Let's dance." Meanwhile, above the rooftops, Spider-Man soared through the air, gripping his webline with both hands as he swung at high speed, the night wind roaring in his ears. They were out of the cemetery now, and the city lights blurred below him as he clung to the fleeing vulture. "Whoa, big bird," Peter called out, twisting mid-swing. "Sesame Street's not for another mile, what's the rush?" The vulture snarled in response and glanced down, only to realize the webline that had been clinging to him was empty. Instead, a glowing portal had formed beneath him, showing an image of himself from above. His eyes widened in confusion. And when he looked up, that's when Peter struck. He plummeted from above with a thunderous dropkick that smashed into the vulture's face, driving the side of his head into what appeared to be a mirror-like surface suspended in the air. The glassy surface shattered upon impact, fragments flying outward in every direction as the vulture tumbled through it. Peter shot 2 webs to the outer side of the fragmented entrance. He yanked his body inside, just before the shards began swirling backward in reverse motion. The fragments reassembled with eerie precision, resealing the entrance to the mirror dimension behind him. "Let's keep the casualties between you and me, yeah," he said, flicking his fingers into the classic web-slinger pose. Twin webs fired from his wrists, aimed directly at the vulture. But the creature wasn't done yet. It shook its head with a guttural growl, then opened its twisted beak. A torrent of hellfire surged forth, incinerating the webbing mid-flight. The blast roared toward Peter with unrelenting heat. Reacting instantly, Peter activated the Van der Waals force by his suit's soles, launching himself upwards in midair with explosive agility. The vulture flapped his massive, blade-like wings once, and in a thunderous boom, he streaked through the air at the speed of sound. His wings, honed like scythes, carved through the atmosphere with lethal precision, aiming to slice Peter clean in half. But Peter's perception slowed, his spider sense sharpening the world into crawling motion. The wing came for him like a guillotine, but Peter's instincts surged. He thrust both palms downward onto the oncoming wings and pushed off, flipping into a handstand on the vulture's wings and launching himself over the creature in one seamless, acrobatic motion. Midair, Peter twisted his torso and fired a webline toward the vulture's back. It latched on, and he reeled himself in. His right hand glowed with blue energy, chi pulsed through his veins, and electricity danced along his knuckles. With a roar, Spider-Man smashed his chi-charged fist into the vulture's back. A surge of electrical chi exploded on contact, arcing like a storm across the creature's body. The vulture shrieked in agony, his body twitching violently. But he didn't fall. To Peter's shock, the vulture clenched his beak with monstrous fury, spinning in midair. Peter leapt backward, trying to disengage, but he wasn't fast enough. The vulture's wings flared outward, then ignited in hellfire. The air warped with heat as the burning wings slashed forward. Peter tried to twist his torso, sucking in his stomach to avoid the blow. Sparks screeched across his enchanted suit, the screeching sound of resistance echoing across the sky like it was in great pain. But it didn't hold. The hellfire, fire that originated from hell itself, said to be known as the hottest flames, burned through the mystical enchantments, melted the vibranium weave, and nicked Peter hard across his side. White light exploded across Peter's vision. Agony tore through him, not just in his flesh, but in his very soul. It felt as though something ancient and foul had sunk hooks into his spirit and yanked. Arg! Peter howled. The pain was raw, unbearable, worse than anything he'd ever endured. His body trembled as the vulture grinned, pure insanity gleaming in his eyes. The demonic bird extended a gnarled talon, grabbed Peter by the torso, and dove. The world became a blur as they streaked downward like a missile. The talon squeezed, right over the exposed, burned section of Peter's side. NNGHH, ARGHHHHHH, he roared again, the sensation like molten needles jabbing straight into his nerves. Then, impact. Peter's body was hurled into the side of a multi-story building. His enhanced suit absorbed what it could, the kinetic energy glowing across his chest like veins. But even so, he crashed into the rubble with an explosive boom, embedded deep in the fractured structure. The vulture wasn't done. He picked Peter up by his body and slammed him down again. The rubble shattered beneath them, forming a deep crater. As he raised Peter again for another strike, the kinetic charge in the weblands discharged, releasing a shockwave that blasted the vulture backward into the sky. Peter lay in the wreckage, gasping and writhing, hands pressed against his side. His fingers sparked faintly with chi as he tried to focus, forcing his energy into the tear in his suit, using his own power to mend the fibers and seal the wound. The skin knit together. The suit resealed. But the pain didn't stop, in fact the pain didn't even diminish in the slightest. He groaned, dragging himself to his knees. His vision blurred. His breath came in ragged gasps. I'm healed, but why does it still hurt so much? He whispered, tears forming in his eyes. His whole body trembled. Every nerve screamed. Then, danger. His spider sense flared violently. A streak of red flashed through the air. Peter's spider emblem split in half across his chest, cleaved in two. His eyes widened, then narrowed with pain as a fresh scream tore from his lungs. White-hot agony flooded his body again. The vulture had returned. Using hellfire to bend physics, the demonic creature zipped through the air at impossible angles, slashing with wings wreathed in flame. Another cut, across Peter's ribs. Another, his hip. Another, his shoulder. Again. And again. And again. Peter was in too much agony to react. Each red streak brought with it blinding flashes of agony and the metallic scent of blood. His body twisted and recoiled from every strike, staggering backward, crumpling in on itself as the vulture carved him apart piece by piece. Not just flesh, soul. Each blow felt like a sliver of his essence was being peeled away. The crater turned crimson. Pools of Peter's blood soaked into the dirt, staining the debris and shattered rock. His eyes, glazed, empty, flashed once more with raw instinct. AHHHHHH, he roared, tears flying from his cheeks as he lashed out, swinging blindly. His eyes lost their pupils. Only white remained. And when the vulture dove again, laughing, shrieking, ready to finish him, Peter's fist met his face with the force of a meteor. Crack! The vulture's beak shattered. His neck twisted at a grotesque angle as a thunderous shockwave exploded outward from the impact. Buildings shuddered. Rubble was blasted from the crater like cannon fire. The vulture's body spun like a bullet, ricocheting off one building, then another, then a third. Each impact tore chunks from the concrete and glass, creating a domino of destruction across the city block. Peter dropped to his knees, hands pressed to his ribs, sobbing uncontrollably. His breath hitched as he screamed in helpless agony. Arg! It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts, he shouted like a broken record, his voice cracking, tears cascading down his face as the pain was inhumane. Chapter 313, The Vulture from Hell, 2. Third person's POV. Kill him. Kill him, the high priest roared from the ground, hatred seething in his eyes as he pointed a trembling, blood-streaked hand at Harry, commanding the creature he had just summoned. However, the demon he had conjured merely regarded him with disdain. Its elongated, spear-shaped tail sliced through the air with a sinister hiss before lashing out in a blur. In one fluid motion, the tail carved cleanly through the high priest's neck. A sickening thwack echoed through the area as his head dropped to the ground and rolled to a stop, a stunned, almost betrayed expression frozen in his glassy eyes. Blood gushed from the neck like a broken fire hydrant, spraying the stone floor in wild, arterial arcs as his body slumped over, lifeless. Harry stood rooted in place, eyes wide with horror, his face contorting into a grimace. His hands trembled and clenched slightly with rising anger as the sharp scent of blood filled the air. The demon, unfazed by the chaos, idly picked his ear with a pinky finger, his expression twisted into a sneer of both disgust and boredom. "These arrogant mortals," he muttered, his deep voice reverberating through the graveyard. "Why do they always believe that summoning us gives them the right to command us like dogs? You didn't need to kill him," Harry said coldly, frowning as he gripped his staff. With a practiced motion, he split it into twin batons that crackled with electric energy. The demon's lip curled, exposing jagged teeth. "And now another arrogant mortal believes he can lecture me." His voice darkened. "This realm reeks of your kind." Before he could finish the thought, Harry's body blurred, vanishing from his spot like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the demon, baton already mid-swing and crackling with violent voltage. But the demon moved just as fast. One clawed hand shot up, grabbing Harry's wrist. The baton stopped barely a centimeter from the demon's face, electricity licking harmlessly at his skin. Harry didn't hesitate. He swung his other arm, but the same thing happened, caught again, as if the demon had predicted his every move. Then, without warning, Harry leapt into the air, twisting his body as he delivered a brutal double-footed dropkick to the demon's chest. A deep boom rang out as the impact drove the breath from the demon's lungs and forced him to release his grip. Harry landed on the ground with and immediately fired 2 weblins, catching the demon's ankles. He yanked himself forward, sliding between the demon's legs like a streak of shadow. As he passed beneath, he slammed one baton hard into the creature's ankle. The demon's balance broke. With a grunt, Harry twisted, using the momentum to flip the demon into the air. Then, planting his palms against the ground, he launched himself upward with supernatural agility, slamming both feet into the demon's gut. This time, he didn't bounce away. He stuck fast with his adhesive grip, the two of them now rising in a chaotic spiral. Mid-air, Harry flipped with controlled precision, turning himself upright while forcing the demon beneath him. Acting fast, he fired 2 weblins behind him, anchoring them like grappling hooks. With a powerful tug, he pulled himself and the demon down in a spinning arc. They crashed through a massive, ornate glass that shimmered unnaturally, the entrance to the mirror dimension. Glass exploded like a storm of razors. The demon roared as they smashed through the portal and collided with the ground in a hellish crater of fractured stone. The air shimmered again above them. The mirror dimension's entryway closed with a soft ripple, locking them inside. "How cute," came an amused voice below Harry. The tone dripped with mockery and sadistic delight. Harry's senses screamed. He twisted, trying to leap away, but the demon's clawed hand shot up and wrapped around his ankle like a vice. "I must say," the demon continued with unrestrained glee, "I admire the effort. Those were some impressive moves, truly. But now, be polite. It's my turn." Hellfire ignited in his palm, a molten blaze that defied physics and reason. The demon's grip tightened, the fire licking up Harry's leg. He winced, teeth gritted as he saw the heat shimmer unnaturally, warping the air around it. Harry tried to break free, but the demon launched himself upward in a single, explosive jump, and then came crashing down. Harry was slammed into the ground with a thunderous boom that fractured the already ruined floor of the mirror dimension's graveyard. His suit flared green as the impact energy was absorbed, then discharged in a retaliatory kinetic shockwave that blasted the demon's hands away from his ankle. Harry backflipped away, landing in a low crouch. He held his ankle for a second, pain pulsing from the heat, but his advanced healing factor kicked in, dulling it almost immediately. The demon chuckled, flames still dancing in his hands. "Let me teach you something, mortal," he said with a cruel grin. "Hellfire isn't just fire, it's destruction incarnate. It burns through matter, through magic, through your precious physics. It's a fire that answers to no law." Harry's instincts flared again. He crossed his batons in front of himself just in time as the demon lunged forward, fist blazing. The blow struck with incredible force, the batons catching most of the kinetic impact, but not all. The weapons vibrated violently in his hands. The metal at the tips began to scream, warping under the intensity. Then, to Harry's astonishment, the top melted in his hands. Harry dodged quickly, his reflexes sharpened by years of training, but the demon was relentless. It moved with an unnatural, almost otherworldly speed, effortlessly closing the gap between them. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him again, a wide, malicious grin carved across its face. Harry grimaced and threw open a glowing portal behind him, hoping to create some distance. Without hesitation, he leapt backward into it. But just as the portal began to close, the demon surged forward, propelled by his own unholy momentum. His hand reached into the rift, twisting the edges with dark magic and forcing it to remain open just long enough to slip through. Harry barely had time to register the demon's reappearance before he was there again, mere inches from him, claws igniting in blistering hellfire. The infernal flames roared along the demon's fingers, bathing them in a heat so intense the very air shimmered and cracked. The tips of the claws grazed the side of Harry's suit, and instantly the protective enchantments began to unravel. Sparks burst from the seams as the suit heated up at an unnatural rate, metal filaments glowing red-hot. The runes sewn into the fabric pulsed once, twice, then fizzled into nothing, their magic stripped away like parchment before a flame. Even magic wasn't safe from the raw, destructive force of hellfire. Then, with surgical precision, the demon drove his claws into Harry's side. It was like being struck by lightning and set ablaze all at once. Harry's vision flashed a blinding white. The pain hit him like a tidal wave, violent, absolute, and all-consuming. It tore through every nerve ending in his body, overriding his senses with raw agony. His breath caught, then escaped in a strangled scream as blood exploded from the wound. But before it could even touch the floor, the intense heat cauterized it mid-air, leaving behind nothing but scorched flesh and smoke. Argh! Harry roared, his voice raw and ragged as his eyes squeezed shut. His entire body convulsed uncontrollably, muscles seizing as the pain short-circuited his nervous system. The demon laughed maniacally, the sound echoing like a chorus of tortured souls. With his claws still embedded deep, he lifted Harry into the air effortlessly, as though holding up a rag doll. Smoke trailed from Harry's side as the seared edges of the wound hissed with molten heat. Ha 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 ha, the demon howled, his laughter rising with Harry's screams. Harry's hands clutched at the demon's arm, trying to pry it away, desperate, trembling, weak. His grip was shaky, strength rapidly draining from his limbs. Nausea churned in his gut, sweat dripping from his brow. God, it hurts. It hurts so much. I feel like I'm going to vomit. His thoughts raced in terror, fragmented and chaotic. How is pain like this even possible? My head, my thoughts, I can't think straight. Too much pain. The demon's grin widened with sick delight. He twisted his claws slowly, burrowing them deeper into the wound. Harry's cry fractured into a hoarse, desperate scream as his body convulsed again, his head snapping back. His mouth opened in a gag, bile rising from the torment overwhelming his senses. His muscles spasmed as his body tried to reject the agony, but it was inescapable, like fire chewing through his very soul. The demon's laughter continued, louder, more gleeful, echoing across the shattered expanse of the mirror dimension. Daddy! Arya's voice crackled through the comms, shrill and panicked, teetering on the edge of a sob. I'm calling for reinforcements. Don't. Stop, don't you dare. Peter snarled through gritted teeth, slamming a trembling fist into the cracked earth. His voice was hoarse and broken, raw from screaming. The agony wasn't just physical, the pain had seeped deeper, carving into his very soul. His body had healed, yes, but the wound left behind in his spirit still throbbed, gaping, gnawing, unbearable. But Daddy. I can't let anyone else feel this pain. Peter shouted, slamming both fists into the cratered ground with a thunderous crack. This is my burden to carry, mine alone. His shoulders trembled like a leaf in a storm as he forced himself upright. Each movement felt like dragging a mountain uphill. His vision blurred at the edges. His muscles spasmed under the weight of the torment racking his body. Even the simple act of standing stole more strength than he could spare. He planted one foot forward. His hands stayed clenched against the ground, struggling for leverage. His body swayed and listed dangerously, like a tower about to collapse. His hands rose with a twitch, trembling violently. He tried to summon his chi, sparks flickered at his palms, then fizzled away. He inhaled sharply, exhaled through clenched teeth, and focused, despite the agony screaming through his every nerve. This time, the energy obeyed. Space around him shimmered as the mirror dimension bent to his will. The warped reality shifted, stretching and collapsing until he stood face to face with the one who'd brought him to the brink. The vulture, Adrian, was rising slowly from the rubble, broken and battered, but far from finished. His wings twitched like a wounded animal, and he growled low in his throat, eyes burning with savage resolve. Peter's voice was cracked and cold. Adrian. What price did you pay? The power you gain just doesn't come for free. The demonized figure cocked his head, jaw barely able to move through the fractured beak. And yet, he still spoke. What's lost doesn't matter, he hissed. It's what I'll gain, once I take you down. With a snarl, he whipped his wings forward. The metal feathers launched like a storm of blades, slicing through the air toward Peter. Peter didn't hesitate. He bit down on his lip and pushed his body past its limits. His muscles screamed in protest, but he moved, webs shot from his wrists, pulling him sideways. He ducked and rolled, narrowly avoiding the barrage of metallic daggers. He was learning now, learning how to fight through the pain, not despite it. The vulture leapt forward with a burst of corrupted energy, wings spread wide. Then he dove, screaming toward Peter with bladed wings extended, aiming to take his head clean off. Peter let gravity take him. He fell backward, the wings slicing through the space his neck had just occupied. As Adrian passed overhead, Peter twisted and tackled him midair. The two crashed to the ground in a tangle of limbs and blades. Peter didn't waste a second. He began punching at Adrian's face, each strike fueled by fury, confusion, and pain. What price did you pay? Answer me. Adrian snarled and twisted, flipping Peter over with brutal strength. He pummeled him, fists cracking against the exposed patches of Peter's chipped mask. One blow, 2, 3. Ha 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 ha. Adrian howled in laughter. He slammed Peter's head into the ground, scraping him across the pavement before hurling him through the wall of a nearby building. Fine, the vulture shrieked with mad delight. If you have to know. I gave myself wholly and completely to the one true Supreme Lord. Peter's eyes widened, rage igniting behind them. As the vulture loomed above, Peter's arms sprang outward. Twin blades emerged by his wrists, and with a savage yell, he drove them both into Adrian's sides. You idiot! Peter roared. Do you even understand what you've done? Crackling bioelectricity surged through him, coursing violently into Adrian's body. The vulture shrieked in agony, his body seizing and spasming uncontrollably. Bolts of energy exploded outward as they crashed together through the front of a small shop, tumbling into shattered glass and splintered wood. They were tossed away from each other, Peter groaned, barely able to move. He pushed himself up, limping toward the twitching form of his enemy. Blood stained his lips. His legs felt like stone. Arya. He whispered. I can't think clearly. Look through our magical archives, we need to find a way to help him. We have to save him. What? Arya cried out, her voice cracking. Daddy, you can't be serious. After everything he's done to you, after the pain he's putting you through. Saving him should be the last thing we worry about. Peter kept limping forward, one hand pressed to his ribs. The other still sparked faintly with residual energy. We have to try, Arya, he muttered, spitting a mouthful of blood to the side. We just have to. Arya's voice softened, confused and scared. Just why? Peter paused for a second, meeting the vulture's broken form with pity in his eyes. Because I wouldn't be Spider-Man if I didn't. Chapter 314, Vulture from Hell, 3. Third person's POV. The vulture didn't seem to care that Peter was in the middle of a conversation or that he was actively planning a way to save him. None of it mattered. All that registered to the villain was his singular, relentless goal, to complete his mission, no matter the cost. With a deep, guttural breath, the vulture opened his mouth and unleashed a devastating sonic scream. The raw force of the sound tore through the air like a missile, shaking the foundations of the street and uprooting sections of pavement. Windows exploded in the distance. Street signs rattled and tore from their poles. The world around them trembled. Peter's silhouette blurred as he moved, his body shifting instinctively in response. He bolted toward a nearby building, and the vulture followed without hesitation, wings flapping with a fury that sent gusts of wind in every direction. Peter sprinted straight up the side of the structure, defying gravity, just as another sonic blast chased after him. At the last possible second, Peter flipped off the wall in a blur of motion, narrowly avoiding the concussive wave. He soared across the gap, landing on the rooftop of a neighboring building. The vulture let out a screech, beating his wings to lift himself into the air. Flames licked the edges of his feathers as he soared higher, keeping his prey within his sights. Meanwhile, Peter's entire body began to crackle violently with an intense surge of blue chi, energy whipping around him in chaotic arcs. Another sonic scream ripped from the vulture's throat, aimed directly at Peter, but Peter vanished in a blur, the sheer speed of his movement leaving behind a residual shimmer in the air. The vulture, undeterred, flapped his wings again and took off in pursuit. What followed was a high-speed chase through the heart of New York City. The two tore through the streets with supernatural velocity. Peter ran faster with each step, pushing his body past its limits. The ground beneath him burned as his feet connected, leaving behind blackened scorch marks. He released arcs of electric blue energy with every twist and turn, his weblings helping him navigate the city's tight alleyways and sharp corners with pinpoint precision. Overhead, the vulture rained destruction from above. Trails of hellfire streamed behind him as he flew, his sonic cries igniting aerial explosions wherever they struck. Each blast was a combination of heat and sound, fiery concussions that detonated on impact, lighting up the street like a war zone. At first, Peter stumbled, his legs shaky and body aching, the pain slowing him for a heartbeat. But he gritted his teeth, drawing strength from deep within. He refused to give in. He surged forward with renewed determination, faster than ever before. He poured more of his chi into his suit, feeding it with raw power. In seconds, it regenerated, the fabric weaving itself back together in a shimmer of light. Behind him, explosions erupted, but Peter didn't flinch. He was a blur of movement now, unstoppable. The kinetic force from his speed began to ignite the ground beneath him, not just the ground but his suit as well. He fired a web to the side of a local bodega, pulled himself into a sharp turn, and skidded across the ground, sparks spraying in all directions. He continued forward without missing a beat. The vulture mimicked the maneuver, turning with eerie precision. But when he turned, all he found was an open, shimmering portal in the ground. Before he could react, a figure erupted from the portal behind him, Spider-Man, in full motion, bursting forth in a crouch with his arms spread wide. His lenses glowed with discharging energy, and the heat from the flames dancing along his body gave him a ghostly, burning silhouette. Peter collided with the vulture's back, knocking the villain off balance. The two tumbled through the sky in a chaotic spiral. As they spun, Peter clung tightly to his foe. "Whoa, Bessie!" Peter shouted with a wild grin. "If I knew we were going for a rodeo, I would have brought my cowboy hat." He fumbled with his utility belt mid-flight and pulled out two compact discs. With practiced efficiency, he slapped both onto the vulture's back. Then, activating his wingsuit, Peter let the wind catch him and soared gracefully into the air, gliding around in a wide arc to gain distance. The vulture growled, turning sharply. He extended his wings, ready to fire his deadly feather daggers, until the discs activated. A vibrating pulse exploded outward from the devices, enveloping his wings in a shimmering aura. The metal began to ripple, then liquefy, melting in midair. "Wah, what is this?" the vulture shrieked, struggling to maintain altitude as his mechanical wings dissolved into puddles of molten alloy. His flight path became erratic, and then he dropped like a stone, plummeting from the sky. "Damn it! Curse you, Spider-Man!" But the fall didn't end him. With surprising agility, he twisted midair and smashed through the glass sunroof of a nearby greenhouse. He landed in a crouch with a thunderous crack that splintered the ground. Chunks of earth shot upward as his landing sent out a shockwave. Peter dove after him, twisting through the air before landing like a spider, low, balanced, every muscle tense. Slowly, he rose to his full height. "Why won't you just stay down?" Adrian Toombs snarled, his body rising. His fist ignited with flame, heat warping the air around it. Peter's own hand surged with glowing blue energy, lightning crackling across his knuckles as chi pulsed from within. Can't you see I'm trying to save you, you stubborn old man? Both men leaned forward and charged with everything they had. Then die, the vulture bellowed. That's the only way you could ever save me. They collided mid-charge, fists flying in perfect synchronization. Each punch landed squarely on the other's face. The force of the impact whipped their heads to opposite sides, and they each staggered backward from the sheer power of the exchange. Adrian took a step forward and launched another wild punch, but Peter intercepted it cleanly, blocking the strike with one hand before driving his fist straight into Adrian's gut. I don't think you truly understand the consequences of your actions. Peter shouted, his voice laced with desperation and fury. The vulture grunted in pain, staggering slightly, but retaliated with a furious swing. Peter ducked under it with practiced reflexes and answered with 2 lightning-fast jabs to Adrian's ribs. Adrian snarled and raised both arms, bringing down an overhead strike with brute force. I understand perfectly. I don't need a lecture from some goody two-shoes. Peter weaved under the blow and retaliated with an uppercut that snapped Adrian's head back. He followed up with 2 punishing swipes across the older man's face, each blow echoing in the air like gunshots. Clearly you do. Peter roared, fury breaking through his usual composure. This is your soul we're talking about. Once it's destroyed or eaten, that's it, your very existence is gone. Nothing left. No afterlife. No reunion. Just nothing. With a snarl, the vulture surged forward, grabbing both of Peter's arms mid-swing and driving his knee toward Peter's stomach. I stopped existing the moment they were taken from me, he bellowed, voice hoarse with rage. Chi exploded outward from Peter's suit in response. He gritted his teeth, reached up, grabbed Adrian by the fur-lined collar, and smashed their foreheads together. The headbutt landed with brutal force, the sound of breaking cartilage ringing out as Adrian's nose shattered. You still had a hope to see them in the afterlife. Peter screamed, his voice cracking. But you threw that away for a lie. You fool. Adrian staggered back, clutching his nose as blood gushed from it like a broken pipe. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the bridge of his nose and forced it back into place with a sickening crack. The pain didn't even slow him. He glared at Peter through swollen eyes and growled low in his throat, his voice dark and threatening. I do have hope. Hope of seeing them again. And it starts with your death. Peter's eyes widened. In an instant, he launched forward, his body flashing with chi as he soared into the air. He came down hard, delivering a punishing blow across Adrian's face. He's a demon, for Christ's sake. Peter shouted. Do you really think he'd honor whatever deal you made? He didn't give Adrian a moment to recover. Peter's fists became a blur, striking again and again. Adrian's head snapped back and forth like a rag doll, his mouth spilling blood that splattered against the garden's vibrant flowers, staining them red. It's what he does. Peter yelled, his voice trembling with raw emotion. He gives you hope, makes promises, and then watches with glee as he shatters them and leaves you in despair. Another blow. In what world does a demon honor anything? Another. He uses your pain, your love, against you. Peter's fists moved so fast they blurred, fueled by chi and heartbreak. With every punch, Adrian's body convulsed. His face swelled and bruised. His ribs cracked. His form slumped under the brutal rhythm of Peter's assault. Adrian stumbled backward, steps clumsy and unfocused. His face was almost unrecognizable now, one eye swollen shut, lips split, blood leaking from every angle. His body trembled, and then he dropped to one knee, unable to stay standing. What other choices did I have? He croaked, barely intelligible. His voice was muffled by the damage to his face. Tears slid down his cheeks, hot at first, then turning to steam as they met the heat radiating from his own cursed body. I prayed to God. He said through broken breath. I prayed for justice. For mercy. For something. But my prayers were never answered. Far away, in a realm beyond mortal comprehension, Satanish sat upon his obsidian throne. His grotesque form was cloaked in shadow, his monstrous face twisted into a sneer of contempt. Mortals. He spat, disgust dripping from every syllable. What weak, pitiful creatures. You grant them tools. You bestow power. And still, they fail. He leaned on one clawed fist and hissed, How pathetic. Back in the ruined garden, thin glowing cracks began spreading across Adrian's bruised and broken body. Mystic light radiated from within him, shining brighter with each passing second. But someone did hear me, Adrian whispered, his voice now eerily calm. And it wasn't God. Peter's breath caught. His eyes widened as the glowing lines across Adrian's skin spread faster, more intense. No. He breathed, his voice small. No, don't. I don't regret what I did, Adrian said, closing his eyes, accepting what was to come. If I had the chance to do it all again, I would. The only regret I have is that I won't see them again. Not in this life, or the next. His body began to dissolve, turning into glowing particles of mystic energy. They lifted into the air, caught by some unseen force. The only thing left of him was his final whisper, echoing softly through the devastated garden. Thank you, for letting me deliver my vengeance, my lord. I'm sorry I have disappointed you. Peter lunged forward, reaching out. No, he cried. But his hands passed straight through the fading particles. He stumbled, tripping forward and collapsing onto one knee where Adrian had just been. Slowly, Peter reached up and pulled off his mask. His hair clung to his forehead, soaked with sweat and blood. His face was dirted, his expression shattered. He bit his lip, trying to hold himself together, but it quivered despite him. His grip on the mask tightened until his knuckles turned white. Tears slipped down his cheeks, hot, silent, relentless. Not just from the pain that still pulsed through his very soul, but from something far deeper. But from a failure. He smashed his fist, still clutching the mask, into the dirt. The kinetic force exploded outward like a shockwave, cracking the earth and sending what remained of the greenhouse collapsing in a cascade of shattered glass and metal. Damn it. Peter choked out, his voice hoarse. A lump caught in his throat. Chapter 3:15, Vulture from Hell, End. Third person's POV. I'm sorry, Daddy. Arya said somberly, her voice barely above a whisper. But Peter raised a hand and cut her off gently. It's fine, Arya, Peter said, his tone soft but firm. None of this is your fault. You have absolutely nothing to apologize for. He reached for his mask and pulled it back over his face. Though his features were hidden, the weight of sorrow and the burn of pain still lingered deep within his soul like a festering wound. His jaw was tight beneath the mask, a grimace frozen in place. I don't want to be that person who brings bad news in the middle of a crisis, but I have something important to report, she said, her voice sheepish and hesitant, as if unsure whether now was the right time. Peter inhaled slowly, centering himself before speaking. What is it? He asked calmly, his tone even as he adjusted the mask into place once more. It's Craven, Arya began. He's just received a shipment of weapons. Heavy ones. And his men, they're moving. Fast. It looks like they're preparing for something big. Peter's brow furrowed beneath the mask. Weapons. What kind of weapons? He asked, his voice tense with concern. The military kind. Full-scale heavy artillery, rocket launchers, automatic rifles, explosives. But here's the strange part, they weren't stolen. Every single piece of gear was acquired legally and is registered under Craven's name. It's all legit. Peter let out a long, exhausted sigh, his breath ragged. This wasn't just physical pain, it was the anguish of failure weighing him down. He had just failed the people he was meant to protect. And now, before the grief could settle, a new crisis loomed ahead. Wonderful, he muttered sarcastically. Just what we needed. After this is over, I'll rally the others. We'll deal with Craven, and we'll drive him back underground where he belongs. For now, let's move to Nightwing. With that, Peter summoned a swirling portal of golden light and jumped through without hesitation. Meanwhile, Harry flailed violently, his legs kicking at the air as he was suspended above the ground. Pain surged through every nerve in his body, but he wasn't flailing in vain. He was building kinetic energy, converting every desperate movement into raw power. The energy pulsed through him, climbing from his feet, surging through his core, and finally saturating every fiber of his being. The demon standing before him merely laughed, his voice like nails against the walls of hell. Flames crackled from his skin as he intensified the blaze. A futile attempt, the demon roared. I'll savor every scream, every cry. I'll burn your very soul from existence, mortal. Ah! Harry's scream tore from his throat, his eyes rolling back until only the whites showed. The pain was indescribable, a torment beyond reason. But even as agony consumed him, his instincts took control. His body, desperate to survive, moved on its own. Emerald chi flared violently from his hands like a storm unchained. Twin orbs of pure energy, each the size of a tennis ball, crackled to life in his palms. With a primal shout, Harry released the spheres. They shot forward like bullets, slamming into the demon's chest. The resulting explosion lit up the graveyard in a blinding green flash, blasting debris in all directions. From within the cloud of emerald smoke, two figures emerged, Nightwing from one side, the demon from the other. The demon's skin was scorched, peeling away to reveal raw, glistening muscle beneath. But it healed quickly, steam rising as his body knit itself back together. Harry dropped to the ground, landing in a crouch. He clutched his sides in agony. His entire ribcage was exposed, the skin and muscle around it blackened and charred. The smell of burnt flesh hung in the air. He gagged and blood mixed with bile spilled from his mouth, splattering the ground. Sweat soaked his face, and his chest heaved with shallow, painful breaths. Still, he didn't stop. Gritting his teeth, he wiped his mouth with the back of his trembling hand and focused inward. His chi surged once more, glowing weakly as he forced it to accelerate his healing. The price was steep, most of the kinetic energy he had built was drained in an instant. But the pain remained. His vision blurred. A throbbing headache flared in his skull as his body tried to process the sheer magnitude of injury and effort. The demon chuckled again, his voice low and condescending as he took a step forward. "Congratulations," he said mockingly. "I might have actually felt something, for a moment." Harry's eyes brimmed with tears. Not of fear, but frustration, pain, and fury. He forced himself up, staggering. Then, without warning, he began to bounce lightly on the balls of his feet, flicking his hands as if trying to shake the pain loose. "You haven't felt anything yet," he growled through clenched teeth. "I won't rest until you feel at least a fraction of the torment you've put me through." His body shimmered with renewed energy. Kinetic power surged through his veins, and his green eyes glowed with fierce light beneath his mask. The demon sneered, unimpressed. With a sudden burst of speed, he turned into a blur and launched himself at Harry. But Harry didn't flinch. Instead, he stood tall and extended his hand. Emerald spheres of crackling chi formed around him in a protective storm. As he pointed, they launched forward in complex spirals, darting like intelligent missiles. The demon cackled, his claws and tail igniting in roaring hellfire. He danced through the air, slashing the orbs apart with explosive force, each detonation lighting up the area around them. The demon's tail whipped toward Harry's face, but before it could strike, Harry caught it midair with one hand. Growling, Harry twisted his body with brutal force and flung the demon like a rag doll, sending him crashing through the graveyard fence with a thunderous boom. Splinters flew. Gravestones shattered. But Harry stood tall, shaking, bleeding, burning, but alive and still fighting. Harry chased after the demon without hesitation, his boots slamming into the ground as he raced forward with raw fury in his veins. The demon twisted in midair, flipping backward before landing in a low crouch. Dirt skidded beneath his clawed feet as he slid to a stop, then charged at Harry with murderous intent. An overhead slash came screaming down, but Harry weaved aside just in time. The two clashed in a brutal flurry of close-quarters combat, feral, unrelenting, and fast. Harry blocked the first strike with his forearm, countered the next with a palm to the demon's jaw, parried the following blow with his elbow, then swatted away a tail swipe that would have gutted him. His movements were fluid, reactive, calculated. Every parry, every impact built kinetic energy within his body, emerald arcs crackling over his skin like controlled lightning. With each movement, he grew faster, more dangerous. But the demon wasn't slowing down either. If anything, he was enjoying this. His monstrous smile widened, fangs gleaming with sadistic glee as he matched Harry strike for strike. Harry ducked under another flurry of swipes. His fists trembled with stored power. Chi surged around him like a storm about to burst. With a roar, he swung upward, his right fist glowing with violent, wild energy. He struck the demon square across the chest. A deafening boom rang out. A blinding flash exploded from the point of impact as the demon's body folded like paper. The sheer force of the punch lifted him off the ground and sent him rocketing backward. Nearby car windows shattered in a chorus of crashing glass as shock waves rippled outward. The demon hit the ground hard, digging his clawed feet into the asphalt, gouging deep trenches to slow his momentum. When he finally came to a halt, he spat a glob of blood onto the cracked pavement and growled, his voice dripping with venom. "Why, you little shit." He extended his arms and summoned glowing orbs of hellfire. They hovered around him, radiating heat so intense that the very fabric of the mirror dimension began to splinter. The sky cracked. The air rippled. Harry responded in kind. Orbs of emerald chi surged into being around him, humming with barely contained power. And then, without warning, both unleashed their volleys. The orbs collided midair. Each impact erupted in a thunderous explosion that shook the very streets. Smoke, fire, and dust filled the battlefield. But Harry didn't wait. He burst through the smoke like a human missile, spinning through the air with a double kick that caught the demon across the face and launched him like a rag doll. The demon smashed into the side of a building, cracking its outer wall. The environment shifted violently as Harry manipulated the mirror dimension. The ground twisted and rotated, the wall the demon crashed into became the new floor, while the road above flipped and stretched into the sky. The demon groaned, embedded into the brick like a broken nail. The structure around him began to shift, bricks morphing and reshaping to trap him in place like a living coffin. From above, Harry came streaking down like a green meteor, legs tucked in tight. And then, impact. He drove his knee straight into the demon's gut. A sickening crunch followed as the demon's body bent grotesquely. Blood exploded from his mouth as the two smashed through the brick wall and tumbled into the office building beyond, crashing through floors, desks, and concrete pillars. The demon howled and slashed at Harry mid-fall, his fire claws carving a diagonal line across Harry's chest. Sparks flew as fabric tore and blood sprayed. Harry growled through the pain and responded with a barrage of wild punches, each one smashing into the demon's face with furious strength. They burst through the other side of the building, flying into the open night sky before crashing into yet another wall that acted as the ground. They rolled violently, crashing and tumbling like brawling titans, until finally breaking apart, both landing hard. They lay there for a moment, breathing heavily, bruised, bloodied, each barely able to move. Slowly, both began to rise again. But before the fight could resume, a whooshing sound cut through the air. The demon looked up. Spider-Man dropped from above like lightning, landing perfectly on the demon's shoulders, his weight collapsing the creature slightly under him. "Just dropping in. Don't mind me," Peter quipped. Before the demon could react, Peter pressed both fists to the sides of his head. A sharp SHTNK sounded as twin metal claws sprang from Peter's wrists, stabbing out on either side of the demon's face. "Tonight's special," Peter said with a savage grin, "fried demon shish kebab." Electricity exploded from Peter's body, blue arcs crackling and dancing along his limbs and into the metal claws. The current surged like a thunderstorm made flesh. The demon screamed in agony. "Aya!" Electric bolts wrapped around them both, flashing so brightly that the entire rooftop glowed with blinding light. The demon convulsed violently, his skeletal frame visible beneath his flesh as the energy coursed through him. The very air around them pulsed with power. The demon's roars became gurgles. His body began to deteriorate, layer by layer, disintegrating into charred ash. His skin, muscle, and bone all burned away until nothing remained but smoking embers. Peter floated gently back to the ground, his boots touching down silently amid the dying sparks. The mirror dimension stabilized around them. Silence settled like a blanket. Harry stood frozen in place, chest heaving, eyes wide in disbelief. "What the hell?" he muttered under his breath, blinking rapidly as if unsure whether he'd hallucinated what just happened. Peter turned to face him, brushing ash off his shoulder. "Guess you could say he couldn't take the heat." Chapter 316, Forced to Rest. Third person's POV. Harry just stared at Peter with a deadpan expression, his lips pressed into a thin line as he stood completely still. Peter blinked and tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. "What?" Harry sighed dramatically, wincing as he shifted his weight. "I'm in way too much pain to fully articulate how lame that last line was. Also, you stole my kill. Peter scoffed, rolling his eyes as he took a shaky step forward. His legs trembled with each movement, the toll of the battle becoming more evident. I didn't steal anything. If anything, you were just too slow to take it yourself. Harry gave a low chuckle, which quickly turned into a groan. I see you've also been impacted by the hellfire, he muttered, his voice strained. He took a deep, shaky breath and winced again. This is the last mission I ever go on with you, Peter whined, hobbling closer until he was within arm's reach. Yeah, well, at least now we understand why the Ancient One left this task to us instead of assigning literally anyone else, Harry said wearily, leaning against Peter as they braced each other for support. Peter gave him a long, accusatory glance. Is this why you didn't invite Firestar? Because you somehow knew this was going to turn into a literal nightmare. No, Harry grumbled, his voice still tight from the pain. I just wanted to hang out with my bro. Who knew it'd turn into a flaming descent into actual hell? A warning from the Ancient One would have been nice, Peter muttered. Something like, hey, you're about to experience eternal torment firsthand. Don't forget sunscreen. Maybe she didn't tell us on purpose, Harry said uncertainly, his features twisted into a grimace. The pain etched lines into his face, and a pulsing vein throbbed visibly at his temple. Peter glanced at him, guilt clouding his eyes. Yeah. Not to mention it's my fault I got injured in the first place. I got overconfident. Harry gave a pained smile, or at least attempted one. You. Overconfident. Shocking. Come on, it was the vulture, Peter said with a forced laugh. How could I not underestimate the guy? But then his voice dropped, and a heavy silence followed. Harry caught the shift. What is it? Peter sighed heavily. No matter what kind of person the vulture was, he didn't deserve to die like that. It was brutal. Unnecessary. Harry didn't have a clever remark for once. He just patted Peter's back gently. Come on. We still need to make sure the rest of those cultists don't slip away. We kinda left them completely unsupervised. Peter groaned. I'm in way too much pain to deal with more cultists right now. Oh, don't worry about that, came Arya's voice, crystal clear and confident through the comms. I dispatched a few spider-bots to keep them detained. They're all secured. And if any of them twitched even a little, I zapped them until twitching was no longer an option. Peter nearly collapsed in relief. He reached out toward the air as if trying to hug her voice. Arya, I love you. In response, a swirling portal opened before them. Through it, they could see the desecrated remains of the graveyard, and in the center, cultists, tied up in neat rows and surrounded by glowing, alert spider-bots. As they stepped through the portal, Arya's giggle followed them. Peter scanned the scene before frowning. What do we do with the girl's body? He asked quietly, pointing toward the lifeless form crumpled near a shattered tombstone. I'll take care of it, Arya said. I've already contacted the appropriate authorities. I'll make sure the right people recover her body respectfully and without delay. Peter hesitated. Still feels wrong to just leave her there like that. You've done your part, Arya reassured gently. Now leave the cleanup to me. That's what I'm here for, remember. Not to mention everyone is waiting for you with the Ancient One. Wait, what do you mean everyone is with the Ancient One? Harry suddenly asked, a look of disbelief crossing his face. I contacted them right after you finished the fight, Arya replied matter-of-factly. Told them what happened. They're already at the sanctum waiting. Damn it, both Peter and Harry muttered in perfect sync. Fine. We'll leave it to you, Peter relented, shooting a web toward one of the still-bound cultists. Harry opened another portal, the golden energy humming as it widened, revealing the Ancient One's sanctum beyond. Peter dragged the cultist through, leaving the graveyard behind them. Immediately stopped in his tracks. Everyone was waiting for him. They stood in a wide semicircle, arms crossed, staring at him with expressions that ranged from stern disapproval to quiet concern. Even Arya, now in her small humanoid form, was mimicking their glares with surprising accuracy, her tiny arms folded, eyes narrowed. Hello Peter began, giving a small, sheepish wave. But he was cut off by a sudden, awful sound. MJ let out a choking noise and collapsed to her knees. Her eyes widened in panic as she clutched her chest, her mouth opening in a silent scream. Her body trembled violently, she started to convulse, tears welled up at the corners of her eyes before rolling down her cheeks. Then her eyes rolled back, and she slumped forward. The Ancient One let out a long, tired sigh and flicked her wrist. A metal bin shimmered into existence beside MJ. The girl, still shaking, grabbed it and vomited into it without warning. "What the fuck?" Felicia blurted out, unable to mask her shock. The Ancient One remained calm, adjusting Harry's still-open portal with a gentle movement of her fingers. The glowing ring shifted, passing through the bound cultists and whisking them away. "I've sent them to Wong for holding," she said. "That's not what we care about right now." Gwen shouted, panic in her voice as she dropped to MJ's side. "What's happening to her?" "She looks like she's being possessed," Lizzie added, eyes wide with concern. Still expressionless, the Ancient One conjured a small golden sigil at the tip of her finger and shot it toward MJ's forehead. It shimmered like burning wax, then embedded itself into her skin before slowly fading. MJ jerked, then began gasping, desperately pulling in air between dry heaves. She held onto the bin like a lifeline, spitting into it as her body trembled. What she was experiencing, the Ancient One said calmly, was a fraction of Mr. Parker's pain. He tried to shield it using mental techniques, but some of it still leaked into her through their emotional connection. For her, it was overwhelming. MJ's head slowly lifted. Her eyes were half-lidded, wet with tears. She looked at Peter, her voice barely above a whisper. "Tiger. How are you still standing?" Peter didn't respond right away. He took a breath, then slowly deactivated his suit. The armor retracted to reveal his worn, battered body. Faint scars lined his torso, and his skin had a slightly ashen, burned tone. Dark circles sat beneath his eyes, which were hollow and dull. There was pain in his gaze, pain that no words could express. "Honestly, Red. I'm barely holding it together," he said quietly. Gwen and Lizzie both didn't hesitate to walk over towards them with urgency. They rubbed their faces, overwhelmed by the sight. Even the comforting gesture of caressing their faces felt like salt in a wound. "Why didn't you call for backup?" Gwen snapped, turning back toward him, her voice breaking. "We would have been there. We would have helped." Peter shook his head. "It wasn't supposed to be that kind of mission. This whole thing. It happened because I got arrogant. I underestimated the threat. This is the result of my own mistakes." Felicia looked toward the Ancient One. "Is there anything you can do for them?" The Ancient One's expression softened slightly. "I'm afraid not. This damage isn't physical, it's spiritual. Their very essence has been burned. To truly restore them, we would need something like the Soul Stone." "Fantastic," Felicia muttered bitterly. "We've got the Mind Stone and the Time Stone, but not the one we actually need." Lizzie turned toward the Ancient One, brows furrowed. "Can't you use the Time Stone to rewind them? Or maybe fast-forward their recovery?" "No," the Ancient One said, shaking her head. "Their souls are in an extremely fragile state. Any interference, even a minor one, could shatter them completely. I will not take that risk." Seeing the disappointment in their faces, she raised a hand in reassurance. "But you have nothing to fear. It will heal, just slowly. Hellfire is one of the most dangerous mystic flames, but it's also deeply judgmental. It burns the wicked more than the pure. The fact that they survived with their souls intact is proof of their inner strength. In truth, they were lucky." Peter raised a hand weakly. "So, Doc, give it to me straight. How long do I have left?" The Ancient One rolled her eyes. "You're not dying, Mr. Parker. Stop being so dramatic. You just need to rest. A week should suffice." "We have to suffer like this for a week?" Harry exclaimed in disbelief. "OHman, just kill me now and we have to deal with Craven." "Absolutely not." Gwen said with a serious expression, "You will be resting." "Baby, as much as I love you," Peter began. But he didn't get to finish. Gwen put a finger over his lip. "If you truly loved me as much as you say you do, you'd rest. I know you have your pride, Peter, thinking you need to take care of everything yourself, but you keep on forgetting you have us with you for a reason. We didn't choose this path just to sit on the sidelines and solve minor crimes here and there. We're not your cheerleaders." "Preach, sister." Felicia exclaimed as a background character. Peter didn't really know how to retort and just said, but this is Craven we're talking about. There's also the Fantastic Four, who we can ask for assistance. When one of us is injured and needs rest, you can rest assured that everyone else is taking care of everything that needs to be done. So when I say you're going to rest, that means you're going to rest. Do I make myself clear? Peter sighed as his head dropped. God, you're so unbelievably attractive when you order me around. The Ancient One merely facepalm. Fine. I'll rest, so I'm leaving Craven to you guys, but be warned. It seems he's preparing for war. Peter said with a serious expression. Gwen nodded, just leave it to us. A few minutes later. After everything was over and Peter was ordered to rest, he just couldn't sit still. He was in too much pain and had too much in his mind to quiet his thoughts. So he decided to take a little walk and clear his head. Peter chose to rest by himself with no one around. He just walked casually through a park, his mind still replaying the scene of the vulture, constantly wondering what difference he could have made. Peter sat down on a bench. As kids in front of him ran around playing with each, he stared at the pond and watched as the water rippled in the wind. He was leaning forwards, his arms over his knees, his mind deep in thought. I should have used astral projection and then maybe I could have saved his soul. Or maybe I could have done a better and thorough search of all of my rogues. If I knew the vulture was faking his death, I could have stopped him from delving into the occult and his soul wouldn't have gotten. There can't be a repeat. I have to be more methodical about this. Peter had his fist clenched, his eyes narrowed. You know, Peter, I thought those girls of yours told you to rest, not to keep planning your next steps. That is not resting, my boy. Peter paused as he saw an ice cream cone before his eyes. Peter blinked repeatedly as he slowly turned his head. He hadn't felt anyone walk right by him. He knew he was in great pain, but that didn't mean he was unguarded. His spider senses didn't pick up anyone, and they still don't. Not to mention, it sounded like the voice knew what Peter was thinking. Peter's eyes nearly popped straight out of his face, his breathing hitched, as his mouth slowly hung open. And beside him was none other than Stan fucking Lee. Chapter 317, TOAA. Third Person's POV. What, why, how, Peter whimpered, his voice cracking toward the end. His mouth opened and closed repeatedly, making him look like a fish out of water struggling to understand what was happening. In front of him, Stan Lee stood with a nonchalant expression, holding out an ice cream cone in one hand. He gave Peter a small motion with his wrist. Well, are you just going to stand there and stare at me, he said, or are you going to take the ice cream before it melts all over my hand? Oh. Sorry. Peter blurted out, snapping out of his daze. He hurriedly reached out and took the cone from him, glancing down at the creamy treat with confusion still etched all over his face. Stan didn't say anything further. He simply sat down next to Peter with a content sigh, licking his own cone as if this were the most normal thing in the world. The two of them sat there, side by side on the park bench in silence, while the warm breeze stirred around them. Peter hesitated, then gave his ice cream a small, cautious lick. His mind, however, was anything but calm. It was a swirling storm of questions, his thoughts racing faster than he could process them. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Peter finally found his voice. Am I in trouble? He asked, his tone uncertain and wary, as though afraid of what the answer might be. Stan turned to him with a grin that was equal parts mischievous and amused. Why would you think you're in trouble? He asked, chuckling lightly. Have you done something that would get you in trouble with me? Peter glanced around the area. He subtly closed off every connection to Arya, to anything that might be watching or listening. He wanted to be sure, absolutely certain, it was just the two of them. Then, quieter now, he said, I mean, I don't really belong here, do I? Stan Lee burst into laughter, savoring his ice cream between chuckles. Tell me something, Peter. Do you view this world, this life, as your home? Of course I do, Peter answered instantly, without the slightest hesitation. Then what makes you think you don't belong here? Stan asked, looking at him with kind eyes and a knowing smile. Is it because of the life you had before this one? Do you think that somehow makes you alien to this world? Let me tell you something, kid, reincarnation into a world not your own isn't exactly some unheard of phenomenon these days. He leaned back on the bench with an air of ease. In fact, I'd say it's becoming increasingly common. Did you know there's even a universe out there where someone reincarnated as Tony Stark in an anime world? Peter let out a short, surprised laugh at that mental image. That sounds interesting. I guess hearing it from you makes me feel better, or should I be concerned instead, he added, his face scrunching in uncertainty. Take it however you want, Stan replied, shrugging casually. Another lull in the conversation passed, quiet but comfortable. Then Peter shifted slightly and gave Stan a more serious, almost nervous look. Can I ask, are you like Stan Lee? Or more like the one above all, Stan Lee? Stan's expression didn't change, but his eyes flickered, just for a second, with a golden, divine glow that shimmered like sunlight on water. Peter froze. Oh my God, oh my actual God. He whispered, eyes wide. Wow. His hands trembled slightly as he focused hard on the melting ice cream in his grip, as though that might calm the whirlwind of panic rising in his chest. It wasn't working. He tried to collect himself, taking in a deep breath. Wait, is this about that one time I lied in church? I told Aunt May I didn't have any money on me when the collection basket came around. Is that what this is about? Toaa laughed, smearing a bit of ice cream around his lip as he did. Peter reached into his pockets with a panicked flurry. I don't usually carry cash, okay. But I've got this 20, he pulled out the bill like a peace offering. I swear I'll donate more next time. I'll start tithing, I promise. Still grinning, Toaa wiped his mouth with a napkin and asked, are you finished? That's what she said, Peter muttered before his brain could stop his mouth. He immediately cringed, eyes closing in shame. Oh no, I am so sorry. That was automatic. I'm having a hard time processing the fact that I'm sitting next to, well, God. Yeah, Toaa said with a soft chuckle, I tend to have that effect on people. He took a slow, thoughtful bite of his cone. Peter forced himself to breathe, placing his forehead in his palm. Okay. I think I'm good now. Mostly. Kind of. Not really. He glanced over at Toaa and asked with a note of sincerity, can I ask one more thing? Go ahead. Why did you drop by? I mean, I doubt I'm that interesting. It's not like I'm some pivotal multiversal anomaly or a cosmic threat or anything, right? I don't think you would need my help for some cosmic multiversal threat, right? After all, I'm just me. Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Toaa stared straight ahead, ice cream in hand, before replying casually, well, first off, you're very weak. So no, I don't need your help with multiversal threats. Thanks, Peter muttered with a dry glare. Way to boost a guy's self-esteem. Believe it or not, Toaa said, brushing away the last bit of ice cream from his lips with the back of his hand, being that strong isn't all it's cracked up to be. As you've come to understand, with greater power comes even greater responsibilities. And with those responsibilities, the little things, the people, the moments, the details that make life meaningful, tend to slip through your fingers if you're not careful. Peter's eyes dropped to his hands as he quietly nodded. There was a quiet weight behind those words, something that resonated deeply with him. Well, Toaa continued, a slight smile tugging at his lips, to actually answer your question, you fascinate me. Peter blinked. Wait, me? Really? Indeed, Toaa said, gesturing loosely with his empty cone. Out of all the reincarnators I've seen pop up throughout the multiverse, you're one of the more interesting cases. Peter tilted his head. How so? You possess meta-knowledge. You were granted the kind of insight most people would kill for. With your knowledge, by now, you could have risen to impossible heights. You could be exploring alien worlds, fighting cosmic entities, collecting all 6 infinity stones and rewriting reality in your image. But instead, the most you've done is grow from a street-level vigilante to someone operating at a large city, maybe low-country, level. Modest by multiversal standards. Peter scratched his cheek sheepishly, a sheepish smile forming. I guess you could say it ties back to what you said earlier. I like looking after the little guys. With more power comes more responsibility, yeah, but also more distance. The more powerful you get, the less in touch you become with the lives of the ordinary people. I'm not power hungry. I'm not out here chasing every opportunity to grow stronger just for the sake of it. As long as I have the strength to protect the people of this planet, my home, that's more than enough for me. I don't need to become a god or some cosmic-level entity. I just want to keep being a hero. That's enough. I'd be content with that. The TOAA studied him quietly, his smile soft and contemplative as he set aside his now-finished cone. You know, he said at last, a lot of people would call that naive. Maybe even foolish. The universe isn't kind, Peter. It's vast, dangerous, and indifferent. And not being strong enough, well, that often means the people closest to you pay the price. Peter's smile faded at that, a shadow passing over his expression. Then they'd be mistaking contentment for complacency, he said firmly. Just because I'm satisfied with where I am doesn't mean I'm not prepared. I'm always preparing. Always watching. Always waiting. I am paranoid, yeah. I'll admit that. If the chance to grow stronger comes my way, I'll take it. I'm not stupid. But I won't actively chase after it like some desperate power addict. My priority is the people. Always has been. TOAA looked at him for a moment longer, the gleam in his golden eyes dimming just slightly. Then he asked, almost too casually. Does being prepared, and being paranoid, mean you'd go so far as to control the thoughts and actions of others? Peter's brows furrowed. What? Consider this advice from a nosy old man, TOAA said, turning to face him fully now. That paranoia you carry, while useful in moderation, will be your undoing if left unchecked. Think of it like a disease. And like any disease, it manifests differently depending on the host. He held up his fingers as he listed. For one person, it may take the shape of distrust, believing no one can be relied upon. For another, it becomes the fear that the entire world is out to get them. But for you, Peter, it takes the form of control. A compulsive need to orchestrate everything around you. To plan for every possibility. To shoulder the entire burden alone because you don't believe anyone else can carry it the way you can. Peter stared at him, lips parting slightly. He blinked but didn't speak. TOAA's voice softened. That sort of control, over people, over fate, it's a fragile illusion. And chasing it will hurt more than it helps. The more you try to control everything, the faster it all slips away. Like sand through clenched fingers. And in the end, you'll look down, and realize your hand is empty. Chapter 318, TOAA, 2. Third person's POV. I'm not controlling though. Am I? Peter asked, his voice tinged with hesitation and a flicker of self-doubt. His eyes, usually filled with confidence and certainty, momentarily faltered as they drifted down to the ground. There was a vulnerability there, subtle but genuine, bleeding into the edges of his tone. Shall I give you an example? TOAA responded, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. There was almost an amused lilt in his voice, not mocking, but gently nudging, like a teacher guiding a particularly promising student. Peter gave a slow nod, his gaze still fixed ahead, brows furrowing as he listened carefully. Though his eyes narrowed in thought, his ears remained open, catching every syllable. Let's take what happened with this universe's Stark, for instance, TOAA began, leaning back against the old wooden bench. You took control of his shares. He's practically unable to make any significant decisions without your express approval. Peter's head snapped toward TOAA, his expression defensive. Now hold on a second, that's not fair. Of course it sounds bad when you phrase it like that. Anything could sound bad if you just twist the wording around. TOAA raised an eyebrow, calm and collected. Was I wrong in what I said? Peter hesitated, his mouth opening and closing momentarily. I gave him leeway, he muttered, his tone stiff. It's not like I wanted to micromanage his life. Look, I did it for a good reason. I was trying to prevent Ultron. You of all people know what that would mean if he came into existence in this world. The chaos. The destruction. The lives lost. I couldn't risk letting that happen. I had to make sure this world never saw that horror. So the ends justify the means. TOAA asked, that subtle smile never leaving his face. Peter groaned, dragging a hand across his face. I knew you were going to say that as soon as I opened my mouth. But seriously, how do you expect me to just sit back and let terrible things happen when I know I can stop them? I have knowledge most people could never dream of, and I can use it to help. Toaa nodded slowly, folding his hands in his lap. Peter. Do you know what I love most about humanity? Peter tilted his head, trying to guess. The indomitable human spirit. Toaa chuckled softly. Yes, that too. But what truly fascinates me, what I treasure most, is their capacity to learn from their mistakes. Their ability to grow. It's such a simple, yet profound part of what it means to be human. Mistakes are not just missteps, they're lessons. Opportunities for reflection and change. But if someone is always there to catch them before they fall, how will they ever learn to get back up? Peter's jaw clenched. He understood what Toaa was trying to say. It didn't mean he liked it. So what? I'm supposed to just sit on my hands while Tony or someone else makes a mistake that could cost hundreds, maybe even thousands of lives. I'm sorry if this seems rude, but I'm not some distant, omnipotent being who can ignore even a single life in the name of some greater good or cosmic lesson. I'm not asking you to, Toaa replied, his voice gentle now. There was no rebuke in his tone, only quiet understanding. What I'm offering is merely a suggestion, a perspective. Just the musings of an old man who's seen too much. You can take it, or you can ignore it. Either choice is valid. But I want you to consider the difference between guiding someone and controlling them. There's a line between the two, and I believe you're having difficulty seeing where that line is. Peter exhaled heavily, his shoulders sinking as he leaned back against the bench. He closed his eyes, tilting his head upward to the sky as if hoping the wind would blow away the burden pressing down on him. He didn't need Toaa to say it, he already knew it deep down. He had been controlling. Not out of malice or arrogance, but out of fear. Fear of what he knew was out there. Fear of what could happen if he let things unfold without his influence. His meta-knowledge, it was a gift, yes, but also a curse. A double-edged sword he wielded with the best intentions, but intentions didn't always make the cut clean. The Fantastic Four incident came to mind. He had tampered with the conditions of their transformation so that not only they, but even his own friends, gained powers. It was effective. Efficient. But had he ever stopped to ask how it might affect Ben? What it might cost him? He hadn't. Not really. And now, sitting beside the very embodiment of creation, Peter realized the gravity of his influence. If the one above all was offering this kind of advice, it wasn't something to take lightly. Toaa didn't interfere often, so when he did, it meant something. Toaa reached over and gently patted Peter on the shoulder, the gesture simple yet strangely comforting. You have to remember, Peter, you're only human. No matter how much power, knowledge, or foresight you possess, there's a limit to what one person can carry. It's wiser to focus on what matters most to you, those things and people closest to your heart, instead of trying to bear the weight of everything all at once. When people get too caught up in the big picture, they often miss the small, precious details right in front of them. Peter blinked, his brows furrowing slightly. There was something in Toaa's tone, calm, but laced with something unspoken. His spidey sense wasn't screaming, but it prickled faintly at the back of his mind, like the soft hum of danger approaching. His instincts, more refined than any other sense he had, whispered that these weren't just casual words. This was more than advice. He glanced sideways at Toaa, eyes narrowing slightly. Are you trying to warn me about something? He asked. He didn't know why the question came so naturally, but it felt necessary. He trusted his gut, and right now, it was telling him something was off. Not in a threatening way, but like a storm on the horizon. Toaa only smiled in that mysterious, omniscient way of his. A smile that held centuries of wisdom and infinite riddles. Who knows, he said cryptically, I've said what I needed to say. What you do with that information, well, that's entirely up to you. Peter nodded slowly. Thanks. I mean it. I appreciate the talk, even if it made my head hurt a little. Peter turned to glance away for just a moment, but when he looked back, Toaa was gone. The bench was empty. In his place sat a lone pigeon, cooing softly as it tilted its head at Peter, completely unfazed by its new role as a placeholder for the most powerful entity in existence. Peter blinked. Then blinked again. He hesitantly reached over and tapped the pigeon with 2 fingers. Mr. God. The air shifted. A low chuckle echoed around him, not from a direction, but from everywhere at once. It surrounded him like a warm breeze. "You're a good kid, Peter Parker," Toa's voice said, gentle and fond. "A bit perverted, but your heart's in the right place." "Hey!" Peter exclaimed in mock offense, cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Come on, I'm not that bad." The voice chuckled again, full of amusement and warmth. "I'll be keeping an eye on you. I have high expectations for the hero you're becoming, and the men you'll one day be." Peter rubbed the back of his neck, flustered but touched. "Geez, Mr. God, if I knew you were such a big fan, I'd have given you an autograph." A faint scoff echoed across the sky, followed by silence. Peter felt it, the sudden shift in atmosphere. His instincts calmed, the lingering pressure lifted from his shoulders. He exhaled deeply, letting out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. The conversation had been heavy, introspective. And then his eyes snapped open, spidey sense flaring again, only this time, with absolute clarity. His head turned sharply toward the nearby pond. A small splash. A cry for help. A child had fallen in, no older than 6, and was flailing wildly, clearly unable to swim. His tiny arms splashed at the surface, mouth gasping just above the waterline. Peter didn't hesitate. In one fluid motion, he bolted toward the water and dove headfirst into the pond, the coldness biting through his clothes instantly. His arms cut through the water like blades as he surged forward, grabbing the child and pulling him up to safety. The kid coughed and sputtered in his arms, but he was alive. Safe. Soaked and panting, Peter sat back on the grass, holding the trembling child close until his parents came running. Above them, the clouds parted. High in the sky, for the briefest of moments, the face of the one above all shimmered through the heavens, vast, celestial, almost painted in starlight. His lips curled into a quiet, knowing smile as he watched from afar, the image flickering like a dream before fading back into the endless blue sky. Chapter 319, Kraven's War, 1. Third Person's POV. Peter stepped out of the park, peeling the soaked fabric of his shirt away from his skin, which clung stubbornly to him after his impromptu dive into the pond. His sneakers squished with every step, and his socks were thoroughly drenched, a fact that made him grimace as he trudged forward. He slicked his dripping hair back with a hand, water trailing down the back of his neck as he let out a deep, weary sigh. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his phone, grateful that it was waterproof, and mentally reconnected with Arya. Her voice came through almost immediately, calm and monotone, but clearly tinged with irritation. What was that? Peter arched a brow, feigning ignorance as he simultaneously retrieved his keys and soggy wallet. What was what? "Don't play dumb with me," Arya shot back, her voice now layered with a hint of hurt. "Why did you cut me off earlier? You disconnected me without warning. What was that for?" Arya was the definition of a clingy daughter, she never wants to feel disconnected from Peter. Peter scratched the back of his neck, eyes drifting down to his soaked shoes with a small grimace. "Oh, that. I was conversing with God." There was a long pause. Though she remained silent, Peter could practically picture the unimpressed, deadpan expression she would have given him. The mental image made him chuckle faintly. "God," she finally asked, skepticism thick in her tone. "Since when have you ever been religious? Look, if you don't want to tell me what happened, just say it's classified or not for me to know. Don't lie to me. I don't appreciate being fed nonsense." Peter rolled his eyes with a smirk, so sassy she must get it from her mother. "Arya, you and I both know your analytical skills would catch me in a lie before I even finished telling it. Besides, you also know I've always tried to be honest with my family, and that's also including you. So trust me when I say this, I was, in fact, talking to God." Arya went quiet again, though her tone turned more inquisitive. "Okay. I'm just going to ask, when you say, talking to God, are we talking about some metaphorical prayer moment, or are you being literal here? And if it's the latter, which God exactly? Are we talking Greek, Norse, Egyptian? Was he like Thor or?" Peter chuckled, shaking his head as he discreetly activated a magic spell to dry himself off. To avoid looking crazy in public, he held the phone up to his ear like he was on a regular call. "One-on-one," he answered casually. "And no, he's not from any known mythology. He's not like Thor or Zeus. Think bigger. Think, the creator. The being who made the entire multiverse. All of reality. Everything. There was a brief pause before Arya blurted out. What the F? Language, young lady, Peter interjected just as his phone began to ring. Frowning, he pulled it away from his ear and saw the caller ID belonged to Harry. Answering, he brought the phone up with a smirk. Sup, Buttercup. But his expression quickly shifted to one of seriousness. Harry, you know I love you, man, but if this is about another mission, I swear I'm going to beat your ass. Harry's laugh echoed through the phone. No, no. That's not why I'm calling. I wanted to ask, did something happen on your end? Peter furrowed his brow in confusion. Kinda. Why do you ask? You don't feel it? Harry asked, sounding puzzled yet intrigued. Feel what? That's just it, Harry replied. I don't feel anything anymore. The pain, it's gone. It doesn't feel like my soul is being dipped in lava anymore. It's peaceful. Did you do something? Because whatever it is, it worked. Peter's eyes widened slightly as realization dawned on him. He'd been so focused on the surreal conversation with the one above all that he hadn't even noticed the change. But now that Harry mentioned it, Peter could feel it too. The constant undercurrent of pain that had haunted them was simply gone. He laughed softly, still stunned. Well, you could say I had a little chat with God, and he was kind enough to throw in a 2-for-1 healing special. What? Harry asked, clearly baffled. Peter just chuckled and shook his head. Don't worry about it. I'll explain later. Let's meet up with the others at the base. Agreed, Harry said before ending the call. Tucking his phone away, Peter glanced around to make sure no one was watching. He slipped into a nearby alley behind a delivery truck. There was a sudden flash of blue light, followed by a soft whoosh, and just like that, Peter vanished into thin air. Peter and Harry strode down the hallway with a casual swagger, a spring in their step that hadn't been there before. Peter swung his arms in exaggerated arcs, leaning back with every movement of his arm. Harry, on the other hand, had his hands stuffed into his coat pockets, a crooked smile tugging at his lips. He leaned slightly forward, shoulders relaxed and posture loose. They felt spectacular, like waking up from a fever dream. That sensation of falling asleep sick with a stuffy nose and a sore throat, only to wake up breathing clearly and pain-free. It was liberating. Their path ended at a large reinforced door marked with a bold, gleaming spider symbol. As it slid open with a soft hiss, the meeting room inside was revealed. The girls were already seated, lounging comfortably in their usual places around the rectangular command table. The air was filled with casual chatter and the soft hum of holograms hovering above the tabletop. Peter's attention was immediately directed to the new addition to the meeting table, Arya. She was sitting primly in a sleek chair with her very own polished nameplate in front of her. Her tiny form barely cleared the table's edge, but the proud way she sat made it clear she felt like she belonged. Sup, ladies miss us? Peter greeted with a grin, spreading his arms wide like he was expecting a standing ovation or an emotional reunion. He cracked open one eye when he realized no one was running toward him. The girls just stared at him, unamused. I thought I told you to rest, Gwen said, her voice cold and firm. In the blink of an eye, Peter vanished and reappeared behind Gwen's seat, draping his arms around her shoulders. Gwenny Pooh, my love, I've been cured by the divine miracle of God himself, he whispered dramatically. Gwen gave him a deadpan look before reaching over and pulling his cheek in an annoyed, scolding gesture. First of all, don't call me that. You have no idea how much I hate it. Peter winced comically. What? You don't like being called my love? That's the most tragic thing I've heard all day. Gwen sighed, her tough front faltering as her brows creased slightly. There was a glimmer of concern in her voice. Why won't you listen to me? I told you to rest. We all did. I thought we agreed you were going to take time to recover. Peter softened at that. He leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek, making her flinch with one closed eye at the affection. There's no need anymore. Not for rest, not for worry, he said gently. Harry and I, we've been healed. Gwen blinked, searching his face. She peered into his eyes, the same hazelnut brown eyes she'd fallen in love with. Only now, something was different. The pain that had been haunting them was gone. The hollow weight behind his gaze, it had vanished. His gaze was clear and bright. "Wait, seriously?" Gwen asked, blinking in disbelief. "How?" The Ancient One said the only way to remove your affliction was with the Soul Stone. Unless you found one in the last half hour, I don't see how that's even possible. Peter gave her a quick kiss on the lips, then slid into his seat with a satisfied sigh. Harry followed suit, leaning over to plant a kiss on Liz's temple before settling across from his own nameplate. Then, unexpectedly, Arya raised a hand. "Father said he met with the creator of the universe," she declared, her expression blank yet confident. Or more accurately, the creator of existence itself. And honestly, I don't think he's lying. All eyes turned sharply toward Peter. Peter, in response, flashed a pair of peace signs and puckered his lips in mock innocence. "I'm God's favorite angel." Felicia blinked and tilted her head, clearly trying to decide if she'd misheard. "Wait, is she being serious?" Peter gave a sheepish laugh and rubbed the back of his neck. "Yeah. I kinda had a conversation with the literal architect of reality. It was enlightening. A bit terrifying too. But he, helped me, I think. I didn't even realize until Harry pointed it out." The room fell silent. They were used to Peter cracking jokes and exaggerating. But this wasn't one of those moments. They could all tell, he wasn't lying. Not this time. And that made the silence even heavier. For a brief moment, they all sat there processing what he'd said, the same way Peter had needed time earlier to process what had happened to him. It was a lot to take in. Peter exhaled slowly and leaned forward, his fingers steepled together atop the table. His usual grin was gone, replaced by a focused intensity that signaled the shift from personal matters to business. "All right," he said, his voice steady. "Let's not waste any more time. Craven's preparing for war, and it's up to us to end it before he tears this city apart. We need to lay out a plan to stop him. Fast, efficient, and with as few casualties as possible." The room snapped into focus. They could discuss Peter meeting literal God later. Chapter 320, Craven's War, 2. Third person's POV. "All right, Arya, what can you tell us?" Peter asked, raising a brow as he leaned slightly forward. Arya exhaled in frustration, brushing a few loose strands of hair behind her ear. "Not much, unfortunately. It looks like one of the weapons he's managed to acquire is allowing him to interfere with different waves of frequency. The spider-bots have started glitching out, malfunctioning completely. It's like he's jamming their systems and messing with their transmission." She didn't need to do much with just a single thought. A holographic map of New York flickered into view, expanding across the table in a soft blue glow. "Still, I was able to gather at least one thing. He's planning to spread his forces across all of New York. And I mean everywhere. All 5 boroughs are going to be hit." Peter's expression turned into a grimace as he studied the holographic city. "Then we're going to need to take them down fast, efficiently," he muttered. "He's trying to keep all of us busy while he zeroes in on a specific target. But the real question is, who? Wouldn't it be you?" Lizzie asked, turning her head toward him with a puzzled expression. "I mean, didn't he come to New York for you specifically? Pretty sure he's been obsessing over you the entire time." Harry nodded thoughtfully, arms folded. "We did confront him with Felix, and if I remember right, you were the one who practically challenged him. It'd make sense that you're his main target. Maybe he wants to prove something, to make a statement, and doesn't want anyone else to interfere." Arya chimed in again, her expression grim. "Honestly, it could be any of you. Thinking about it, strategically, going after someone like MJ could have been a major power play. If he found a way to manipulate her abilities and use them against us, that would have been devastating. And if he managed to do the same with your father." She trailed off, eyes scanning the team. "Let's be real, we wouldn't stand much of a chance." Peter sighed and leaned back in his chair, arms crossing as his eyes shut in thought. He stayed quiet for a few seconds, letting the weight of the situation settle in. Then he opened his eyes again and straightened up. "All right, here's the plan," he said with new focus in his tone. "By now, Craven's got a decent understanding of our usual patrol patterns, who goes where, who responds to what. So we're going to switch things up. Change routes. Rotate teams. Keep him guessing. If we do this right, it should throw his entire strategy off balance. He pointed to several hotspots on the hologram. His men are going to try and draw our attention away from wherever the real hit is. But we can't let them get that far. We'll intercept and neutralize them before they make their move. Fast, no hesitation. He glanced toward Gwen. Gwen and I are the quickest on the team. Once either of us is freed up, we immediately move to wherever Craven decides to strike first. No delay. They're going to be packing serious hardware, Arya added, zooming in on a few projected enemy points. Heavy weaponry, advanced tech. Nothing low-grade. That's why the anti-metal devices are going to be our best friends for this mission, Peter said, nodding. They'll dissolve their gear in seconds, turn their biggest advantage into nothing more than deadweight. Everyone, make sure you're stocked and prepped. Lizzie's fist ignited in a soft blaze as she raised it and slammed it into her opposite palm. My fire could also be considered anti-metal, she said with a confident smirk. Harry chuckled at her enthusiasm, casting a glance her way. Just try not to set the entire block on fire. Peter shot them both a firm look. Seriously, keep collateral damage to a minimum. That's why we train to access the mirror dimension. Use it if the situation gets out of control. Don't be reckless. This city's still our home after all. Peter looked around the room, his eyes landing on each of his teammates one by one. Also, to whoever encounters Craven first, be careful. He's no ordinary brute. By now, he's probably come up with a plan to take us down. Do not underestimate him. You're worrying too much, Felicia said lazily, leaning back in her chair with her legs kicked up and crossed over the armrest. She gave a playful grin. We've got this. Felicia, Peter said sharply, giving her a warning glare. I know, she replied quickly, raising both hands in mock surrender. Look, I'm just saying, it's important to be cautious and safe, sure, but a little confidence goes a long way too. Before anyone could respond, Arya's expression grew serious. She tapped on her console and the holographic map zoomed out and shifted. Craven's forces have started moving, she announced. They'll be entering New York in just a few minutes. Red markers began swarming across the map, spreading rapidly toward all 5 boroughs like fire ants on the march. Peter straightened. All right. Everyone, suit up, grab your gear, and swap locations with someone else. Stay unpredictable. Call in immediately if you spot Craven. As soon as he finished speaking, Peter began to vibrate in place. Blue sparks flickered across his body before engulfing him in a flash of energy. In the blink of an eye, his stealth suit materialized over him, black with glowing electric blue lines pulsing along the seams. His hood pulled over his head, and his lenses lit up as his face was fully masked. Then, like a bolt of lightning, Peter vanished. The others followed in equally dramatic fashion, each of them having embraced a bit of showmanship since working with Peter. Lizzie erupted into a pillar of flame, her body disappearing inside the roaring inferno. Felicia casually flipped herself backward off her chair, twisting midair into a blur. Her suit snapped into place around her body like a second skin by the time she landed with cat-like grace. In mere seconds, everyone disappeared to gather their equipment. Magical portals opened throughout the room, swirling with colorful energy as the team leapt through them one by one, scattering to their assigned positions throughout the city. Soon, the meeting room was empty, except for Arya. She hovered in midair, legs crossed, her fingers dancing over her console as she floated above the table. The map of New York remained glowing in front of her. Small icons representing the team members began popping up across the hologram, each marked with a logo and call sign. Peter was stationed in Brooklyn. MJ had landed in Manhattan. Gwen was positioned in the Bronx. Felicia touched down in Queens. And both Harry and Lizzie landed on Long Island. Arya's eyes narrowed as several red indicators converged on Long Island's edge. Nightwing, Firestar, you two are up first, she called through the comms. Enemy forces incoming. They're moving through the water, due north, 12 o'clock. Out on the Long Island harbor, Harry crouched on the edge of a warehouse rooftop. His sharp gaze scanned the glimmering water stretching toward the horizon. From a distance, several high-speed boats were cutting through the waves, leaving white trails of foam in their wake as they charged full speed toward the coast. Lizzie stood beside him, her long hair dancing in the wind, her expression focused and fierce. "Ready to go airborne?" she asked, her fist glowing faintly with building heat. "You know it, babes," Harry replied with a grin, bumping her fist with his. The two took several quick strides backward before sprinting toward the edge of the rooftop. Without hesitation, they leapt into the open sky. Midair, a sleek black and green glider expanded beneath Harry's boots, locking into place with a satisfying click as he leaned forward and shot off like a missile. Meanwhile, Lizzie ignited in a burst of red and orange flame. Her entire body became engulfed in fire, transforming her into a streak of living heat as she tore through the sky. Together, they soared above the water. The force of their flight left the ocean rippling beneath them as they sped toward the incoming boats like twin comets. Energy began to crackle in their palms, Harry's emerald green, Lizzie's molten gold. Their powers pulsed with raw, concentrated force, flickering and growing as the enemy drew closer. They shared a glance mid-flight, wide grins plastered across their faces, battle-hungry, and burning with anticipation. Chapter 321, Kraven's War, 3. Third person's POV. Upon spotting both Firestar and Nightwing hurtling toward them at blistering speeds, Kraven's men reacted with precision and urgency. As one, they raised their arms and activated the sleek devices mounted to their wrists. In a dazzling burst of energy, crossbows forged entirely from glowing, translucent energy extended over their forearms like gauntlets of light. Their expressions hardened into grim determination, fists clenched as their targeting systems locked on. With focused stares and synchronized timing, they unleashed a hailstorm of energy arrows. The air shimmered with the heat of each shot, the arrows cutting through the sky like comets made of condensed plasma. Nightwing's eyes narrowed beneath his mask. Without hesitation, he whipped his arms through the air in rapid, fluid arcs. From his palms, orbs of swirling, crackling chi energy erupted out. Each orb intercepted a volley of incoming arrows, colliding midair and detonating in brilliant flashes that echoed like fireworks. The relentless, flowing motion of his limbs wasn't just for show, it was tactical, building back kinetic energy that he had lost and mixed back with his chi. Beside him Firestar let out a scoffing breath before gliding one hand forward, casting a radiant blaze of fire and heat. A spiraling barrier of flames erupted from her position, sweeping forward like a tidal wave of inferno. The heat incinerated the remaining arrows before they could reach her, reducing them to smoke and flickers of dying light. The resulting heat wave expanded outward, forming a veil of steam and energy, a smokescreen as destructive as it was beautiful. Out of that thick curtain of smoke, both heroes emerged like vengeful angels. From above, Firestar raised her hands high before snapping them downward, sending a bombardment of firebolts crashing like guided missiles toward the water below. Each bolt found its mark on Kraven's speedboats and assault crafts, exploding on impact and igniting brilliant towers of flame. The shockwaves painted the ocean's surface in hues of orange and red. Nightwing followed suit, soaring with his hovercraft. With a twist of his torso, he launched his batons with superhuman force, enhanced by his training and super strength. The batons screeched through the air like spears. Upon striking their targets, the metallic hulls of enemy boats, they pierced straight through engines and critical systems. Explosions followed in quick succession, the vessels torn apart in spectacular bursts of fire and twisted shrapnel. The concussive force from the blasts rebounded the batons with flawless timing. Like boomerangs, they spun back into Nightwing's waiting hands as he soared through the chaos, weaving between the rising columns of fire and debris. With acrobatic grace, he flipped through the air and rose higher, catching a panoramic glimpse of the shattered enemy fleet below. From within the raging fires and wreckage, Kraven's soldiers erupted and scathed, launching upward in perfect formation. Their bodies were encased in shimmering force fields, forming translucent domes of defense as jetpacks roared to life on their backs. The symphony of engines and the synchronized movement of dozens of airborne troops was terrifying in its efficiency. In a matter of seconds, they had formed a coordinated perimeter around Nightwing and Firestar, their formation tightening into a predatory ring in the sky. Nightwing noticed a faint glow building on their utility belts, the same hue as their shields, a pale blue. His eyes narrowed behind his mask as the soldiers reached for their belts. Each pulled a compact device from their side holsters, unassuming at first glance. But with a snap and a pulse of energy, the devices expanded into volatile energy rifles, the barrels glowing brighter with unstable plasma. The whirring hum that followed was sharp, rising in pitch as the weapons charged for a deadly synchronized blast. Hovering back to back, Nightwing and Firestar exchange glances, slowly spinning in place, scanning the ring of enemies around them. "Babes," Harry said in a casual tone, twirling his batons as if they were drumsticks. "It seems we're surrounded." "You're as cute as you are obvious," Lizzie shot back with a playful scoff, her entire body glowing like a star, embers dancing around her figure as she floated. "Should we make this an official date?" Harry grinned, eyes darting between targets. Lizzie flashed a smirk over her shoulder. "I thought it already was." Harry laughed, the sound filled with unshakable confidence. "Now that's what I like to hear." With no further warning, they launched into action, Harry spinning into a flurry of strikes, Lizzie becoming a streak of flame as she raced toward her side of the circle. Elsewhere in the city. From the top of a towering skyscraper, Spider-Man dove like a meteor. His black hood flapped wildly in the wind as he plummeted toward the chaos below. The skyline blurred behind him as he twisted midair with the precision of an Olympic athlete. As he neared street level, he fired a web with a sharp thwip. And swung low, legs extended in a sleek arc that skimmed just above the pavement. At the peak of his swing, he kicked off an invisible pivot in the air, launching himself higher once more. He soared above the rooftops, flipping, rotating, the city stretching beneath him. Below him, a convoy of armored buggies sped through the streets, each packed with Kraven's men clad in urban camo and bristling with weaponry. Blades, guns, and gadgets clung to every inch of their gear like predators ready to strike. With a confident shout, Peter launched a web line to the lead buggy and yanked himself forward, electricity building in his clenched fist. "Coming in sticky," he declared with a grin. He smashed into the front hood of the vehicle with enough force to cave it in. The front end crumpled instantly, sending the rear of the buggy flying upward. The goons inside screamed as they were ejected from their seats by the force of the impact, tumbling head over heels through the air. Without looking back, Spider-Man reached into his belt and flicked 2 compact web bombs behind him. They zipped past the flailing bodies and detonated midair. Instantly, massive strands of synthetic webbing exploded outward, forming a net that stretched across the alleyway and between buildings, catching the airborne soldiers in a tangled mess of adhesive. Spider-Man let out a ferocious yell as he grabbed both the front of the vehicle's armored hood and with his enhanced inhumane strength crimped it open like peeling a tin can. Metal screamed as it tore apart, sparks flying in all directions. The moment the buggies remained scattered to the sides, the convoy behind it screeched to a sudden, chaotic halt. Tires screamed as they swerved wildly, rubber burning into the asphalt. Vehicles bumped into one another in a disorganized pile-up, the impact echoed softly accompanied by their grunts. Civilians nearby shrieked and gasped, stumbling back from the sidewalks, some dropping their shopping bags while others raised their phones to record the chaos. Gasps and murmurs filled the air as the unexpected spectacle unfolded before their eyes. Spider-Man turned to face the wrecked fleet of vehicles, the wind tugging at his hood, electricity sparking faintly across his fingertips. He marched forward, radiating frustration with every step. With a sudden, forceful kick, he launched one of the vehicles straight into the others, causing an even louder series of metallic crashes in a showcase of strength and power. "Where is Kraven?" Peter asked coldly, the lenses around his eyes narrowed and glowing brighter by the second. "Tell him his rent's due, he's overstayed his welcome, and this is his eviction notice." From the top hatches of the trucks and buggies, Kraven's men emerged in a swift, trained response, moving with unnatural coordination. One of the hunters in front, clearly a squad leader, slammed the butt of his spear to the ground twice. The tip of the weapon split open and reformed, blooming like a mechanical flower into a dual-bladed energy weapon that pulsed with light. Around him, the others mirrored the ritual. Swords ignited with the hum of burning plasma. Gauntlets snapped into place, arcing with high-voltage energy. Even their armor shifted, tightening, reshaping into something far more battle-ready than what they'd worn moments ago. Peter tilted his head and scoffed under his mask. "Fancy toys. Who's your toy maker?" The hunters didn't laugh. They charged. Peter groaned exaggeratedly. He glanced at the bystanders now completely absorbed in the moment, phones raised, eyes wide. They were right in the blast radius if things went south. "Sorry, ladies and gentlemen," Spider-Man said, his lenses closing as if he was smiling towards them in a reassuring manner. This performance doesn't come with a live audience. With a sudden stomp, he triggered a shockwave that pulsed out across the ground in the form liquid glass. The transparent wave rolled across the sidewalk, rippling reality itself. In an instant, a dome of refracted light rose around the combat zone. Due to his control, only Craven's men, himself, and a handful of wrecked vehicles inside were pulled inside the different dimension. The real world remained untouched beyond it, protected. The hunters froze briefly, their eyes darting around in confusion. The world around them had changed. The streets warped and shifted as reflections multiplied. They were still in New York, but clearly something had changed. Everyone looked almost exactly the same, however reflective surfaces hovered in the air for a brief moment as it all closed, officially trapping them inside the mirror dimension. "Come one, come all, to the House of Mirrors," Peter declared in his best ringmaster voice, arms wide. No refunds. No exits. No mercy. Elsewhere in the city, in another borough of New York, chaos reigned just as fiercely. MJ, dressed in her striking red spider suit, crouched like a panther on the edge of a rooftop ledge. Her glowing eyes locked onto the airborne hunters approaching from above, jetpacks roaring, weapons primed. From her back, 4 construct spider legs made of luminous pink energy extended outward in sharp, predatory arches. They twitched and gleamed, mirroring her anticipation. Her grin widened. "You guys know what separates a prey from a predator," she purred, her voice echoing with an eerie dual tone. "It's not their claws, not their fangs, and it sure as hell isn't about who's top of the food chain." She rose slowly, her back arched as her constructs hovered protectively around her. "It's the fear they can inflict, the psychological pressure. And there's no one that can cause as much psychological damage as I do around here." As the hunters rushed toward her, MJ thrust her hands down. In a flash, an energy wave pulsed across the street below, summoning a mirror dimension of her own. The rooftops twisted into geometrical spirals. The attackers now found themselves reflected in 1,000 surfaces, unable to tell what was real and what was deception. MJ's silhouette danced among the illusions. Across the river, in a more silent quarter of the city, Gwen Stacy stood at the top of a rusted telephone pole. Her stance was still, her posture composed, statuesque. She said nothing. Silence, for her, was louder than any speech. An icy blue aura pulsed gently from her body, tendrils of translucent energy rising and swirling in rhythm with her heartbeat. Her suit, normally matte white with black and magenta trim, now glowed with ethereal lines, accentuating her form. As she extended her arms, her aura grew larger, more defined, taking shape behind her. A massive spectral bird rose above her, formed from her aura, wings spread wide across the mirror dimension's warped skyline. Its eyes glowed like twin stars, and its screech split the air like a war cry. The hunters around her hesitated, realizing too late what they were witnessing. It wasn't just a bird. It was a phoenix, a manifestation of Gwen's authority over the power of coldness, of absolute zero. She didn't speak, she didn't need to. Her power alone could say more than any words ever could. Chapter 322, Craven's War, 4. Third Person's POV. Felicia leapt gracefully from the edge of the towering skyscraper, her body twisting midair before landing on all fours. Without hesitation, she began sprinting down the glass facade of the building, her sharp claws tapping rhythmically against the panels. The speed at which she moved made her appear as nothing more than a silver and black blur, barely visible to the naked eye. A wide, feral grin stretched across her face, predatory, excited. As she neared the lower floors, Felicia coiled her legs beneath her, muscles bunching like springs, before she launched herself off the building with a powerful leap. Below her, Craven's convoy was tearing down the street, a chaotic mix of roaring engines, armored vehicles, and heavily armed men. At the very front of the charge, standing proudly atop a buggy, was Craven the Hunter himself. He sensed her presence immediately. With a low growl and eyes narrowing like a stalking panther, Craven sprang into action. He jumped from the top of his vehicle, launching high into the air to intercept her. Their paths collided in midair, and both let out a guttural, beastly roar that echoed across the skyline. They spun together, locked in a violent, chaotic tangle of limbs, teeth, and claws. The pair slammed into the ground with bone-jarring force, cracking the pavement beneath them. With identical feline reflexes, they broke apart simultaneously, flipping backward and landing in mirrored crouches several feet apart. Felicia skidded across the road, her razor-sharp claws carving deep gouges into the asphalt as she dug in to slow herself. Craven, on the other hand, slid with his heels dug into the street, one arm dragging his massive curved dagger across the surface to stabilize himself. Craven straightened slowly, his imposing figure towering above the scattered headlights and chaos of his entourage. Weapons of all kinds, knives, spears, explosives, hung from his belt and bandoliers, clinking as he moved. With a predatory smirk, he reached behind his back and retrieved a matching dagger with his ring-clad hand. "Well, well," Craven said, his voice deep and growling, filled with amused anticipation. "I was expecting the main spider tonight. Instead, I find one of his mates dancing in my path." Felicia tilted her head, her smirk unwavering. Disappointed, she asked coyly, flexing her claws. Craven chuckled darkly. "I won't lie. I had hoped to start with the main course. But I suppose it's proper etiquette to start with the appetizer first." Suddenly, crystalline shards erupted from the ground beneath Felicia's feet, her aura flaring like a blaze. The street around her shimmered with light, the shards reflecting distorted images of her sleek figure as it expanded out, trapping everyone in the mirror dimension. Craven narrowed his eyes, scanning his surroundings warily. He snapped his head around to check on his men, confirming they were still in position and closing in. Felicia's eyes gleamed as she replied with a sharp grin, "Sorry, but the only one allowed to call me a snack and talk about eating me is my men, and you're definitely not him." With that, she dashed forward, the crystal aura flaring behind her. Craven let out a challenging roar and charged to meet her. His men leapt from their vehicles, surrounding the area with an arsenal of weapons, some wielding high-powered rifles, others gripping advanced cold weapons and electrified spears. Felicia slashed first, aiming for Craven's face with blinding speed, but he expertly caught her strike by wedging his dagger between her claws. With a swift twist of his body, he flipped her over his shoulder. Yet Felicia twisted midair, landing cleanly on her feet, and immediately retaliated with a vicious kick aimed at his chest. Craven crossed his daggers just in time to block the blow, but the force sent him hurtling backward. He skidded across the pavement, dust and debris flying up around him. When he finally came to a stop, he stared at his trembling hands, a flicker of excitement crossing his hardened features. Behind Felicia, one of Craven's soldiers aimed a shoulder-mounted net cannon and fired. The weapon unleashed its net with a thunderous blast, and it struck Felicia squarely. The weighted net wrapped tightly around her, pinning her arms and legs in a sudden snare. "What? That's strange. Why didn't I sense that?" Felicia hissed through clenched teeth, but her words were cut off as powerful volts of electricity surged through the net. Her body arched with pain, her muscles locking up momentarily. Snarling in fury, she slashed at the net with her claws, tearing it into glimmering strings. She seized the shredded cords and yanked with immense force. The soldier on the other end was violently dragged forward, his feet skidding helplessly along the ground. He flew through the air, screaming, until Felicia intercepted him with a brutal clothesline of her arm. The men flipped midair and crashed into the pavement, instantly unconscious. More of Craven's men moved in, forming a loose perimeter around her, weapons raised and ready. Their formation was tight, but not perfect. There was a small opening just large enough for Craven to step through. He walked with measured steps, his intense eyes locked on Felicia, a feral glint of satisfaction in his expression. Felicia stood still, her chest rising and falling in rhythm with her breaths. Her eyes flicked around the group, narrowing in suspicion. Her stance remained tense, every muscle coiled like a spring. "Okay," she thought, "either these guys are so weak they're not even triggering my spider sense, or they've got something that's messing with it." Bruce sat quietly in his dimly lit hotel room, the muffled hum of city traffic seeping through the window. He stared down at his phone, brows furrowed with worry as he read the message that had just come through. "We need to talk. Meet me in the car. Betty." He exhaled slowly through his nose, thumb hovering over the screen as he read it again. "She's been so distant lately. Is the pressure of spying on her father finally getting to her?" he wondered silently. He shook his head and muttered aloud, "That sentence has never led to a pleasant conversation." With a low grumble, Bruce pushed himself off the stiff mattress and moved toward the door. As he passed by the mirror on the wall, he paused briefly. The reflection staring back wasn't quite his own, it was the face of his disguise, one he wore regularly to keep himself hidden from the world. He sighed again and grabbed his jacket, heading out the door. The air outside was thick with humidity and the distant aroma of fast food. Bruce walked around the corner of the hotel and spotted a black sedan idling along the curb. Tinted windows. Unmarked plates. It was Betty's style when she didn't want to be seen. I feel like an escort, Bruce thought to himself with a faint wary grin as he approached the car and climbed into the passenger seat. Betty, he began cautiously, closing the door behind him. Before he could say another word, there was a sudden click, the sound of the car doors locking. Betty, he repeated, more uncertain now. She didn't respond with words. Instead, Betty threw herself across the seat and onto his lap, straddling him with graceful urgency. Whoa, Betty. What are you doing? Bruce stammered, caught off guard as she began to kiss him with fiery passion, her lips pressing against his with practiced need. Less talking, more tongue, she whispered against his mouth, her tone sultry and breathy. Her hands slid around the back of his neck, drawing him deeper into the moment. Huh. Bruce mumbled, eyes fluttering shut as he instinctively relaxed beneath her. The warmth of her body, the familiar scent of her perfume, he melted into the moment. For a heartbeat, everything else ceased to matter. I thought you needed to talk, he asked, dazed. Betty hovered above his lips, panting lightly. Her hand guided his to the curve of her waist, then further down. We are talking, she breathed, just not with words. She kissed him again, more fiercely this time, whispering between each kiss, can you guess what my body is saying to yours? Bruce, overwhelmed, could barely find his voice. What? That it missed you, she murmured, her lips grazing his jaw, missed your touch, missed your taste. The hunger between them intensified, lips meeting like magnets, breath stolen and returned in waves. But behind the intimacy, something changed. As Bruce kissed her neck, Betty's face slowly shifted, from passionate to blank. Her eyes lost all warmth, all desire, until they resembled those of a ghost. Without hesitation, she reached toward the center console between their seats, her fingers moving with chilling precision. She lifted the compartment and quietly retrieved a syringe. Her other hand slid behind Bruce's neck, cradling him, keeping him close. As she let out a practiced moan, she slipped the syringe into view. Bruce's eyes were still shut, lost in her kisses. Hers, wide open, calculating. Then, a sharp jab. The syringe plunged into Bruce's neck. His eyes flew open in shock. What? He croaked, instinctively grabbing at his neck. The metallic tang of betrayal hit him faster than the serum taking hold. He looked up, confused, his breath uneven. Betty slowly pulled back, her body still close but her expression utterly cold. She stared at him with a detached calm as she spoke. Sorry, Bruce. The leader demands an audience, and he's not someone you can refuse. Bruce's muscles began to fail him. His limbs grew heavy, eyes starting to roll back as the drug overwhelmed his system. Darkness crept at the edges of his vision. But through the haze, something broke in Betty's face, a flicker of emotion. Her eyes shimmered, not with lust or anger, but with guilt and a silent plea for help. Why? Bruce whispered weakly, his voice barely audible. That was all he could manage before the sedative fully claimed him. His body slumped limply into the seat. His head tilted to the side, the syringe still embedded in his neck. Betty sat still for a moment, staring at him. Her hand went to her lips, wiping them clean of the heat they'd shared. Then she smoothed out her wrinkled blouse, straightened her jacket, and climbed into the driver's seat. Without another word, she started the engine. The car pulled away from the curb and disappeared into the city streets. Chapter 323, Craven's War, 5. Third person's POV. Felicia glanced around her confinement and with a sharp cry, she slammed her fist into the ground, unleashing a massive concussive shockwave. The force radiated outward in a circular blast, sending nearby enemies flying like ragdolls through the air, their bodies colliding violently with walls and buildings. Without hesitation, she fired a web line at the nearest henchman, launching herself toward him like a missile. He raised an activated spear in a defensive stance, its metallic shaft glowing faintly with energy. Felicia's knee collided with the weapon mid-flight, denting its shaft with a sharp metallic crunch. Before he could react, she delivered 2 swift kicks to his face, stunning him, and then wrapped her legs tightly around his neck. Using her momentum, she threw herself backwards, planted her palms firmly against the ground, and hurled him forward. His limp body crashed into another attacker sprinting toward them, sending both sprawling across the floor in a tangled heap. A third combatant leapt over the fallen pair and thrust his spear forward with precision. The weapon split at its tip and unleashed a focused blast of plasma, crackling with deadly heat. Felicia flipped backward in a graceful handspring, dodging the attack as the plasma beam struck the ground and melted it instantly, leaving behind a smoking crater. Drawing on her powers, Felicia's body was suddenly engulfed in a radiant silver aura that shimmered like moonlight. Her hair whipped wildly behind her, and her eyes glowed with determination as she charged toward another assailant. He activated his jetpack to retreat, but it sparked violently, malfunctioning mid-flight. Thick smoke poured from the device before it exploded with a thunderous boom, launching him uncontrollably through the air. Felicia met him mid-flight, spinning with balletic precision and delivering a devastating kick that sent him flying in another direction. Suddenly, a dozen small metallic orbs dropped around her, blinking ominously with red lights. They hovered just off the ground, surrounding her in a perfect circle, clearly high-powered explosives ready to detonate. Felicia paused, then smirked in amusement as she noticed the blinking lights begin to flicker erratically. With a pulse of her energy, the orbs malfunctioned and shut off, the lights dimming to nothing. From the distance, she could hear the annoyed clicks of tongues. "Boss. I think we've been had," one of Craven's soldiers muttered nervously. "These aren't as effective as we were promised." Craven snarled in frustration, "Yes. I can see that." Felicia glanced at the nearest deactivated orb, gave it a light kick, and sent it rolling straight toward the gathered enemies. The men looked down as it came to a stop at their feet. Just then, the orb's lights flared to life again, blinking rapidly before glowing a blinding white. "Wait, no." A deafening explosion erupted, the ground trembling beneath the blast. A mushroom cloud surged upward, and the concussive force sent Craven's men flying in all directions. Their bodies slammed into vehicles, shattered windows, and dented metal walls, their protective shields flickering wildly under the immense pressure of the explosion. Through the rising smoke, Craven burst forth like a beast. His body was low to the ground, daggers drawn, eyes wild with fury. Behind him, his surviving men took to the sky with their jetpacks, soaring upward while activating their wrist-mounted launchers. A barrage of energy-charged bullets rained down on Felicia like a storm. But she was already in motion, a silver blur zigzagging through the chaos. The bullets only struck afterimages, each one detonating in a fiery burst as it missed its target. Felicia and Craven collided mid-charge, her sharp claws clashing against his twin daggers with a series of fierce metallic clashes. Craven's mastery over weaponry was immediately apparent, every slash, parry, and counter was precise, backed by experience honed through countless battles against beasts stronger and faster than any human. Claw marks tore across Craven's bare chest, blood spurting from the fresh wounds, but he only grimaced in response. With a roar, he retaliated, slicing across Felicia's cheek. The wound began healing almost instantly, her skin knitting itself back together before his eyes. Above them, several energy arrows struck Felicia directly, exploding on impact, but her suit absorbed the blasts. Glowing black webland spread across its surface as it stored the kinetic energy, humming with untapped power. Craven lunged at her neck with a deadly slash, but Felicia caught his arm mid-strike. Twisting it sharply, she forced his body downward and drove her knee into his face with brutal force, shattering his nose. Blood spattered the ground, but Craven didn't falter. Growling like a cornered animal, he spun with the momentum of her twist, slamming his shoulder against her arm with enough strength to dislocate it and tear himself free. He stumbled back, panting and bleeding, then snarled and popped his shoulder back into place with a sickening crunch. He rolled both shoulders and raised his daggers again, undeterred, eyes locked onto Felicia as he growled. "Okay, what is up with the growling?" Felicia quipped, her voice sharp with sarcasm as she expertly weaved between a barrage of explosions. Fiery bursts of energy rained down from above, launched by Craven's men who hovered in the air with their jetpacks like persistent, oversized insects. "I get that you have a whole jungle predator aesthetic going, but honestly, it's a little much." Suddenly, without warning, Felicia dropped down and vanished from sight. Craven's eyes narrowed as he noticed a shimmering portal briefly flare open beneath her, then close with a faint ripple of energy. A moment later, she reappeared, this time atop one of the airborne mercenaries. Her claws tore through his jetpack with ruthless efficiency, sparks and shrapnel bursting into the air. With a powerful push against his body, she vaulted high into the sky while sending him plummeting earthward like a smoking comet. Another soldier activated his shield, a hard light barrier glowing blue across his forearm. Felicia spotted him mid-air and launched a webline, yanking herself toward him with explosive speed. Her punch shattered the shield into glowing fragments of light, scattering it like digital dust in the wind. The force of the impact sent the soldier reeling. Clinging to him, Felicia dug her claws in, a wild grin spreading across her face as she scratched and slashed repeatedly. The man let out a scream of pain as her strikes tore into his armor. Seeing this, the rest of Kraven's airborne squadron dove toward her, tackling both of them and creating a chaotic mid-air dogpile. Then, boom. A powerful kinetic burst of energy erupted from Felicia's body in all directions, launching everyone in the pile up like broken action figures. They spiraled through the air, crashing to the ground or slamming into buildings and vehicles. Some fell unconscious instantly, others groaned as they struggled to move, their jetpacks sputtering uselessly. Felicia descended from the air and landed in a perfect three-point superhero pose, her silver aura pulsing. She bared her canines toward Kraven in a snarl, only to suddenly feel her vision blur. One Kraven became two. She blinked hard, shook her head, but now she saw three of him. What's wrong? Kraven's voice slithered into her ears, amused and cruel. Having trouble with your vision? Felicia clenched her fists, her breathing heavy. The dagger. She immediately deducted. It was laced with something, wasn't it? Kraven smirked. Great detective work, he said sarcastically. You can thank my wife, Calypso. Straight from Mother Africa. The poison she brews is something special, designed specifically for spiders. It's colorless, odorless, undetectable. It causes hallucinations, screws up motor functions, heightens aggression, distorts your senses. The list goes on. That shouldn't be possible. Felicia hissed, blinking rapidly as more distorted images of Kraven danced around her. My healing factor, it should have burned it out. Oh, we accounted for that, Kraven said, casually flipping his daggers into a reverse grip. Your healing and immune system are impressive, so we made the poison work with them, not against. Enhances the effect instead of being purged by it. Ingenious, isn't it? Felicia's vision pulsed with flashes of red. A wave of animalistic rage surged inside her chest. With a feral snarl, she dropped onto all fours and charged toward Kraven like a panther, saliva dripping from her mouth as her fangs extended. Her eyes were wild, pupils dilated, every inch of her radiating unfiltered fury. Kraven timed her approach with predatory precision. He waited for the last possible second, then shifted his weight and used her momentum against her. With a brutal shove, he sent her crashing into a parked car, the vehicle crumpling under the impact like a crushed soda can. Felicia rose slowly, growling with a guttural snarl. Her pupils twitched erratically. Foam and saliva dripped from her mouth, her posture now fully feral. The poison was taking a deeper hold, and whatever humanity remained in her eyes began to dim. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Peter lowered his body into a crouch, one arm arched over his head as he coiled like a spring. A playful smile tugged at his lips. Blink and you'll miss it. Behind him, Kraven's men had mounted high-caliber turrets to the back of armored buggies and opened fire, spraying explosive rounds with lethal intent. The rounds erupted around Peter, enveloping him in smoke and fire, yet he remained unfazed. His glowing suit shimmered through the cloud, absorbing the brunt of the blasts with its kinetic reactive mesh. Then, lightning cracked. A thunderous sonic boom echoed as the smoke was violently ripped apart by Peter's sudden takeoff. All that remained was a blur of electricity tearing through the convoy. Vehicles were thrown aside by the shockwave of his movement, tires squealing as they crashed into each other in the aftermath. In his wake, each buggy now bore a strange, spider-shaped disc blinking with blue light. Peter skidded to a stop, sparks flying from his heels as he casually dragged himself to a halt. He placed a finger to his ear. HM. So Kraven's by Spider-Cat. The discs all pulsed in sync, then emitted a loud, high-frequency screech. Vibrations tore through the vehicle's structure, shaking them apart. One by one, the buggies began to liquefy, their metallic forms dissolving into pools of molten steel and slag. Peter didn't even flinch. "Thanks for the heads up. I'll be over as soon as I'm done here," he said casually, glancing over his shoulder. More of Craven's men emerged, the liquid metal clinging to them, their expressions furious. Peter grinned. "Did you blink? If so, do you want to see it again?" he teased. Chapter 324, Craven's War, 6. Third person's POV. Gwen looked up just in time to see a formation of hunters soaring through the sky, their bodies outlined against the tall buildings, each one leveling a military-grade energy weapon directly at her. They didn't pause. In perfect unison, they opened fire. A dazzling barrage of energy beams erupted from their weapons, blazing trails of heat, crackling electricity, and pulsing plasma, each one converging with lethal precision toward Gwen's location atop the telephone pole. But Gwen didn't move. She simply stood there, calm and composed. Behind her, a luminous blue phoenix aura flared to life, its wings spreading wide with a deafening screech. As she raised her hand, the energy responded to her command like a loyal beast. The spectral phoenix exploded forward, soaring from her back with majestic speed. It collided with the oncoming assault, not merely shielding her, but stopping the beams mid-flight. Time itself seemed to halt as every single stream of energy froze in the air, trapped, suspended in glowing arcs like deadly ribbons halted in motion. And it wasn't just the energy. Craven's men, still airborne and caught mid-attack, suddenly stopped in their tracks. Frost spread across their bodies in sharp, glittering patterns, locking them in place like grotesque ice sculptures. Gwen's mastery over absolute zero extended far beyond mere temperature, it defied the very laws of gravity and momentum. The hunters hung there in the air, completely immobilized. With a flick of her wrist, Gwen retracted her hand and then brought both palms together in a sharp clap. A deep, resonant shockwave burst from her strike, echoing through the air like a thunderclap. Instantly, the frozen energy beams shattered into shards of brittle ice, scattering like broken glass. The icy prisons around Craven's men cracked and exploded violently, sending their bodies hurtling backward. They crashed into nearby buildings with bone-jarring force, the impact knocking them senseless. Gwen leapt down from the telephone pole, flipping gracefully through the air before landing with ease on the asphalt below. She placed her hands on her hips as she surveyed the aftermath. Craven's soldiers now lay strewn across the pavement, trembling violently, their limbs twitching as frostbite crept across their exposed skin. Their jetpacks sputtered, encased in thin layers of frost, their systems glitching and shorting out. A few of the more determined soldiers forced themselves upright, gritting their teeth as they staggered toward her with weapons drawn. But as they charged, they realized something was wrong, the ground beneath them shimmered strangely. Though their legs were moving, they weren't making any progress. They were running in place. Looking down, their eyes widened in horror as they realized Gwen had manipulated the mirror dimension. The landscape itself twisted and shifted, trapping them in an endless loop of false movement. Suddenly, a buggy still functioning roared toward Gwen. A few hunters inside shouted orders, preparing to ram her. Gwen remained unshaken. With a subtle twist of her fingers, she rotated the central axis of the mirrored dimension. The buggy's trajectory instantly altered, veering sharply off course and slamming sideways into a nearby building. The hunter's high-tech shielding absorbed the initial impact but quickly shattered into pieces from the force. Gwen swiped her finger across a panel on her utility belt, flicking several small, disc-like devices into the air. They flew with precision and landed squarely on the hunter's energy weapons. Upon activation, the discs emitted an ear-piercing, high-frequency screech. The hunters screamed, clutching their heads in agony as they dropped their weapons. The weapons began to melt, the sleek metal dissolving into silver puddles on the floor as the signal disrupted their core components. Without skipping a beat, Gwen tapped the center of her belt. A hatch opened, and a spider-shaped drone floated out, hovering obediently before her. Gwen exhaled and performed a fluid, practiced motion, her fingers forming an arcane pattern in the air. A glowing magic circle formed in her palm. She hurled it toward the drone. As the circle passed through the drone, a spell activated, and the machine multiplied into dozens, an entire swarm of spider drones buzzing through the air like angry hornets. They encircled the remaining hunters with blinding speed, each unit crackling with stored voltage. The drones discharged a synchronized electric surge, sending a blinding cascade of blue lightning across the battlefield. Craven's men screamed as the shock tore through them, muscles convulsing violently as they dropped like marionettes with severed strings. their bodies collapsed in twitching heaps, unconscious and defeated. One by one, the drones regrouped, fusing back into a single unit before gliding back into Gwen's belt compartment with a soft mechanical whir. Touching the comm link on her ear, Gwen spoke calmly, "I'm finished on my end." Moving out to assist Spider-Cat. With a casual wave of her hand, the mirror dimension dissolved, revealing the real world. City life resumed in an instant, cars honking, civilians moving about, though several passers-by froze in shock at the sudden appearance of Gwen and the unconscious bodies strewn around her. Still holding her hand to her ear, Gwen added, "Arya, I'm leaving the cleanup to you. Make sure they're detained." "Leave it to me," Arya's voice crackled back confidently. Without hesitation, Gwen opened a glowing portal and stepped through. On the other side, her feet landed with a crunch on broken concrete. She looked up to see Felicia surrounded by Craven and a new wave of his men, all cornering her like predators. Felicia, crouched low on all fours, was growling like a feral beast, her back arched, her fingers curled like claws ready to strike. Gwen let out a sigh, one part exhaustion and one part resignation. "Why do I suddenly get the feeling this won't be nearly as easy as last time?" MJ darted across the battlefield in a blur, her form twisting through the air with almost unnatural grace. Multiple glowing eyes blinked across her face, each one shining with a pink color as she tapped into multiple powers simultaneously. Her entire body shimmered with an eerie luminescence. With a sharp screech, her massive arachnid limbs, sleek, sharp, and metallic, sprouted from her back and slammed into the enemy. She drove them forward, piercing straight through the protective shields of the hunters, tearing through their defenses like wet paper. Sparks flew as she slashed through their high-powered weapons, dismantling them with calculated precision. She raised her hand with theatrical flair and just for show, she channeled her illusionary magic. With a mischievous grin, MJ conjured an entire army of miniature spiders, each one glowing with a neon pink hue, weaving a luminous web made of her psionic energy. MJ swung high into the air, flipping gracefully above the chaos as strands of webbing shot from her fingers. With fluid movements, she trapped the screaming hunters mid-flight, encasing them in sticky cocoons. One by one, she tossed them like rag dolls toward the massive psychic spiderweb that loomed behind her, pinning them there like grotesque trophies. Spotting her next prey, she launched forward with a burst of momentum. She jabbed downward with her spider leg, shattering a hunter's energy shield in a single blow. The man let out a panicked cry and attempted to shoot her point blank. But MJ didn't flinch. Her eyes flared, and with a pulse of energy, she activated her synaptic disruption ability. The hunter froze mid-motion, his body locking up as his nervous system short-circuited. MJ calmly webbed him up while he stood paralyzed, then launched him backward into the web tapestry with the others. A rain of energy bullets hailed down around her in a desperate counterattack, painting streaks of light across the city. MJ spun midair, flipping and dodging with fluid elegance, weaving her web lines like ribbons across the skyline. She danced between the chaos, never once getting hit. With a playful smirk, she activated her illusionary powers again, this time layering them with her fear-inducement ability. The air shimmered around her as dozens of copies of herself appeared, flying through the air, each one laughing and singing in a distorted, echoing voice. "La la la, you can't catch me." MJ sang teasingly, her voice bouncing from every direction, her illusions mimicking her movements and tone perfectly. The terrified hunters spun in circles, unable to distinguish illusion from reality. In their panic, they began to fire wildly at each other, their bullets bouncing off shields and striking allies in a chaotic frenzy. In minutes, what had once been a coordinated attack devolved into a chaotic, self-destructive mess. Meanwhile, the real MJ sat calmly on the center of her massive psychic web like a queen perched on her throne. A wide grin split her face, both pleased and exhausted as she watched her victims flail about in fear or lay cocooned and defeated. Despite the confident expression, sweat beaded on her forehead. Her face tensed with concentration as she strained to maintain control over all her constructs, illusions, and psionic webs. Web lines launched from her wrist, latching onto fallen hunters across the battlefield. She reeled them in with mechanical efficiency, wrapping them tightly in cocoons and adding them to her growing collection. She even began spawning new constructs of herself, multiplying her presence across the field to increase her speed and efficiency even further. By the time the last hunter was subdued, MJ collapsed backward onto the sticky surface of the web. She brushed her hair away from her face, sighing dramatically as she massaged her scalp with her fingertips. I think I overdid it a bit. She muttered, wincing, I'm starting to get a headache. The battlefield had gone eerily silent. The streets were completely deserted, save for the shattered remains of weapons, broken gadgets, and the twisted remains of high-tech gear. Dozens of hunters now hung like ornaments across the massive web, a haunting and surreal tapestry that reflected MJ's power and creativity. She sat upright and tapped her communicator. Aria. I'm done here. You handle the cleanup, yeah. I've got it, Aria responded smoothly. MJ gave a satisfied nod, then smiled to herself. In the meantime, let's see how Spider-Cat is doing. With a flick of her fingers, she conjured a portal, the swirling vortex humming with unstable pink energy. She leapt through, only to land on the pavement and instinctively duck. Above her, Felicia and Gwen came flying through the air like cannonballs, colliding mid-combat and smashing into the side of a nearby building. The entire structure groaned before crumbling under the force, burying both of them under a mountain of rubble. MJ blinked, then slowly stood upright, brushing dirt off her suit. What did I miss? The pile of rubble suddenly exploded, chunks of debris flying in all directions. From within the cloud of dust, Gwen and Felicia erupted, clearly engaged in a brutal, no-holds-barred fight. Craven stood at a distance, arms folded, laughing maniacally as he watched the chaos unfold. MJ stared at the scene in silence, then sighed heavily and pinched the bridge of her nose. Okay, so clearly I missed a lot. Chapter 325, Craven's War, 7. Third Person's POV. Harry and Lizzie streaked across the sky like twin comets, one a blur of emerald green and the other a flash of blazing crimson. The sheer speed of their movement made them appear as nothing more than flashes of light tearing through the air. With expert precision, Harry tore through the enemy's defenses. His baton struck with the force of a battering ram, shattering energy shields with a single hit, while his fists followed up with devastating punches that sent their foes flying. Right behind him, Lizzie brought the heat, literally. Her palms glowed molten red as she superheated the metallic weapons and gear of the hunters, causing them to warp, melt, and ultimately detonate from the inside out. Screams echoed from above as some of the airborne attackers clutched their limbs, flesh burning from contact with the now liquid metal. Before they could fall helplessly into the ocean below and drown, Harry reacted fast. He shot strands of reinforced webbing from his custom web shooters, catching each of them midair. In a show of practiced efficiency, he bundled them tightly, like oversized cannonballs, and suspended them beneath his glider with neatly wrapped cords. More hunters poured in, relentless and unshaken. They raised their weapons without hesitation and charged. One particularly bold assailant swung a plasma-forged sword toward Lizzie, its white-hot edge crackling with dangerous energy. Lizzie met the blade head-on, stopping it mid-swing with her bare hand. The moment her fingers clenched around the searing metal, flames surged up her arm. What? The hunter gasped, too stunned to finish. Her fist ignited with explosive power as she pulled back and punched directly into his shield. The energy field shattered like glass, and her fiery blow slammed into the center of his armored chest. The impact triggered a concussive burst that launched him backward through the air like a missile. Try something hotter next time, Lizzie quipped with a wild grin, already rocketing off toward the next target, leaving behind only the shimmering trails of fire in her wake. Above her, Nightwing swooped in with calculated grace, catching the unconscious attacker before he plummeted to the sea. With a grunt, he added him to the growing collection of captives dangling from the underside of his hoverboard like twisted piñatas. The skies around them had become a battlefield. Sleek, high-tech drones swarmed overhead, each armed with rotating turrets and enhanced targeting systems. Energy bolts rained down with mechanical precision, lighting up the sky in a cascade of rapid-fire lasers. But Lizzie was faster. Her body danced through the chaos like a flame caught in the wind. She twisted, spiraled, and darted through the bombardment with impossible agility. Her trail of fire began to take on shape, forming more than just heat and light. It began to resemble something alive. A fiery serpent, wings outstretched, began to form from the embers and blaze in her wake. As the glowing image solidified, the creature's eyes lit up with molten intensity. With a furious roar and a single beat of its flame-crafted wings, the serpent launched forward, weaving through the air with a mind of its own. It charged the enemy drones, consuming them one by one. Upon contact, it melted them from the inside out, triggering devastating internal explosions that ripped through their systems. The serpent didn't stop. It twisted and coiled through the sky like a dragon of legend, swallowing entire squads of drones and even enemy hunters. As it passed them, their screams rang out, raw and panicked, as fire danced across their armor, leaving scorched skin and broken machines in its wake. Hovering a short distance away, Harry glanced over his shoulder and chuckled at the destruction. "Babes, I think these are a bit overdone, don't you think?" he said, forming a new set of glowing portals and teleporting effortlessly between burning bodies to collect them. "Really?" Lizzie teased, her voice full of mischief as she raised her hand high. "I was thinking more, medium rare." With a dramatic snap of her fingers, the winged serpent soared high into the sky, coiling into a majestic spiral before it exploded into a breathtaking cascade of glowing fireworks. Red, gold, and blue embers rained down like celebratory sparks, illuminating the battlefield in brilliance. The sky, once choked with enemies, now lay quiet and clear. In mere seconds, the two had turned an aerial war zone into a silent graveyard, thanks to their devastating teamwork and flawless execution. "Good work, you two," came a voice through the comms. Aria's tone was calm, collected. "Nightwing, leave the captured hunters by the harbor. I'll handle the rest and make sure they're secured." "Appreciate it, Arya," Nightwing replied, nodding as he floated down toward the designated drop point. After setting down the captives, he summoned a portal and glanced at the next destination. Craven's location. "Let's finish this." As Harry and Lizzie stepped through the portal, they froze upon arrival, eyes quickly scanning the chaotic scene before them. MJ had just unleashed her synaptic disruption ability, aiming to paralyze Craven's mind and body, but something went horribly wrong. Gwen and Felicia had flown directly in front of her at the last second. Instead of Craven, the ability struck Gwen, her body locking up midair. "No." In that instant, Felicia lashed out, raking her claw across Gwen's face. Her mask tore open, and the force of the hit sent her flying, right into Craven's waiting arms. With a triumphant snarl, Craven struck. His blade flashed as it slashed across Gwen's exposed skin, injecting her with the same venom he had used before. "Sorry." MJ cried out, wincing in horror. "Don't worry, it's not your fault," Gwen growled as she recovered and rolled across the ground, landing in a crouch. Her voice was strained, but filled with fury. "Spider-Cat's abilities are just, seriously annoying. As for you..." Gwen unleashed a wave of her energy toward Craven, her eyes narrowed with focus. But she wasn't the only one attacking. At that very moment, Harry and Lizzie charged in from opposite flanks, flames and green light trailing behind them in dazzling arcs. Unfortunately, thanks to the chaos brought on by Felicia's interference, Gwen's ability missed its target entirely. Instead of striking Craven, the wave hit, unnaturally, inexplicably, toward Harry and Lizzie. "What? No, no, no." Gwen barely had time to react. The energy struck the two just as they reached Craven, stopping them dead in their tracks. Frost formed instantly around their bodies, starting at their feet and crawling upward in jagged, creeping lines. Craven smirked as he watched the spectacle unfold perfectly in his favor. "Well now, lucky me," he said with a cruel chuckle, pulling a small metallic sphere from his belt. "Here's a special concoction just for the two of you." He tossed the poison smoke bomb directly at their frozen forms, just as MJ teleported in through a portal, large spider legs ready, her eyes blazing with determination. The bomb exploded at their feet with a loud pop, releasing a thick cloud of sickly green gas. All three of them, MJ, Harry, and Lizzie, immediately started coughing violently, choking on the toxic fumes. MJ stumbled back a step, clutching her throat, while Lizzie and Harry within seconds, both were encased in solid ice, frozen mid-cough, their limbs stiff and expressions locked in surprise. "Okay, wait just a damn minute," Gwen barked, holding up both hands in a dramatic timeout gesture. "How the hell did this happen? Seriously, this is bullshit on so many levels." She glanced around at the chaos with a look of sheer disbelief. "I know Felicia's ability is partially to blame, but there's got to be a limit to this nonsense. How did we end up so disorganized?" A new portal shimmered open behind her, and Peter stepped through casually, as if walking in on a conversation he'd been listening to the whole time. "It's his ring," Peter said flatly, his voice calm but edged with authority. Before anyone could respond, he vanished in a blink of motion, and reappeared beside Craven. In a single, fluid movement, Peter snatched the ring clean off Craven's finger without the man having so much as twitched in response. Craven leapt backward, eyes wide. He looked down at his bare hand in stunned disbelief. I knew he was fast, but for me to not even see it. Peter held the ring up between his fingers, his expression neutral. This thing's been emitting subsonic vibrations. Completely undetectable, but powerful enough to affect your brain's perception, reaction time, and even your decision-making processes. Gwen raised an eyebrow. Okay, and how exactly do you know that? She asked skeptically. You weren't even here until a few seconds ago. I was monitoring your feeds during my own fight, Peter explained, crushing the ring in his hand until it shattered into glittering fragments. I noticed something was wrong when Spider-Cat got hit, and you, instead of focusing on Craven, turned on towards her to calm her down. He let the shards fall to the ground. I finished my battle around the same time you guys did, but I held off until I was certain what was happening. Had to be sure it wasn't just chaos or coincidence. Before Gwen could respond, a sharp screech tore through the air. Felicia, overcome by the poison, lunged toward Peter with a roar, her claws glowing with energy. Peter caught her wrist with a single hand and effortlessly hurled her over his shoulder. She flew across the space and crashed through a stained glass window, disappearing in a rain of shattered glass. Behind them, Lizzie's encasement of ice began to glow from within. Her internal heat finally ignited again, flames licking at the icy prison. The frost cracked, hissed, and then started to melt as her body temperature surged back into motion. The heat spread toward Harry, who also began to thaw, his green glow slowly returning to life. Peter exhaled softly, keeping his eyes on the rising steam. Don't worry. I'll take care of the rest. Thanks, Gwen said with a sigh, brushing a hand by her closing mask and healed cheek. Sorry for the mess. Based on Spider-Cat's reaction to the poison, it seems we're going to become an inconvenience for a little while. Tell me about it, Peter replied. But before they could say more, a furious voice cut through the haze. Don't ignore me. Craven snarled, stepping forward, blade drawn and rage flashing in his eyes. You dare treat me as if I'm not even here? Peter still didn't look at him. He simply flicked his wrist and shot a web directly at Craven's mouth, sealing it shut. I'll deal with you later, Peter said coolly. I'm having a moment here. Chapter 326, Craven's War, 8. Third person's POV. Peter watched with a weary sigh as the transformation began to take hold. One by one, his former allies gave in to the primal instincts surging through their veins, the animal DNA in their systems taking over. Their eyes gleamed with feral hunger, their movements sharper, more erratic, less human. They were devolving into beasts before his very eyes. Craven let out a guttural growl and reached for his face, violently tearing the webbing that had been plastered across his mouth. The sound was wet and visceral as the strands tore apart. Then, with the sound of stepping on glass, Felicia emerged from the shattered window she had been hurled through earlier. Her entire body shimmered with barely restrained energy, her growl low and guttural, and her silver hair floated wildly in the rising aura around her. Her eyes locked onto Peter with the intensity of a predator. Peter began counting quietly under his breath, eyes narrowing as realization hit him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He stopped, a wry, almost amused smile twitching at his lips. Oh shit. This is my Sinister Six moment. A voice crackled through his earpiece, Arya's voice, anxious and full of exasperated worry. Daddy. Now is really not the time for a mid-fight epiphany. I'm heading over to help. Peter's voice turned stern, protective. Don't you dare, baby girl. This is my moment. Not to mention, if you come in now, you're just going to get hurt, and I won't be able to protect you properly. I need you safe, for later. I'll handle this. With a sharp inhale, Peter pulled his hood up over his head, his hands sliding into the pockets of his suit as he lowered his head. His entire body started vibrating, barely visible tremors building up speed and charge. A united, inhuman roar erupted from the group as they all charged at him from every direction. Felicia lunged first, soaring through the air toward him with claws bared. A portal opened on his opposite side as MJ dropped down from above, her massive spider limbs already poised for attack. Harry and Lizzie came swooping down from the sky, energy blazing around them like meteors. Gwen swung in on a web line, her eyes glowing and a light blue stinger forming from her wrist. Craven came from the front, his twin daggers flashing with murderous intent. They were all closing in, fast. Peter's body reached a critical vibration point. Bolts of electric blue energy burst from his form, dancing wildly across his suit as he surged with speed. The world around him slowed to a crawl, every breath of wind and flicker of movement dragging like molasses. His lenses slid shut. You know, he thought to himself with dry humor, if they really had gone fully feral, they'd be attacking each other by now instead of ganging up on me. Guess some part of their brains still knows who's about to hand them their asses. From beneath his hood, brilliant streams of crackling blue energy sparked from his closed eyes, fizzing in arcs. The moment they reached him, Felicia's foot shot straight through the air, passing right through his head. An afterimage. A fake. The Real Peter was already airborne above them, upside down in mid-spin. In a flash, he fired 2 webs downward, anchoring them to the street. With a mighty yank, he propelled himself downward, his feet crashing into the backs of Harry and Lizzie, slamming them into the pavement with enough force to crack concrete. Dust and debris exploded outward as they gasped in pain, the air knocked from their lungs. MJ's spider leg came slicing in from the side. Peter caught it with one hand, spinning with the momentum. He twisted midair, kicking Felicia squarely across the face with the force of a cannonball. She went sailing back through the air, flipping uncontrollably before crashing into a parked car. Without missing a beat, Peter rotated again and drove his knee into MJ's face, sending her spiraling backward until she smashed through the side of a building with a thunderous boom. Gwen was next. She swung in fast, her stinger slicing through the air. Peter twisted his body, narrowly dodging the glowing weapon by mere centimeters. As her arm passed by him in slow motion, he caught her by the wrist. His other hand pulled back, fist clenched and glowing violently with unstable, crackling blue electricity, his chi and kinetic energy synced to perfection. He slammed the punch into Gwen's mask. The impact sent a ripple through the air as Gwen's body lit up like a lantern from the kinetic feedback. The force of the strike shattered part of her mask and triggered an explosive shockwave that didn't just blast Gwen backward, but also hurled Craven away like a rag doll, his body smashing into a light pole that bent on impact. "Sorry, my loves," Peter muttered as he landed back on the ground with effortless grace, "please don't file a domestic violence lawsuit after this." A blast of intense heat flared across the battlefield. Lizzie had recovered and now hovered in the air, fire dancing around her. But what she saw wasn't Peter, it was Craven. Her vision, twisted by the poison, betrayed her. With a scream, she thrust her hand forward and unleashed a torrent of flames, a surging inferno that devoured the street in its path, melting pavement and disintegrating everything it touched. Peter didn't hesitate. He punched the air with explosive force, his fist glowing with chi and charged with electricity. The resulting shockwave met the fire head-on. The collision was spectacular. Electricity met flame in a violent dance, the shockwave turning the firestorm into a cyclone of blue-charged embers. The raw energy split the sky for a moment before the entire blast scattered in a rain of glowing sparks. Peter stood firm in the center of it all, smoke swirling around him, crackling with lightning. And he hadn't even broken a sweat yet. Ugh! Peter grunted as he staggered, a sharp pressure squeezing around his mind like an invisible vice. He clutched his head for a second, teeth gritted. Someone, was eating away at his mental defenses. He could feel it, like sandpaper scraping across his thoughts. It was MJ. Standing just behind the chaos, her eyes glowed with a haunting intensity as she activated her power, mental erosion. A psychic power that chewed through Peter's concentration, fracturing his battle focus with each pulse. And then, out of the swirling smoke and crackling energy of the previous attack, Harry emerged, his hoverboard humming with power beneath his feet. A glowing orb of green chi charged in his hand, radiating with deadly intent. He darted forward and smashed it straight into Peter's face. The impact exploded with force, sending Peter skidding back through the rubble. Before he could recover, Felicia appeared overhead. She flipped midair with elegant precision and brought her heel down in a crushing dropkick, slamming against Peter's chest with full strength. His suit absorbed the impact, but Felicia's superhuman force triggered its energy release mechanism. The kinetic energy surged outward in an explosive pulse, but Peter reacted on instinct. He grabbed Felicia's leg and unleashed the power he had stored through his own speed. Ah! Felicia screamed as a torrent of electrical energy coursed through her body. Sparks crackled across her limbs, the glow illuminating her face as her body convulsed. Harry attempted to retreat, twisting around on his hoverboard to launch a counterstrike, but Peter wasn't letting up. He spun Felicia in a brutal arc and hurled her straight at him. Her electrified form crashed into Harry mid-flight, and the combined surge enveloped them both in a crackling storm of electricity. The force threw them into a nearby wall with a resounding boom. But there was no time to celebrate. Peter was under assault from every direction. His enhanced senses were overwhelmed by the barrage of attacks. He moved like lightning, using his super speed to weave and dodge, but MJ's mental interference and Felicia's chaos aura made the fight far harder than it should have been. Every second was a struggle against instincts, psychic pressure, and calculated teamwork from his corrupted friends. Meanwhile, the mirror dimension, the surreal, reflective battleground warped by magic, was tearing itself apart. Buildings fractured into kaleidoscopic shards, roads twisted into infinite loops, and the skies cracked like broken glass. Amid all this chaos, Peter had another challenge, making sure that Craven's men, innocents or not, didn't get killed in the crossfire. 2 of them were cradled in his arms now as he ran full tilt across a wall of the warp dimension, explosions trailing behind him. A bolt of blistering flame exploded behind him, the heat scorching the air where he had just stood. Peter flipped midair, twisting to avoid a barrage of chi blasts fired by Harry, now recovered and relentless in his pursuit. Gwen joined the chaos, her limbs bristling with icy constructs, long, jagged blades made from condensed, glowing frost. Peter's feet flared with a powerful repulsor burst as he used it to vault over her barrage. He soared high into the air, arcing gracefully. Landing atop a warped telephone pole, Peter stuck the unconscious men there with quick webs. One fluid motion later, he launched himself off, drawing everyone's attention away from them and back onto him. Somersaulting through the shattered sky, Peter crossed his arms as glowing chi surged through them. With a sharp cry, he unleashed twin crescent-shaped energy blades that streaked through the air like comets. The glowing arcs collided with MJ's massive spider construct, slicing it apart. The construct shattered spectacularly, glass-like limbs flying in every direction. The attack didn't stop there. The blades slammed into MJ's chest, sending her flying back. Fortunately, or unfortunately, her armored suit absorbed the majority of the damage, glowing from the impact but sparing her from severe harm. But then, Felicia's infamous bad luck field kicked in. Peter wasn't the only one affected by her bad luck, so was everyone else. The stored kinetic energy within MJ's suit discharged unpredictably. A concussive burst of raw force exploded outward, disrupting everyone's attacks mid-motion. Gwen's next strike was sent wide. Harry tumbled out of control. Lizzie was flung backward by the shockwave. The entire battle space became a storm of bodies and energy. Felicia had instinctively used the chaos to her advantage. She surfed the blast wave, boosting herself forward like a bullet fired from a railgun. Her body sliced through the air, homing in on Peter with incredible speed. Peter saw her coming, and he prepared to end it in one move. He gathered the power within him, pulling electricity, chi, speed, and focus into a single point. But due to Felicia, his energy became unstable and betrayed him. It backfired, detonating inside his system with a violent discharge. Ag! Peter staggered, pain lancing through his body. Felicia seized the moment. Her claws slashed down, and the instant they made contact with Peter's chest, all the unstable energy stored in his body detonated at once. A blinding storm of electricity erupted from Peter's core. Lightning cracked and danced across the mirror world, shattering the air with deafening booms. The very fabric of the mirror dimension trembled, fracturing at the seams like thin ice beneath a hammer. Then, with a massive shockwave and the sound of collapsing glass, the dimension shattered completely. Felicia's momentum drove her forward, and she tackled Peter straight out of the collapsing pocket reality. Together, they crashed back into the real world, through the mirrored glass of a towering skyscraper. Glass exploded outward as their bodies slammed through windows and steel, spiraling toward the city below. New York screamed back to life around them. Alarms blared. Cars screeched to a halt. Civilians ducked for cover as 2 superpowered beings fell from the sky like comets. Chapter 327, Craven's War, 9. Third Person's POV. Spider-Man and Spider-Cat burst out of the swirling tear in the mirror dimension and were flung into the overworld. As the shimmer of the dimensional portal faded behind them, Peter reacted instinctively, shooting a web toward the nearest skyscraper and swinging away with practiced ease. Felicia was close behind, mimicking his movements with her own unique acrobatic flair as she soared after him through the air. One after another, the rest of the group shot out of the portal. Lizzie and Harry came next, flying at full speed as they twisted and wove between the towering buildings of the cityscape. Their forms became blurs against the backdrop of glass and steel as they tailed Peter, relentless in their pursuit. Gwen and MJ emerged right after, their momentum propelling them forward, determination etched into their expressions. Craven followed shortly behind, gritting his teeth, having strapped a salvaged jetpack, taken from one of his now unconscious soldiers, onto his back. The city erupted into a chaotic, high-speed chase that twisted through alleys, over rooftops, and between traffic. Peter led the charge, maneuvering through the concrete jungle with the confidence only someone with months of experience could have. As he swung around the corner of a tall building, sprinted onto a glass window, running horizontally with a web tethered to the edge. Just as he was about to leap again, a portal shimmered into existence in front of him. Without hesitation, Peter extended his hand, firing a bolt of electric-charged energy directly into the outer ring of the portal. The energy within the vortex sparked erratically as Peter's bolt hijacked the current, destabilizing it. With a precise flick of his wrist, Peter slammed the portal shut just as Harry's hand stretched toward it, intent on using it. The portal collapsed mid-reach, slicing through Harry's outstretched limb. His severed forearm spiraled through the air, spinning downward. But before the limb could touch the pavement below, a green blur streaked past. Harry caught his own dismembered hand mid-fall with flawless precision. Without missing a beat, he pressed it against his bloody stump. Green chi blazed around the connection point, crackling and flaring as it surged with regenerative force. Skin and muscle knitted together in real time, sealing the wound as if it had never existed. Harry flexed his fingers, testing the connection. Satisfied, he leaned forward on his glider, the thrusters roaring with power as he rocketed forward with renewed speed and fury. Up ahead, Peter had reached a massive scaffolding enveloping a half-constructed high-rise. He vaulted into the framework, weaving through the narrow metal poles and beams like a phantom. I need to be strategic about this, Peter thought sharply, flipping over a beam. Right now, the biggest threats are Felicia and MJ. Felicia's powers are unpredictable and chaotic, they could end up hurting the others too, so I could hold off on her and make use of her. But MJ. She's the real problem. Especially to me. Felicia lunged at him from the side, claws slashing through the air. Peter instinctively grabbed onto a horizontal beam and spun around it, letting her momentum carry her past. As she tried to recover midair, Peter dropped down, landed behind her, and delivered a powerful kick to her back. She was sent flying downward, her body crashing through a series of metal poles with a metallic cacophony. "Sorry, cat," Peter quipped as he launched a web above and zipped upward again. "You're supposed to land on your feet, it's a cat thing, isn't it?" As he ascended, Gwen intercepted him, flipping in from the side. She leapt from a suspended platform and aimed a flying kick at him. Peter countered midair, their bodies crashing into each other. The two began a furious midair exchange, bouncing between platforms, trading rapid strikes, counters, and blocks in a blur of mixed martial arts and enhanced acrobatics. "You know," Peter grunted as he blocked a downward kick, "for someone who's supposedly given into their animal instincts, you still fight like a trained professional." Gwen snarled, her stingers unsheathing as she swiped at him. Peter caught one wrist, then quickly trapped the other under his arm with expert timing. "Gotcha." With a fluid motion, Peter leapt backward, planting both feet against her chest. With a pulse of blue energy from his sawls, he launched her with explosive force. Gwen was hurled across the air, smashing through part of the scaffolding and disappearing into the skeletal framework of the half-built skyscraper. Steel supports groaned and snapped under the impact. Then came the dread. An unnatural sensation rippled through Peter's body, stronger and more terrifying than before. A paralyzing fear clutched at his spine, and his eyes snapped upward, just in time to see MJ descending like a predator. Her body twisted unnaturally, clinging to the steel like a spider, her eyes glowing with malevolent focus as she used her fear-inducement ability. "Just the girl I wanted to see," Peter said with a crooked grin, even as she pounced. She landed directly on him, and the two tumbled through the maze of scaffolding, crashing and rolling. Peter groaned. "Normally, I'd be into a little rolling around, but I'm getting the feeling this isn't foreplay." But MJ didn't respond. Her eyes glowed brighter as she activated her synaptic disruption. Peter's limbs seized up. His muscles locked, stiffened. His body betrayed him. Move, move, move. Peter's mind screamed, and then he remembered, he didn't need to move himself. He ignited his chi. Brilliant blue energy surged from his core, wrapping around him like a second skin. The energy shifted and condensed into spectral hands, 4 extra limbs, extensions of his will. As his physical body remained paralyzed, his energy construct arms moved, grabbing onto beams, pulling him along, keeping him mobile. MJ unleashed her psionic spider limbs, aiming to finish him off, but the constructed arms moved forwards and held their point from reaching him. Her claws slashed forward, carving through air and striking at his shielded form. Peter stopped trying to command his nerves, and instead, commanded the energy itself. He visualized each limb, each move, and allowed the energy to guide his form. It was awkward, like puppeteering himself from outside his own body, but it worked. MJ finally broke through part of his suit, her claws tearing at the armor, and Peter felt her closing in fast, aiming to strike his skin. But he was ready. His energy-powered arms lashed out and caught her wrists, holding them tight. Then, with effort, Peter forced his head to move, jerking it back, before slamming it forward in a brutal headbutt. Crack! MJ's nose shattered under the impact. She cried out in pain, her concentration breaking completely. The psionic energy around her flickered and faltered, and Peter's muscles snapped back into control. MJ hissed, and in a blur of movement, sharp fangs erupted from her mouth. Her eyes shimmered with predatory hunger as she lunged toward Peter's exposed neck, intent on siphoning away his willpower and mental strength. Peter didn't flinch. Instead, he tilted his head with a dry smirk and muttered, "Although I love neck kisses as much as the next guy. I could do without the teeth." With deliberate calm, he retracted the part of his suit around his neck, giving MJ a clear shot, an opening most would never dare offer. The moment her fangs sank into his skin, Peter's body tensed, and his breath hitched. The sensation was immediate and overwhelming, like icy vines snaking through his mind, leeching his determination and clarity. Still, he didn't push her away. Instead, he cupped her head gently, eyes narrowing. "Sorry, Red," he whispered. "You need to learn, I tend to leave behind a nasty aftertaste." Without another word, Peter unleashed everything he had stored. Every ounce of chi and static energy he'd gathered during the chase erupted outward in a violent, electrified wave directly into MJ's body. Her scream was guttural, sharp, and quickly garbled. Her limbs spasmed uncontrollably, eyes rolling back as arcs of blue lightning danced violently across her frame. The crackle of power echoed through the scaffolding like a thunderclap trapped in a cage. But Peter didn't stop there. As Lizzie's blazing fire rained down like divine punishment from above, Peter twisted at the last second, curling himself around MJ's convulsing body to shield her. The flames licked across his back, heating the metal scaffolding until it glowed red-hot beneath his feet. His suit strained against the sheer heat, warning signals flashing inside his HUD, but Peter gritted his teeth and endured it. With one last burst of motion, he leapt free, web-slinging with breakneck speed through the tangled construction zone. For a moment, he was a blur, heat distorted and glowing with residual energy, until he vanished from Lizzie's line of sight. He came to a stop deep in the scaffolding and immediately cocooned MJ in a thick, reinforced webbing, wrapping her body securely and latching the threads to the steel beams around them like anchors. "Arya," Peter called aloud, tapping the communicator in his ear, "I'm leaving her in your care. You know what to do next." Without waiting for a response, Peter dove through the open metal frame and launched himself into the open sky just as Harry came sweeping past, scanning for any signs of him. "Hey, Dick Grayson. Looking for me?" Peter yelled, flipping through the air before smashing his fist directly into Harry's face. The impact sent Harry spiraling, his glider sputtering as he fought to regain control. Peter barely had a second to breathe before Lizzie returned, her hands lit with fire as she hurled a barrage of molten fireballs in his direction. He didn't dodge. Instead, he met her head-on. Twin chi-charged stingers extended from both his wrists, glowing a radiant blue as Peter slashed through the incoming flames. With a sudden burst of chi at his feet, he kicked off the air itself and flew toward Lizzie. "Wow, you guys really are good at working together even when ill," Peter shouted sarcastically. "At this rate, you'll be able to say you protected each other in sickness and in health." The three, Peter, Harry, and Lizzie collided midair, a chaotic storm of fists, webs, and fire. Each clash sent shock waves rippling out, disturbing the clouds of smoke rising from the chaos below. Then, disaster. A stray energy blast from Harry struck a towering yellow construction crane with a resounding boom, making the metal groan. The support cables snapped one by one as the massive structure tilted, toppling toward the street below, toward terrified pedestrians who screamed and scattered like ants. God damn it. Peter muttered under his breath, eyes narrowing. Without hesitation, he fired a web straight at Harry's glider, yanked hard, and flung him in a wide arc straight into Lizzie. The two collided midair and were sent crashing toward a nearby rooftop. Now kiss the bride, he yelled. Time slowed. Peter's world narrowed to the sound of creaking metal and the screams of people below. He launched himself forward, landing hard on the unstable crane as it tilted dangerously. Every movement had to be precise. He fired a web at the swinging steel hook and reeled it in, locking it against the crane before leaping again. A grenade web shot out, exploding in a burst of reinforced thread that anchored the hook in place. Swinging madly from support to support, Peter fired webs like a man possessed, anchoring the crane to adjacent buildings and beams. His web cartridges clicked empty, but he didn't stop. Mid-flight, he ejected the spent cartridges, tossed full ones into the air, and reloaded mid-motion with gun-like precision. Finally, after an impossibly tense few seconds, the crane groaned to a stop, mere feet above the pavement. It bobbed slightly, suspended by a massive spiderweb of reinforced filament stretching between buildings like a safety net woven by the gods. Below, civilians stared upward, mouths agape. Fear turned to astonishment. Peter sat atop the tilted structure, breathing heavily. His suit was scorched, his limbs trembling from adrenaline and strain. He looked down at the crowd. Then he sighed. It hasn't even been 5 minutes, and I already have to deal with shit like this. I'm already tired of this. Chapter 328, Kraven's War, 10. Third-person POV. As Peter sat perched confidently atop the fallen crane, striking a poised silhouette against the skyline, he gazed down at the bustling citizens below who were taking pictures. Suddenly, a sharp jolt ran through his nerves, his spidey sense flared to life, cutting through the moment like a blade. The world around him slowed to a crawl, colors fading into a near monochrome haze. It was as if time itself had been suspended. Behind him, he could feel them, Harry and Lizzie, rushing toward him through the air. Their energies were unmistakable, building like compressed storms, gathering power in waves that left the air buzzing. Peter didn't need to turn around. He sensed every pulse of energy they were charging, every fluctuation in the atmosphere behind them. In this frozen grayscale world, Peter's breathing remained calm and deliberate. He inhaled deeply through his nose and exhaled smoothly from his mouth. With precision, he pointed his index and middle fingers downward and gripped his wrist firmly. From the tip of his middle finger, a small orb of chi began to form, pulsing, glowing, swirling with deep electric blue energy. Arcs of electricity rippled and danced across its surface, illuminating his face in flickering light. Then, Peter took a step back, positioning himself at the edge of the crane, and without hesitation, he fell backwards in a graceful freefall. A shimmering portal sparked to life behind him just in time, swallowing his falling body. Instantly, he emerged upside down from another portal, this one opening far to Harry and Lizzie's left. Peter fell silently, the orb of chi still burning between his fingers, now aimed squarely in their direction. The stillness of the moment amplified his whisper. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. Without another word, Peter unleashed the orb. The force of the blast propelled him backward through the air as the sphere roared forth, tearing across the sky with the sharp snap of a thunderclap. A crackling trail of blue energy followed behind like a comet streaking through the clouds. The orb struck Harry first, slamming directly into the right side of his suit, right over the liver. The vibranium plating, despite its reputation, could not withstand the sheer force and concentrated kinetic power. The suit caved in and shattered, the chi burst piercing through Harry's body with brutal precision. The blast didn't stop there. It exited from Harry's back like a railgun shot and barreled toward Lizzie, catching her just as she was raising her hand. The blast punctured through her shoulder with a sickening burst and then continued skyward, soaring through the clouds like a divine judgment. Blood erupted from their wounds in gruesome sprays. Lizzie screamed in pain, her voice slicing through the still air like a siren. "Arghh," she cried, her body thrown backward by the impact. Harry, though wounded, merely grunted. He had endured worse, but pain was etched across his face. The energy Lizzie had been charging in her palm, a glowing orb of fiery devastation, was released unintentionally. The resulting explosion erupted in a sweeping wave of flame, catching Harry in the blast. Surrounded by fire, Harry shot across the sky like a demon ablaze, riding his hoverboard with flames licking at his armor and skin. The fire scorched his body, leaving his skin badly burned and his movements erratic. Lizzie, protected by her own fire-resistant powers, remained mostly unharmed, but stunned. Meanwhile, Peter was already in motion again, swinging through the chaos with flawless grace, his every movement calculated. He weaved around them, guiding their eyes with feints and flashes before disappearing behind them. When they turned, he stood there with a mischievous grin, arms slightly raised. "You know what they say when there's fire," Peter said cheekily, "stop, tuck, and roll." In a flash, he curled his body into a ball and rolled forward through the air, just as Gwen came soaring in behind him. With her hand outstretched, she unleashed a devastating blizzard from her palm, missing Peter by mere inches. The storm of ice and wind slammed into Lizzie and Harry like a wintry tidal wave, freezing the very air around them. Ice formed rapidly, encasing Lizzie in a thick layer of frost while Harry's flames hissed in protest against the cold. Peter rolled midair and dropped into another glowing portal, reappearing behind Gwen in the blink of an eye. He planted both feet against her back and, with a blast of repulsive force, launched her like a missile. Gwen flew forward, smashing into the frozen Lizzie, cracking the ice and sending both of them tumbling. Reality behind Lizzie shimmered and then fractured like glass as Peter hurled both Gwen and Lizzie backward, straight into the mirror dimension. "Time you both reflect on your actions," Peter shouted dramatically. Then, with a snort and a grin, he added, "Ha! Get it? Reflect. Since you're in the mirror dimension." "Man, I crack myself up." He didn't give them time to groan. Peter shot a web line toward Harry and yanked himself forward, tackling his flaming and frozen friend midair. The two of them spiraled downward and crashed onto a nearby rooftop. Harry's hoverboard, stressed from the sudden changes in temperature, shattered into pieces. The residual ice on his body fractured and exploded, his suit now brittle and useless. He tumbled hard across the rooftop, finally slamming into a metal ventilation unit with a sickening crunch. Harry let out a guttural growl as he pushed himself up from the rooftop, rage flaring in his eyes. Without hesitation, he charged at Peter with wild, unrestrained fury. His movements were erratic, beast-like, more instinct than precision. With a deafening roar, he swung his fist toward Peter's head, aiming to take it clean off. Peter reacted in a blur. He diverted the force of the blow just enough to prevent serious damage to the rooftop beneath them. He didn't want innocent people to be affected by the collateral damage, even in the heat of battle. The clash ignited instantly. The two of them launched into a ferocious martial arts exchange, fists and kicks flying in rapid succession. Peter's movements were fluid, economical, and precise, every action calculated. Harry's, on the other hand, were wild, powerful, and unpredictable. It was raw instinct versus refined technique. Their limbs blurred as they struck, blocked, countered, and evaded, both trying to find the upper hand through sheer will and sharpened reflexes. Suddenly, Harry launched a high roundhouse kick toward Peter's head. Peter raised a forearm, absorbing the impact effortlessly. At the same moment, his other hand extended to the side of him at a perfect angle, clang, intercepting a dagger aimed at his ribs. Craven the Hunter materialized in front of him, having lunged forward with deadly intent. His dagger now wedged between Peter's fingers, just shy of piercing his armor. Peter looked unfazed. "Oh, hey Craven," Peter quipped, gripping the assassin's wrist tightly, "you're late to the party. Didn't bring snacks either." Without giving them a chance to regroup, Peter began fending off both attackers simultaneously. His body twisted and spun with almost supernatural agility as he parried Harry's savage strikes and redirected Craven's lethal blades. The three of them moved like a chaotic dance, Peter weaving between them with the grace of an acrobat. "You know," Peter said between movements, ducking under Harry's punch while spinning Craven's arm behind his back, "I'd say 2-on-1 isn't fair. But let's be honest." He elbowed Craven sharply in the spine, making the hunter stagger and drop to his knees. "You're losing." Harry lunged again, both fists flying. Peter caught them effortlessly, locking them in place. In response, two chi-constructed arms sprouted from his back. They slammed into Harry's torso with machine-like precision. Crack. 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 Each hit aimed for a weak point in his already battered suit. Vibranium plates began to splinter and fall off. And while I do give points for creativity, Peter added, leaping over Craven's low tackle and landing with feline grace behind him, using my friends against me or planning to use me against everyone else. That was clever. Diabolical, even. But you failed to consider something. Craven snarled and pivoted to strike. Oh yeah. And what exactly did we fail to consider? Peter was already in front of him, grinning. That I'm Spider-Man. Craven's eyes widened. He slashed wildly with his daggers, but Peter ducked low, then sprang up again like a spring. You never had a chance to begin with, Peter said with a sing-song tone. And before Craven could react, Peter reached down and yanked his pants down in one fluid tug. Craven blinked in disbelief as his trousers hit the ground, revealing a pair of clean white boxers with pink heart patterns. Wah! Peter was already flipping over him with a laugh. Nice taste in underwear. Very hunter chic. Before Craven could pull his pants back up, Peter planted a foot on his back and kicked, sending the hunter tumbling forward. Craven tripped over his own pants and face-planted onto the rooftop in the most unceremonious way imaginable. 10 out of 10 for style. Peter shouted as Craven groaned on the ground. Peter turned just in time to block Harry's next strike. He swatted away knee after elbow, fist after kick, each time jabbing his knuckles, now glowing faintly with chi, into the gaps in Harry's armor. He was striking pressure points with surgical accuracy. 1, 2, 3, 4, on the fifth precise jab, Harry stiffened mid-swing. His eyes widened. His body froze. Peter stepped back, watching as Harry's muscles locked up, his limbs paralyzed. He could still breathe, still see, but his body refused to respond. Sorry, Robin, Peter said, his tone softer now. But this fight's over. He raised a leg and kicked Harry squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward. A portal opened midair, glowing with shimmering energy, and Harry vanished into it. Arya, he's coming in hot. Make sure to look after him, Peter mentally relayed the message. He trusted her to handle the rest. Back on the rooftop, Craven finally managed to get back on his feet, pulling his pants up with a furious scowl. Humiliation radiated from him in waves. His eyes locked onto Peter, filled with venom and burning embarrassment. Peter crossed his arms, unimpressed. Look on the bright side, Cravey. At least now everyone knows you wear your heart on your boxers. Chapter 329, Craven's War, 11. Third-person POV. I will not forget this humiliation, Spider-Man, Craven growled, his voice low and feral as he twirled his daggers with expert precision, the deadly blades slicing through the air in smooth arcs. Without wasting another second, Craven lunged forward with a burst of savage energy. His daggers flashed as he slashed and thrust furiously, each blow aimed to pierce, maim, or kill. He moved with the wild grace of a predator, but Peter was faster. Spider-Man parried and dodged each attack with an almost casual fluidity, his movements effortless and precise. You know, Peter said as he ducked under a wide swing and deflected another strike with his forearm, for someone who prides himself on being a hunter, you really do a lot of growling. I've been counting. Craven snarled in frustration, his attacks growing more erratic. Is it a nervous tic? Peter continued, his voice light. If it is, no offense. I mean, it's kind of cute. With a sudden spin, Peter delivered a sharp kick to Craven's torso, the impact sending the hunter tumbling backward across the rooftop. Craven grunted as he rolled across the concrete, dust and debris flying in his wake. He sprang back to his feet, discarding his daggers and drawing a long staff from across his back in one smooth motion. Do you ever shut up? He roared, charging again, this time with his spear aimed like a javelin at Peter's chest. Peter sighed dramatically. I'm afraid I can't. It's in my job description, Spider-Man, superhero, wall crawler, professional annoyance. As Craven lunged, Peter sidestepped, grabbed the shaft of the spear, and effortlessly redirected Craven's momentum, tossing him like a sack of flour across the rooftop. Before Craven could recover, Peter fired a webline at his ankle and yanked hard. Craven was pulled back across the rooftop, skidding like a hockey puck until Peter's boot connected with his face, snapping his head back and splitting his lip open. "I'ma be honest with you," Peter said as Craven, bleeding now, cut the web with his staff and jumped back into a fighting stance. "You're not exactly at the top of my priorities list today. In fact, you're way down there. Below laundry. Below taxes." Peter launched forward with a fist cocked back, full of momentum and speed. Craven raised his spear defensively, but the impact of Peter's punch shattered the weapon like it was made of glass. The hunter was launched backward from the blow, hitting the rooftop hard. Growling with fury, Craven slammed the broken spearhead into the rooftop, slowing his slide. He quickly reached for a handful of compact bombs from his belt, his eyes narrowed in hatred. "Then I'll just have to jump up the ranks the hard way." "The only thing you're jumping," Peter quipped, appearing in front of him in a blur, "is straight off this building." In one fluid motion, Peter snatched the bombs and ripped the belt clean off Craven with a blur of motion. He followed up with a spinning kick that sent Craven hurtling off the rooftop's edge. "Toodaloo," Peter sang, wiggling his fingers in a mocking farewell. He watched as Craven reached for his whip midair, but lost interest in the outcome. His attention was stolen by a new presence, Felicia. She swung into view with feline grace, flipping through the air and landing low to the ground on all fours. Her suit shimmered under the moonlight, and she let out a low, rumbling growl. Her eyes glinted with a wild, dangerous gleam. "Hello, priority number 1, Peter said with a grin beneath his mask. Felicia wasted no time. She sprinted toward him like a panther pouncing for the kill and leapt, her claws extended. Peter met her charge without hesitation. Their hands collided midair, fingers interlocking in a powerful struggle. The force of their clash sent a shockwave blasting outward, cracking the rooftop beneath them in a spiderweb pattern. Felicia bared her fangs, growling as strands of saliva glinted at the corners of her lips. She pushed with all her strength, trying to force Peter back. He leaned in slightly, his voice playful and teasing. "I gotta say," Peter murmured, his voice dropping an octave, "you look gorgeous when you're mad at me. Like you just want to eat me alive." Felicia didn't respond with words, only an intensified growl. Peter chuckled, returning the growl, but his had a sultry edge to it. "Rawr. Father," a voice echoed in his, aria, clearly unamused. Peter laughed and said quickly, "Sorry. Then, with renewed focus, he twisted, disengaged from Felicia, and launched himself forward, grabbing her around the waist and tackling her through a portal that shimmered into existence behind her. They both vanished in a flash of light, reappearing high in the Arctic skies. The bitter cold slammed into them immediately. Peter drove her down into the snow with a crash, creating a plume of white powder. Her suit lit up, absorbing the kinetic force of the impact. Peter rolled off her and flipped back into a ready stance, his body crackling with energy. "All right," he said, breath misting in the air, "out here it's just you and me, your back luck is just between the two of us." The snow shifted, and Felicia exploded from the ground in a surge of white and silver, her hair whipping like a banner in the frigid wind. She landed with feline grace, her muscles tense. With a low snarl, she flexed her fingers, and her claws extended, long, sharp, and glowing with a silvery light, glinting with antimetal. They pulsed once by her energy wrapping around them, and she slashed the air. A wave of energy carved through the snow in vicious claw marks. Peter reacted instantly, zigzagging between each slash attack she threw at him at super speed, the glowing claw marks narrowly missing him as he accelerated. Snow exploded in every direction as he closed the distance. He appeared before her in a blink, his fist a blur, and landed a devastating punch to her jaw. Felicia flew backward like a missile, her body tumbling across the frozen tundra. Felicia slid violently across the snow, her claws tearing through the icy surface as she scrambled back onto all fours. Her glowing silver nails sliced furrows into the ground as she charged toward Peter with wild speed, her movements raw and primal. Peter didn't hesitate, he sprinted to meet her, his boots crunching the snow beneath him as their paths collided in a whirlwind of violence. They clashed in a brutal, frenzied brawl. Felicia's claws swiped with unrelenting fury, arcing through the air in blurs of silver, each strike capable of tearing his suit, and him, apart. Peter didn't let a single blow land. His arms moved at such high velocity they left afterimages, a shimmering blur trailing every block and parry. His fists fired back like shotguns, each punch packing devastating force. They thudded against her body with explosive sound, the air vibrating with every hit. He focused his assault on her face, the least armored part of her, where her flesh was vulnerable. Blood sprayed across the snow in jagged splashes as Peter held nothing back. He struck with grim precision, trying to end the fight before it escalated further. But Felicia wasn't just tanking the hits, she was building up energy. Then she caught his fist. Peter's eyes widened slightly as Felicia's hand clamped around his knuckles. Her head was lowered, silver hair cascading like a curtain to hide her face. Blood ran down her chin and dripped onto the snow, staining it a deep crimson. For a moment, everything felt still, until she looked up. Her face was streaked with blood, her eyes ablaze with raw fury. She looked feral. Furious. Ready for payback. She let out a guttural roar as her body erupted with energy, vibranium pulses and raw power exploded outward in a concussive wave. Peter was blasted off his feet and hurled through the air. He flipped midair and landed in a crouch, skidding back. But Felicia was already airborne, descending like a meteor with her heel aimed at his skull. Peter crossed his arms over his head just in time, absorbing the blow, but the moment they collided, a surge of energy burst between them. Felicia's bad luck triggered an overload, short-circuiting Peter's suit system. A wave of destructive force tore through the ground, ripping up ice and snow, sending huge chunks of terrain into the sky. The glowing symbols on Peter's chest flickered and dimmed. His HUD blinked once, and then blacked out. His connection to Arya vanished. Alarms flared in the corners of his mind, but before he could regain control, Felicia was already attacking. Her strikes were a storm, a relentless barrage of clawed swipes and powered punches. Peter slipped on a fractured chunk of ice, just enough for her claws to slash across his face. His mask tore apart, and blood sprayed out from the gashes carved into his cheek. The pain only sharpened his instincts. Peter caught her incoming claw with one hand and slammed his forehead into hers. The crack was sickening. Her nose shattered instantly, and a couple of teeth flew out from the force. Felicia stumbled, dazed, blood pouring from her face. Peter didn't hesitate. He drove his shoulder into her midsection and tackled her to the ground, roaring with effort. He stood over her and punched downward with every ounce of power he had, but her suit reacted instantly. A dome of kinetic energy surged outward, dispersing snow in every direction. Peter punched again. Another explosion of force erupted. And again. And again. His fists began to glow, bright blue with concentrated chi. The ground trembled with each strike as he accelerated, his arms a blur. Punches rained down like meteors, each one triggering a mini shockwave from Felicia's failing armor. But Peter stuck himself to the ground with his feet and pushed through the resistance. His fury and power built until he was punching faster than her suit could absorb. The vibranium-enhanced armor screamed in protest, flickering erratically, and then it shattered. The pieces of her suit burst outward like shrapnel, and Felicia screamed. Peter let it back, pulled his arm back, and summoned all his strength. His entire arm glowed with energy, crackling blue chi wrapped around it like lightning. And then he brought it down. The strike was like thunder. A blinding flash and an explosive shockwave tore through the ice. Felicia's body convulsed as electricity ripped through her nervous system. Blood gushed from her mouth as her limbs jerked and then dropped limp. Still. Unmoving. Peter panted heavily, his mask half-ripped, his face bleeding, his knuckles raw. The air around him shimmered with leftover energy and steam. His suit rebooted slowly, and his HUD blinked back to life. "Systems online," came Arya's voice, gentle and concerned. "Daddy, are you all right?" Peter didn't answer immediately. He stood over Felicia's unconscious body, the snowy crater around them a testament to their battle. Ice cracked beneath his boots as he took a shaky breath. "I'm so getting arrested for domestic violence," he muttered under his breath, rubbing the blood from his chin. He looked around at the frozen wasteland their fight had caused. Chunks of glacier-sized ice had been ripped free, and snow had been vaporized in places. If this fight had happened in a city, he didn't even want to imagine the casualties. And then, his spider sense flared. It wasn't a threat. But it was something powerful. He froze mid-step. A chill ran down his spine, deeper than the cold air around him. Slowly, Peter walked away from Felicia's unconscious form. He followed the signal, his instincts pulling him forward like a magnet. He dropped to his knees several meters away, ignoring Arya's increasingly worried voice. He brushed away snow frantically, revealing a sheet of ice beneath. Embedded deep in the frozen layer was something impossible. A white star. Peter's breath caught. He scraped faster, uncovering more. A circular shield. Red, white, and blue. Heart pounding, Peter cleared the rest of the snow and ice, until a face emerged beneath the surface. Frozen in time. Eyes closed. Peaceful. Familiar. Peter's hands trembled as he looked down at the men buried in the Arctic ice. Holy hell, he whispered, barely able to breathe. I think I just found Captain America. Chapter 330, Kraven's War, 12. Third-person POV. Arya, please tell me I'm not just seeing things right now, Peter said in awe, his voice barely a whisper as he slowly brushed away the thick blanket of snow. His breath caught as he uncovered the unmistakable figure of none other than the Captain America, frozen in time beneath the ice. No, you're not imagining things, Arya replied, equally astonished. From her position on the base her eyes widened as she took in the sight. I see him too. This is unbelievable. Your battle with Felicia must have shaken the ground enough to dislodge all the layers of snow and ice that were concealing him. Peter stood slowly, letting out a long sigh as he scratched the back of his head in thought. This is way too early, but then again, not everything in this universe has gone according to the sequence I originally expected, he mused silently. He turned his gaze toward the unconscious Felicia, her body lying still amidst the wreckage of their fight. With a flick of his wrist, a glowing portal opened beneath her, gently lifting her up and sending her back to their base. Take care of her, Peter said aloud to Arya, although there was no need as he knew Arya would do just that. His hand hovered near his lips, his finger tapping thoughtfully as he looked back at the frozen legend before him. Father, what's your next move? Arya asked, her voice soft but curious. She knew he was deep in thought. Peter's mind drifted, unwilling, to the recent conversation he'd had with the one above all. It lingered in his mind like a whisper, the talk about control and getting too involved in everything. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, Peter finally said, Arya, contact Fury. This situation is way above our pay grade. What? Are you serious? Arya asked, genuinely surprised. She hadn't expected that decision. You're just going to hand him over to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Of all people. You do realize they're riddled with Hydra agents, right? They're compromised. Peter gave a short, tired laugh. Trust me, I've considered that. But there are a few reasons I'm going through with this. First off, he's Captain America, Arya. Whether we like it or not, he's basically government property. Trying to keep him ourselves would raise too many red flags. Second, we're already stretched thin with everything going on, we don't have the bandwidth to handle something this big. And lastly, he paused, his lips curling into a sly smirk, I'm hoping his presence will force Hydra's hand. They've been hiding in the shadows too long and too well. With Steve in the picture, I'm betting they'll panic and expose themselves. Arya nodded slowly, her eyes lighting up with realization. So, you're planning to use him as bait to lure them out? Peter chuckled deeply. Bait. Oh, my sweet, sweet, innocent daughter. Captain Bloody America is no mere bait. What we're doing is no different than throwing a shark into a fish tank and waiting to see who survives. Arya laughed, shaking her head. That's, honestly fair. After reading up on his World War II achievements, I honestly can't argue with that. All right, I'll contact Fury now. Peter extended his hand, and a small projector emerged from his web shooters, casting a blue holographic image of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rotating logo into the air. A few moments later, Nick Fury's face appeared, grim as ever. What do you want? Fury asked sharply. Shouldn't you be busy dealing with your so-called friends who went rogue? Of course you already know about that. Peter muttered, barely hiding a pout. How could I not? Fury shot back. A damn crane nearly collapsed during your little brawl earlier. You almost caused dozens of casualties. Everyone's watching you, closely. Peter sighed and rubbed his forehead. Yeah. I'm working on that. But that's not why I'm calling. "I've got something here I think you'll want to see." Fury narrowed his eye suspiciously. "And what would that be?" Peter stepped aside, holding the camera steady as it rotated around to show the frozen figure of Steve Rogers, perfectly preserved in the ice. He said nothing, letting the image speak for itself. Fury's jaw slowly dropped as his one eye widened in utter disbelief. "Wait a damn minute, what is that? No way. Is that real?" 100% authentic cycle, Peter said with a teasing grin. "Still got the star on his chest and everything." "If you're messing with me," Fury warned, his tone dangerous. "I'm not messing with you," Peter said seriously. "Skepticism is your thing, I get that. But I'm not lying. Here, watch." He stepped forward and tapped the ice repeatedly with his boot. The dull thuds echoed over the connection. Fury's expression shifted, becoming stone-cold serious. "All right. Send me your coordinates. I'm going there personally." Peter nodded. "Sure thing. Area's sending them now." As the location was transmitted, Fury studied the ice again, his brow furrowing. "I've got to ask, how the hell did you even find him? What led to this?" Peter let out a groan, rubbing the back of his neck with a sheepish smile. "Honestly, I'd rather not talk about that. Let's just say it wasn't my proudest moment." Fury snorted, the corners of his lips twitching in what almost resembled a smile. "Now I'm even more curious." Peter sighed, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. "Let's just say, yes. The pizza is, in fact, abusive." "What?" Fury asked, genuinely confused. "You committed an act of domestic violence." "Wha? There's no way you actually managed to get that," Peter said, incredulous. Fury scoffed, arms crossed. "You think I, a world-class spy, wouldn't recognize the distress code of a victim calling for help? Please. I've memorized every code in the book." Peter gasped dramatically, placing a hand over his chest. "Is that a hint of ego I detect? From the Nick Fury himself?" Fury rolled his eye and smirked, shaking his head. "I'll be there shortly." The hologram flickered and disappeared, leaving only the rotating shield emblem hovering briefly before fading from view. Peter dispersed the projection and as he raised an eyebrow. "Someone's clearly in a good mood today," Arya remarked. Peter laughed. "Can you blame him? We just unearthed the nation's frozen sweetheart. I wouldn't be surprised if Fury throws us a parade." He sighed after a beat, his expression sobering. "Speaking of sweethearts, let's see how mine is doing in timeout." With a flick of his wrist, he opened a swirling portal to the mirror dimension and stepped through, vanishing from the snowy landscape. The other side was chaos. As Peter descended from the air into the dimension, his eyes widened. The entire realm was a shattered war zone, split cleanly into two distinct biomes. One side was a jagged tundra of piercing ice, frost coating everything in sight, towering frozen pillars stabbing into the air like crystal spears. The other was a seething inferno, lava-like heat cracking the very sky, flames roaring and coiling into volatile storms of burning wind. Buildings had either been flash-frozen into brittle, skeletal ruins or half-melted into slag, warped beyond recognition. Peter swung inward, and in the distance, he spotted Gwen and Lizzie engaged in a brutal, no-holds-barred brawl. Their bodies were bloodied and battered, their suits barely holding together. Gwen's suit was scorched and peeling, melted from the sheer intensity of Lizzie's heat waves, flames as hot as the sun's surface. In contrast, Lizzie's armor was brittle and cracking, flaking off her body in frosty chunks. They stood at the dividing line of their elemental war zones, panting, bleeding, glaring, each of them with a hand outstretched, their fingers trembling with raw effort. Between them hovered a sphere of swirling chaos, half flame, half frost, locked in a volatile battle of extremes. The sphere suddenly detonated, unleashing a devastating shockwave of thermal energy. A tidal wave of searing fire and piercing cold erupted outward, smashing into both girls and sending them flying, crashing into opposite sides of the landscape with a chorus of pained grunts. They spat blood as they staggered back to their feet, bruised and swaying, yet still unwilling to quit. Their hands rose again, trembling but defiant. Peter slowly walked down the icy road, hands in his pockets, hood pulled low over his head. The snow crunched under his boots as flakes swirled around him, casting him as a silent observer in a world of broken elements. As the girls charged once more, energy blazing between them, Gwen caught a glimpse of Peter approaching. Her eyes barely had time to widen before he was upon her. With a swift, precise movement, Peter raised his hand and delivered a clean karate chop to the back of Gwen's neck. She gasped and collapsed forward, but Peter caught her effortlessly. He turned slightly as Lizzie's blast of solar fire screamed toward him. Without flinching, he tilted his head to the side, letting it pass by harmlessly. Lizzie, enraged, surged toward him at breakneck speed. But Peter moved even faster, ducking beneath her attack, weaving to her side, and planting a single, devastating punch into her gut. The air rushed from her lungs. Her body folded around his fist, her eyes rolling back as she gagged. Peter gently caught her too, cradling both girls over his shoulders before opening a new portal and stepping through. The chaos of the mirror dimension vanished, replaced by the clinical calm of the base infirmary. Inside, MJ, Harry, and Felicia already lay unconscious in recovery beds. Peter carefully set Gwen and Lizzie down beside them. Arya stood at their side, hands glowing faintly as she placed them on each of the girls' foreheads. "I've ensured they won't wake up," she said softly. "I'm analyzing the poison in their systems. I've already identified about 80% of the components. I should be able to synthesize a cure soon." Peter gave a small hum in response. His eyes scanned the room once, lingering briefly on each of them, his expression indiscernible behind his mask. Then, without a word, he turned and began walking toward the exit. "Where are you going?" Arya called after him. Peter didn't stop. His hand tightened into a fist, his voice low and resolute, while his lenses narrowed, leaving a blue trail with every step he took. To finish where it all began, with Craven. The door slid shut behind him, sealing the room in silence. Chapter 331, Craven's War, 13. Third-person POV. Peter stood atop a weather-worn gargoyle, crouched low as he gazed out over the bustling cityscape below. The afternoon sun should have bathed the summer skyline in golden hues, but thick, storm-laden clouds hung overhead. A light drizzle had begun, the raindrops gently tapping against the stone surface beneath his feet, adding a subtle rhythm. The streets below were alive, men and women moving about their lives, sprinting to escape the rain, horns honking, engines rumbling through slick pavement. But Peter's focus was razor-sharp, his jaw clenched beneath the mask. "Arya, where's Craven?" Peter asked darkly, his voice low and filled with purpose. "He's returned to his base," Arya's voice replied through his earpiece, her tone cautious. "Well, it's more of a mansion, really. He's rallying what's left of his crew. Doesn't look like he's planning on quitting anytime soon." Peter scoffed under his breath. "Craven doesn't know how to quit," he muttered, the scorn evident in his voice. "But it's about time he collects his 401k. I'm giving him an early retirement, whether he wants it or not. His hunting days are over." Without hesitation, Peter leapt from the gargoyle and dove into the open air, slicing through the wind like a bullet. His arms spread, activating the sleek black wingsuit that extended from his suit. He soared over the city's silhouette, refusing to use his teleportation spells. Not for this. This had to be personal. No shortcuts. No instant arrivals. This was a hunt, and Craven needed to know what it felt like to be prey. After a few minutes of silent gliding, Peter latched onto the side of a tall lamp post. He clung to the edge and leaned out, his gaze sweeping toward the city's outskirts. In the distance, shrouded by mist and creeping ivy, stood the infamous abandoned mansion, Craven's makeshift fortress. Peter's lenses narrowed and zoomed in. He activated his X-ray vision. Through the thick walls and windows, he saw movement, Craven's men pacing the hallways, armed and on edge. Their heat signatures glowed red against the backdrop of steel and stone. Area systems overlaid names, threat levels, and biometric profiles across his HUD. His form shimmered for a moment before flickering into full invisibility. To the naked eye, he was gone. Only the faintest outline of his figure could be seen when the raindrops hit his cloaked body, bending around him unnaturally. Soon that faint outline began to crawl up the mansion walls, silent, patient, calculating, before slithering inside through an open, rain-streaked window. Inside the mansion, Craven stood like a general preparing for battle. His back was to the room as he methodically strapped weapons across his chest and around his waist, throwing knives, grenades, vials of toxins, and a machete forged from obsidian. The room was lined with animal pelts and tribal masks, the decor primitive and ominous. Behind him stood two colossal men, towering like twin titans. One wore the skin of a black bear draped over his shoulders, a massive warhammer resting in his hands. The other, clad in a brown bear's fur, carried a double-headed axe strapped to his back, his muscles tense with anticipation. "I trust the others have gathered as I commanded?" Craven asked without turning, his accent thick and voice like a low growl. "Yes, sir," replied the brown bear, slamming his fist into his palm with a smirk. "Everyone's in position. The spider will be walking into his own grave." Craven's eyes glittered as he reached for a pristine ceremonial dagger resting on a stand. He admired his reflection in the polished steel, inhaling the scent of rain that suddenly appeared in the air. His lips curved into a feral smile. "Yes. Yes, he will be," he said slowly, turning sharply and hurling the dagger toward a darkened corner of the room. The two bear-like men spun around, startled, just in time to see the dagger freeze midair. A web glistened in the corner, stretched taut like a trap. Peter was sprawled across it, like a grotesque, humanoid spider. He held the dagger between two fingers, mere centimeters from his mask, the blade glinting under the dim light. Peter tilted his head. "Here," he said dryly, his voice laced with sarcasm. "This seems to have slipped from your fingers. Be more careful next time." With a flick, he hurled the blade back. The dagger zipped through the air and grazed Craven's cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. A crimson droplet slid down his face. Craven calmly wiped it with his finger, then licked it. The two giants unslung their weapons, taking stances ready for combat. The tension in the room grew thick, the air charged with the weight of imminent violence. Craven looked up with a grin stretching ear to ear. "Came alone this time, Spider-Man?" Peter's voice was cold, clipped. "Yeah. I did. Thanks to you." Craven chuckled and gave a theatrical bow. "You are most welcome." Peter's expression remained unreadable beneath the mask. "Are you proud of yourself, Craven?" The question was simple, almost too casual, but it carried weight beneath its surface. Craven's grin faltered for a fraction of a second before he shrugged. "If you're asking whether I take pride in what happened, no. They weren't my targets. They never were. I only wanted you, Spider-Man. You, and no one else." He tilted his head, curiosity glittering in his eyes. "Although, I must ask, where is that white brat? The one dressed like a tiger?" Peter didn't even blink. "He wasn't from this time. He went back to the future." Craven blinked once. Are you serious?" "Yup," Peter said, popping the P for emphasis. "Ha ha ha." Craven laughed, clutching his stomach. "Well, color me surprised. I did not expect that. Since I was honest with you, how about returning the favor? What's your obsession with me? You said I was your true target. Why?" Craven's smile returned, full of sharp teeth and dangerous intent. Quite a few reasons, actually. I'm a hunter by nature, Spider-Man. It's in my blood. I don't chase the herd, I go after the apex predator. And in this jungle, that's you." He stepped closer, still grinning like a madman. "You stand above the rest. You're faster, stronger, more intelligent, more determined. You are their leader, the one worth hunting. Why waste time on lesser prey when I can be satisfied with just you?" Peter sighed loudly, resting his hand on his forehead. "I'm sorry, Craven. I'm flattered, really. But I'm in a committed relationship. I just don't understand what it is about me that drives both men and women absolutely wild." Craven's eye twitched. Without a word, he snatched a grenade from the table beside him and hurled it straight at Peter. Peter casually caught the device midair, his fingers closing around it. A blast of smoke erupted from the seams, but Peter remained unmoved. His suit shimmered as it absorbed the energy, distributing the force across his frame. A pulse ran through the plating, glowing briefly. When the smoke cleared, Peter was still sprawled on the web, calm as ever. Wisps trailed from his fingertips as he looked up. "Wow," he quipped. "Didn't know your love for me was so explosive." He flipped down from the web and landed gracefully on the floor, his boots clacking against the tile. Craven's eye twitched again. "Shutting that mouth of yours is going to be my reward when I finish hunting you down," he snarled, ripping a saber from the wall and adopting a fighting stance. Peter pointed at him. "Okay, seriously, that one had to be intentional." "You heard what you just said, right?" Craven growled faintly, and mumbled, "That was an accident." Before Peter could crack another joke, the brown bear-shaped man let out a roar and charged forward. His glowing green battle axe swung overhead in a massive arc aimed to cleave Peter in two. Peter raised his forearm just in time. The axe slammed into it, only for the impact to trigger the kinetic storage system in his suit. A massive shockwave exploded outward, sending furniture, debris, and even Craven's men tumbling in every direction. Peter appeared in a flash before the brown bear, faster than the eye could track. "Here's a suggestion, how about taking an early hibernation?" Peter said, his fist already flying forward. He struck the bearman square in the chest, launching him backward with such force that he smashed through the heavy wooden doors behind them. The shattered remnants of the door splintered in all directions as the hulking man crashed into a group of reinforcements charging down the hallway, bowling them over like dominoes. Peter barely had time to raise his hand as the warhammer from the black bear roared down toward him. But this time, the hammer was unleashing a power voltage of electricity. A surge of high-voltage electricity arced through Peter's body and was absorbed into his body. For an ordinary person, the charge would have been fatal. It would have reduced them to little more than charred bone. But Peter was far from ordinary. His chi surged in tandem with the absorbed energy, his aura crackling to life around him, dancing like azure lightning across his body before fading. "Sorry, big guy," Peter said casually, stepping into the blow, "but this tree's fresh out of honey." He planted both feet and brought two knuckles forward. With accurate demonstration he performed a 1-inch punch to the black bear's gut. A small shockwave excited from his back, the black bear's coat flapped wildly as he went airborne, his eyes rolling back, mouth agape in a silent gasp, before crumpling to the ground like a sack of bricks. Peter exhaled slowly and rolled his shoulders. "Now come on, baby bear," he said, turning to Craven with a smirk. "This Goldilocks is gonna make sure your ass whoopin' is just right." Craven's eyes were wide with excitement, not fear. He grinned as he twirled his saber and stepped forward, his blood pumping. "Good," he growled. "Finally, a real hunt." Chapter 332, Craven's War, 14. Third-person POV. Peter calmly strode forward, unfazed, as Craven charged him with primal intensity, dual daggers gleaming in hand. The blades swung across the air with practiced precision, aiming directly for Peter's chest. Craven slashed once, sparks flew. He slashed again, more sparks. Again and again, his blades collided with Peter's suit, each strike echoing with the sharp hiss of metal on something unbreakable. He stabbed, jabbed, slashed from multiple angles, trying desperately to find a weakness in Peter's armor, a crack, a soft spot, anything he could exploit. But nothing gave. Every time his blade struck, a ripple of kinetic force shimmered briefly across Peter's suit. Peter didn't flinch. He just stood there, staring at Craven with an unreadable expression. Craven paused, his instincts screaming. Something primal deep inside him sensed it, danger. Then came the crack. Peter headbutted him. The blow landed with the force of a wrecking ball, connecting squarely with Craven's face. His nose crunched audibly, blood spurting from both nostrils as he stumbled back, dazed and off balance. Peter didn't give him room to breathe. He spun into motion, his limbs becoming a blur, a dance of speed, grace, and devastating force. His arms moved so fast they became nearly invisible, leaving streaks in the air. Craven grunted and dove to the side, only narrowly avoiding a bone-shattering punch. Even still, bruises had begun forming across his chest and face, the earlier hits taking their toll. He rolled away, panting, and grasped his ruined nose with both hands. With a loud, wet crack, he snapped it back into place. Craven exhaled sharply, then spat out a blood clot that hit the ground with a sickening splatter. Suddenly, a searing laser beam flew past Peter's head, narrowly missing him before detonating against the wall behind him in a burst of flame and debris. He turned his head. More of Craven's men had arrived, rifles and cannons at the ready. They opened fire instantly, crimson bolts of energy and plasma streaking through the air toward him. Peter exhaled, then moved, weaving through the barrage, flipping and twisting midair like a dancer on fast forward. The air shimmered with motion blur as he evaded their every shot. Meanwhile, Craven pulled out a sleek spear from his back, pressing a button on its side. With a hiss and a mechanical click, the spearhead opened up, revealing a hidden core packed with high-tech components. Peter's senses activated in warning. He immediately leapt onto the ceiling just as the spear unleashed a massive shockwave. A deafening boom followed, and a cone of sound blasted forward with cannon-like force. The floor was shredded apart, the wall obliterated, and Craven's desk reduced to flying splinters. Craven laughed darkly, glancing up at the ceiling where Peter clung. "What's the matter, Spider-Man? Why dodge?" Peter hung upside down with a deadpan stare. "Okay. Where the hell did you even get that?" "Sorry," Craven grinned. "But I don't buy and tell." Another pulse fired toward the ceiling, but Peter was already gone. Debris and shattered tiles rained down. Craven narrowed his eyes, searching. A voice came from behind. "Fine. I guess I'll just beat it out of you." Craven turned too late. Peter struck. The punch landed with titanic force, sending Craven flying across the room. He smashed through a thick wall, leaving behind a gaping hole and a trail of dust and rubble, his body vanishing into the next chamber. But there was no rest. Dozens of red lasers suddenly rained down on Peter. Craven's private training drones had activated, each set to full firepower. They blasted at him from every angle, trying desperately to weaken his armor or, at the very least, slow him down. Peter ducked behind a pillar, grumbling. "This is getting annoying." He stepped forward, grinding his palms together. Ancient symbols and circuits of light began forming between his hands, a spell matrix, royal blue and humming with immense power. His hands moved faster than the eye could follow, bending energy and reality with every twist. Once complete, Peter slammed the glowing sigil onto the ground. A brilliant wave of blue magic pulsed outward like a tidal shockwave. Boom. The entire building flickered. Lights blew out with a flash. Weapons short-circuited mid-fire, bursting into sparks and smoke. One by one, every gun, drone, and energy source overloaded and exploded in the hands of Craven's soldiers. Electronics died instantly. Outside the walls, the ripple extended, streetlights shattered, transformers sparked, and circuits across several blocks of the city fried under the pressure of Peter's electromagnetic magic burst. It was a spell he had developed during his training with the Ancient One, a personalized EMP rune tuned to disable technology within a broad radius while leaving biological life untouched. It worked perfectly. Craven's men, realizing their high-tech weapons were worthless, reached for anything they could, machetes, pistols, brass knuckles. They screamed and charged toward Peter in desperation. Peter's eyes narrowed. He began vibrating in place. The ground beneath him sizzled with friction. Smoke curled from his boots as his body blurred left and right, faster and faster, until the air split with snapshots of his form. Dozens of afterimages stood where he had been, all sparking with electric static. Each one charged with raw chi energy. They suddenly broke formation and rushed toward Craven's soldiers. The mercenaries hesitated. Too late. Fellas, Peter said with a playful grin, "There's enough of me to go around." The afterimages struck all at once, moving independently like clones, punching, flipping, kicking with dazzling speed and precision. Static electricity surged on contact, making each blow feel like a taser to the gut. Some of Craven's men paused mid-charge, confusion flashing across their faces. The Real Peter Parker was still standing at the center of the room, motionless, arms crossed, calm amidst chaos, while multiple afterimages of him darted across the battlefield. Each copy weaved seamlessly between their attacks, retaliating with an unrelenting flurry of jabs, uppercuts, roundhouse kicks, and spinning blows that seemed to come from every direction at once. In truth, they weren't ordinary afterimages at all. They were chi constructs, physical manifestations of Peter's energy, projected outward and controlled through deep mental focus and power. It was a high-level technique he'd spent time perfecting, drawing from both ancient martial arts principles and his time studying energy manipulation with mystics. It required immense concentration, which left his real body vulnerable while the constructs acted in perfect synchronization. But Peter didn't falter. He mentally directed every strike, every move, with mathematical precision. One by one, Craven's soldiers fell to the ground, unconscious or groaning in pain. Not a single blow was wasted. Then, his spidey sense flared, but he didn't bother dodging. Craven launched from above like a wild beast, landing behind Peter and wrapping a thick arm around his throat in a crushing headlock. But Peter didn't panic. With swift, practiced motion, he grabbed Craven's head, twisted his body, and flipped the hunter clean over his shoulder, slamming him to the ground like a sack of bricks. Dust and debris kicked up around them. Without hesitation, Peter stepped forward and planted his foot firmly on Craven's chest, holding him in place. Then he snapped his fingers. All of the chi constructs around the room glowed briefly, then exploded in a synchronized wave of pure kinetic energy. The resulting blast sent Craven's remaining men hurtling through the air like rag dolls, smashing into walls, statues, pillars, and one another. Many were knocked unconscious instantly, the rest lay groaning, stunned and broken in the wreckage. Peter tilted his head slightly and looked down at Craven with cold eyes. "Look at that, Craven, just you and me now. Isn't that exciting?" Craven coughed violently beneath his foot, blood speckling his lips. And yet, he laughed. "Kiki ha ha ha. Truly, you are a fun adversary to hunt, Spider-Man. It might seem difficult now, but I'll find a way. I'll find a way to pierce that indestructible skin of yours." Peter raised an eyebrow and crouched beside him, his voice shifting to something almost pitying. "Oh, Craven, you poor delusional fool. You really think you're going to get another opportunity?" Craven sneered through his bloody teeth. "Heh. What's with the act? Spider-Man doesn't kill." Peter's eyes darkened. "You sound awfully sure of that," he said, his voice low and menacing. "Shall we test your little theory?" Before Craven could react, Peter's fist slammed into his jaw with the force of a truck. Blood sprayed from his mouth, painting the ground beneath them. "After all," Peter said coldly, slamming another punch into Craven's ribs, "I'm a scientist. Another punch. Testing theories is what I do best." Again. And again. Each punch was heavier, more ferocious than the last. His knuckles were now slick with blood, not his own. His teeth clenched tighter with each strike. "You poison my friends." Wham. "You turned them against me." Crack. "You actually thought. Bam, you stood a chance against me." Peter's voice rose with fury, his tone almost unhinged. Craven could barely breathe, barely see. His face was a bloody, broken mess, his vision flashing white with pain after every blow. He's going to kill me." Craven thought in a rare moment of true fear. He gasped, whimpered, and tried to raise his arms in defense. But it was like trying to hold back a storm with his bare hands. Peter was on top of him like a wild animal, consumed by a relentless fury that could not be reasoned with. "Stop. Please, stop." Craven screamed, his voice cracking. Blood dripped from his lips, his nose, his broken gums. Teeth were missing. One eye was completely swollen shut. His entire body wrecked. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Peter's bloody fist froze midair. Then, in an eerily calm voice, he said, "No." Craven blinked through swollen eyelids as he was punched again and again. Peter stood and backed away slightly, still glaring down at him. "You're right about one thing, Craven," Peter muttered. "I can't kill you. It is simply not in my nature, it's not who I am." A flicker of hope sparked in Craven's bruised chest. His breaths were shallow, ragged. "So, does that mean you're going to let me go?" he wheezed, coughing up more blood. Peter laughed. It wasn't a warm laugh. It was low, dry, manic, the kind of laugh that sent chills down spines. "Seriously? Come on, Craven," Peter said, wiping a streak of blood from his cheek. "Didn't anyone ever teach you how to read between the lines? I said I can't kill you. Me. I never said anything about others or that I wouldn't." Craven's eyes widened. "No. You wouldn't." "Oh, but yes," Peter whispered. "See, I've done a bit of research too. You're not the only one who studies their prey. And guess what, Craven?" Peter leaned in close, whispering directly into his ear. "Due to your little hunters over the years you made a lot of enemies. I've broadcast your location. Every person you've ever wronged, every life you've tried to ruin, every enemy you've made, well, they're all going to find you. In this condition." He stepped back and gestured grandly to the blood-stained ruins of the room. To end this with an appropriate metaphor, let's just say, I'm feeding you to the wolves. Chapter 333, Craven's War, End. Third-person POV. Peter sat on the lamppost just outside Craven's mansion, the rain pouring harder around him, drenching his suit and mask. The crimson stains of blood slowly slid down his hands, diluted by the relentless downpour, disappearing into the storm. His eyes were fixed on the ground below with a contemplative, almost hollow expression. He exhaled a slow breath, one that seemed to carry the weight of everything that had just transpired. Then, with a quiet grunt, he leapt into the air and swung away. His figure shimmered under the rain-soaked sky, a shadow gliding between the trees as he moved silently from the edge of the estate back toward the distant lights of the city. Instead of his usual fluid sprinting along rooftops and walls, Peter walked calmly. Sideways. Hands buried deep in his pockets as he strolled up the side of a building, completely perpendicular to the ground. There was something eerily serene about the way he moved, like a ghost drifting between worlds. You kinda overdid it, don't you think, Daddy? Arya's voice chimed into his earpiece, soft and hesitant, almost afraid of breaking the silence. Peter let out a forced chuckle, the sound hollow. He gave a lopsided grin, though no one could see it. Yeah, he said after a moment, I kinda did, huh? I suppose I was just upset. Upset that I was forced to hurt people I care about. That I had no choice. His voice tightened. I had to beat Felicia unconscious because of her powers. Gwen and Lizzie nearly killed each other. If I hadn't stepped in when I did, they would have fought to the death. No doubt about it. Well, when you put it like that. I guess it makes sense, Arya replied, trying to comfort him. But why lie? Why claim you sold out Craven's location when you didn't? Peter rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. I wanted to scare him. Make him think I was capable of doing something that brutal. I knew his wife, Calypso, was nearby. If they thought I was unhinged enough to sell them out, they'll think twice before acting from now on. It bought us time, and fear. Even if it meant pretending I could do something I actually couldn't. He ran a hand over his face and sighed, his fingers lingering over his right eye. Did you at least call the cops like I told you? Of course. I already informed Captain George Stacy, Arya responded quickly. I sent him all the evidence I could gather about Craven. They should be moving in on him right now as he tries to escape. Peter let out a long sigh of relief and slowed to a stop on a rooftop ledge. If father-in-law is leading the operation, I can rest easy. They won't be getting away. With Craven weakened, there's no way they would be able to contend with a super soldier. He flipped down to another ledge and stretched his arms, loosening the tension in his shoulders. Man, I'm so glad that's over. Then he froze. His eyes widened. Ugh. I forgot to ask Craven where he got those weapons. There was a long silence over the comm before Arya finally spoke. Father, you are seriously something else. Peter crouched, smacking the top of his head repeatedly with the heel of his palm. God, I'm so stupid. I let my emotions get the better of me. Stupid. 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 He groaned, crouching deeper with a frustrated whimper. He stayed that way for a moment, crouched, head hung low, arms resting over his knees. His entire body sagged in defeat, too ashamed of his mistake to even lift his gaze to the skyline. Although I couldn't track where exactly Craven got the weapons, I did uncover a few things that might interest you, Arya said, her tone brightening slightly as she tried to cheer him up. Peter looked up, blinking. Oh yeah. Like what? For starters, she began, I figured out how Craven managed to obtain those weapons without us detecting them. It turns out the reason it seemed like they just appeared out of nowhere is because he wasn't communicating through conventional means. Peter tilted his head. What do you mean? I detected lingering psionic energy around the area, Arya said. Someone was communicating with him telepathically. What? Peter stood upright so quickly he almost slipped on the rain-slick rooftop. Since when does Craven have psychic powers? He doesn't, Arya said flatly. If he did, he would have used them during your fight. This energy, this telepathic link, belongs to someone else. Someone who's working with him. Or controlling him. Peter's fists clenched. So a third party's involved. Exactly. And that's not all, she continued. Craven didn't come after you just for sport or obsession. He was hired. By whom? Peter asked with a tired sigh, rubbing his temples. Which one of my very long, ever-growing list of enemies decided to throw their hat in this week? I'll give you a hint, Arya said, a teasing lilt in her voice. Say the 10th letter of the alphabet 3 times. Peter blinked, eyes narrowing as he stared down at his hands. Slowly, he raised a finger and began counting aloud, muttering, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Then it clicked. His whole face twitched. Oh, for fuck's sake. Jameson. Seriously. Arya giggled, the sound cheerful in his earpiece. Correct. Though, to be fair, Jameson didn't actually order Craven to kill you. I have a recording of their call in my system. All he did was ask Craven to unmask you, publicly. Peter narrowed his eyes. Why does it sound like you're defending him? I am, Arya replied bluntly. I wouldn't want you to do to him what you did to Craven. Peter stopped mid-swing and landed lightly on a rooftop, staring out at the glistening city. What? He asked, clearly surprised. Craven was different. Do you seriously think I'd go that far with Jameson? There was a subtle hint of hurt in his voice. Obviously not, Arya said with an audible shrug in her voice. I'm messing with you. But that doesn't change the fact that handling Jameson will be difficult. You're still a vigilante with no legal identity. And technically, you're a fugitive from the law. Even if we tried to prosecute him, it would all be dismissed. No mask, no testimony, no case. Peter sighed, nodding slowly. You're right. That doesn't mean we can't do something about it, though. I'll talk to MJ about it. Jameson is still her boss, she'll know the best way to handle it and punish him. He paused for a moment, his voice softening. Speaking of MJ, how is she? And the others? Oh, they're fine now, Arya assured him. I identified the poison's composition and administered the antidote to all of them. They'll be waking up any second now. Peter closed his eyes in relief. Thank God, he whispered. I'll go see them. Just as he stepped off the ledge, a portal opened beneath his feet. He dropped into it, and like a seamless cut from a cinematic transition, the scene changed. Instead of falling endlessly, Peter landed softly onto the cold tile floor of their hidden base. The portal behind him closed with a faint hum as he walked forward, shoulders heavy. As he strolled toward the nursing bay, his suit began to retract and dismantle piece by piece, folding away like metallic scales, revealing the men underneath. The moment he entered the bay, the first groans started. Ugh, it feels like my entire body got electrocuted, MJ muttered, sitting up slowly and rubbing her forehead. Sorry about that, Red, Peter said softly from the doorway, leaning against the frame with his hands in his pockets. Pete. Peter. Tiger. Voices called to him one after another. How did it go with Craven? Harry asked, blinking as the light from the ceiling annoyed his recovering eyes. Peter's smile faded. His posture straightened just slightly, and his tone grew quiet and grim. I killed him, he said solemnly, his voice low and deliberate. The room went silent. All eyes turned to him, wide with shock and disbelief. Their expressions were a mix of horror, confusion, and disbelief. All 8 of MJ's eyes widened. Gwen sat up, mouth parted. Even Felicia, who had seen some of Peter's darker moments, looked stunned. Peter held their gaze for a moment longer, then cracked a smirk and snorted. Seriously? After everything I've done, you still believe everything I say? They all groaned in unison, half from relief, half from frustration. Spider-Man 334, bearer of bad news. Third-person POV. Everyone eventually rose from the medical beds, groaning and wincing as they rubbed at their bruised bodies and sore muscles. The room echoed with quiet grumbles. Man, that couldn't have gone any worse, Harry muttered, dragging his feet as he walked past Peter leading the others. What a complete shitshow that was, Lizzie chimed in, trailing close behind him, her tone bitter and tired. It was utter bullshit, that's what it was, Gwen scoffed, her voice sharp and biting. Her mask had been retracted, but her hood remained up, partially shadowing her expression. There's no logical explanation for how everything played out. None. I mean, look at the bright side, MJ said with a half-hearted smile, clearly forcing herself to sound upbeat. Everything's back to normal now, right? That counts for something. Peter walked beside Felicia, noting how unusually quiet she was. Her suit had been retracted, while she clutched one of her arms. Her head remained down as she walked just behind the group, silent, distant. He glanced at her for a few moments, slowing his pace until he was right beside her. Without saying a word, he reached out and gently draped an arm over her shoulders, pulling her into his side. Felicia looked up at him, her eyes tired and heavy. Peter offered her a small, reassuring smile. She returned a faint one, strained at the edges but genuine enough to make his own expression soften. Blaming yourself? Peter asked softly, his tone light but understanding. Felicia sighed, am I that obvious now? Peter opened his mouth to respond, probably with something kind, but she cut him off quickly. If you're about to tell me it's not my fault, save it. We both know that's not true, she said sharply, narrowing her eyes at him in warning. Peter raised his hand slightly in mock surrender. All right, fine. I won't say it. But, let's be honest here, you've already taken your punishment for it. No need to keep carrying the guilt around like a badge of honor. Felicia let out a short, bitter chuckle. Yeah, I suppose you beating me into the snow counts as punishment. Real romantic, by the way. Peter blinked. Wait, you were aware? Kind of, she said, rubbing her arm. It felt like I was watching from a third-person view, like I was trapped inside myself. Couldn't move, couldn't speak. But I felt everything. Peter winced. God, I really am sorry, he murmured, kissing the side of her head gently. That small gesture made Felicia smile softly, her eyes fluttering closed. I don't know, if every time I screw up, I get beaten into a bloody pulp, I might need to reevaluate this whole relationship thing, she teased, trying to lighten the mood. But when she looked at Peter, he wasn't smiling. He looked like a kicked puppy, shoulders slumped, eyes full of guilt. She could practically see the imaginary dog ears drooping and his tail tucked between his legs. His expression was a mix of shame and regret. Seriously, how cute, Felicia thought, amused despite herself. Letting out a small giggle, she wrapped her arms around his waist and pressed her face against his side. Relax, Tiger. I'm joking. If it's with you, I don't mind being in an abusive relationship. You can beat me up anytime you want. Peter groaned, burying his face in his hands as if trying to hide from the world. His entire body slumped dramatically. The rest of the group, hearing the exchange, paused and glanced back at them. They stared for a moment at the strange scene, Felicia rubbing against Peter playfully while he silently cried into his palms, making loud pained noises. A few side eyes later, they resumed walking until they reached the meeting room. Once inside, each member collapsed into their designated seats with tired groans, their nameplates gleaming under the overhead lights. Peter slouched back into his chair, head resting against the top as he stared at the ceiling. Physically, I might be fine, he said aloud, but mentally, I'm going to need some sleep. The others murmured their agreement, nodding or grunting without much energy. Peter looked around the room, taking in their defeated expressions, the way shoulders drooped, eyes avoided each other, and no one wanted to be the first to speak. I know everyone's upset about how things went down with Craven, he said after a long pause. It's understandable. I'm upset too. That mission was a mess. But, all's well that ends well, right? There is some good that came out of this. Harry rolled his eyes and leaned back in his chair. What? You're going to give us some pep talk about being more humble or learning from failure or something stupid like that? No, Peter replied, unfazed. I wasn't going to say that. He glanced at the others, then looked at the girl beside him. There really is something good that came out of all this. He nodded toward Arya, who stood at the edge of the table. Arya, if you would. Arya gave a short nod and activated the table's holographic projector. In an instant, a shimmering image flickered into view, crisp, clear, and unmistakable. A figure encased in ice. A frozen monument of history. Captain America. Gasps echoed across the room. The image of Steve Rogers in his original uniform, frozen mid-stance, appeared in front of them. It wasn't a statue, it was the real thing. The men they had read about in history books. The legend. Everyone instinctively stood up, eyes wide in disbelief, the fatigue in their bones momentarily forgotten. Peter remained seated, looking up at the hologram with a small, hopeful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Now tell me that wasn't worth something. They turned their attention to Peter, who sat casually at the meeting table, one leg draped over the other as if he were lounging in a cafe instead of dropping a historical bombshell. He wore a faint, knowing smirk as he gestured toward the hologram. And before anyone asks, no, this isn't a fake or some digital trick. It's 1000% real, Peter said confidently, then launched into the story of how he stumbled upon the impossible. How? Wait, he's still there. Harry burst out, sounding like he was already halfway to bolting through the wall. He is, Arya confirmed, nodding. With a swipe of her hand, the hologram shifted to a map showing Captain America's frozen location and a blinking dot labeled Fury rapidly approaching. Although, Nick Fury is expected to arrive in a few hours to retrieve him. Without a moment of hesitation or a second thought, the entire team sprang into action. They opened portals on instinct, stepping through in a flurry of urgency. A blast of freezing wind howled into the base from the tundra beyond, snow swirling around their feet. Peter sighed, but a small smile touched his lips as he bent down and scooped Arya into his arms. She let out a surprised gasp, then simply wrapped her arms around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder, a faint but genuine smile on her face. Awesome! Harry shouted as he stepped into the icy clearing. This is so cool! Lizzie exclaimed, eyes wide with awe as she stared at the real, honest-to-God Captain America frozen in a block of ice like some ancient relic. Gwen pulled out her phone with practiced ease, tapping it into camera mode. Dad's gonna freak when he sees this, she said, grinning. He's a huge Captain America fan. Felicia, rubbing her arms for warmth, circled the frozen figure slowly. Her breath fogged in the cold as she muttered, at least getting my ass handed to me led to something worthwhile. MJ crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow at Peter. Are you sure about just handing him over to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Peter let out a slow breath, his eyes focused on Steve Rogers' timeless figure. Yeah. I am. As much as I'd love to keep this between us, he's too big of a deal. The world deserves to know. We can't keep him to ourselves. Meanwhile, Lizzie crouched down beside Steve and struck a dramatic pose. Quick, Harry. Take a picture. Make it cinematic. As the team basked in the surreal moment, joking, laughing, marveling like kids seeing a superhero for the first time, the weight of their recent battle with Kraven seemed to melt away. Peter looked down at Arya in his arms and noticed her expression had changed. Her usually calm face was now scrunched up in irritation. A faint glow flickered from the gem embedded in her forehead. What's wrong? He asked, his tone shifting to concern. Arya sighed heavily. You know, I'm really starting to hate being the group's walking warning system. Peter blinked. Huh? What do you mean by that? I mean, she said with a slight edge to her voice, it feels like I'm always the one who has to kill the vibe and bring bad news. Every time we get a moment of peace, boom, I ruin it. I'm suddenly not liking where this is going, Harry said with a nervous laugh. Arya? Gwen asked gently, already tensing. Arya closed her eyes, as if trying to delay what she had to say. It's Bruce, he's been abducted. A chorus of shocked voices erupted in unison. What? Abducted? How? Peter demanded, stunned. By Betty, of all people, Arya answered, her brows furrowed in confusion and disbelief. Peter threw his head back. Oh, Jesus Christ, Arya. The rest of the group groaned simultaneously, heads thrown back in exasperation. You scared the life out of me. Harry said, clutching his chest, feeling the beating of his heart. You're starting to sound way too much like Peter, Gwen muttered, shaking her head. That's not a compliment. Ew, Felicia said flatly, shivering from the cold. I don't care what freaky roleplay stuff they're doing, Arya, do you have a setting somewhere that says, only share private information if we ask for it? MJ then suddenly spoke up. Guys. I don't think Arya's joking. Everyone turned toward her, then slowly turned to Arya. The faint smile she had earlier was long gone. Her expression was flat, serious, her eyes locked on something only she could see. I think. Arya began cautiously, I think Betty's been compromised. From what I'm seeing, it looks like she's taking Bruce to the military. The group froze. A gust of wind howled around them, but no one moved. What? They all shouted again, louder than before, their disbelief hanging thick in the snowy air. They stared at Arya, stunned, speechless. Even the celebration, the awe, the frozen Captain America beneath them, faded from their minds. Because now, they had another crisis, and it was already unfolding. Chapter 335, War of Hulk, 1. Third-person POV. Peter reopened the portal leading back to their base, the edges glowing faintly as the team solemnly shuffled inside. No one spoke. Their heads were hung low, their steps slow and heavy. As the last person stepped through, the portal quietly sealed shut behind them. Without ceremony, the team collapsed into their respective seats around the meeting table. Each of them released a tired sigh, the air thick with unease. Peter rubbed his eyes and leaned forward, breaking the silence. All right, Arya, he said, his voice low but firm, show us what you've got. What did you learn? A faint hum filled the air as Arya hovered upward and floated toward the center of the room. She raised her hand and summoned a vivid, three-dimensional holographic map of the eastern United States, the image expanding until it hovered above the metallic table like a glowing blueprint. Well, for starters, she began, her tone serious and focused, I received an alert about a strange development involving Bruce. He left New York, with Betty. The others exchanged glances, brows furrowed in confusion. That alone wouldn't be alarming, Arya continued, her hand flicking to zoom in on the map. But considering Bruce would have informed us before leaving the city, especially if Betty is involved, it struck me as off. Their relationship is complicated, as we all know, and discretion is usually a priority. Two bright dots pulsed on the map, rapidly crossing multiple towns in quick succession, their movement tracing a line far beyond New York's borders. As I zoomed in on their trail, I discovered something peculiar, Arya said. With a flick of her wrist, she opened several floating tabs showing high-definition CCTV footage, each video recorded from angles placed around the city, courtesy of Peter's custom surveillance system, the same one he had Bruce helped design to discreetly monitor urban activity. On screen, the footage showed Betty's car driving calmly down a highway before a shimmering ripple in the air revealed a hidden hovercraft. It deactivated its cloaking mechanism, a hatch opening directly in front of the moving vehicle. The car drove in without hesitation, the hatch sealed behind it, and the craft launched into the sky at incredible speed. I only caught this because my sensors flagged abnormal aerial movements above the city, Arya explained, her voice clipped. I backtracked its flight trajectory and calculated its path. Based on all data, it's heading toward North Carolina. Gwen leaned forward, resting her chin thoughtfully on her knuckles. That makes sense, she muttered. There are several off-grid military installations in that region. Remote, well-guarded, and easy to hide a captive or conduct experiments. MJ frowned, her confusion evident. But why would Betty take Bruce to a military facility? That doesn't add up. She hates her father. And she loves Bruce. I can't see her kidnapping him willingly. Arya's face darkened, her expression troubled. That's because I don't think she's in control. The room went quiet. I did a deep dive through the Spiderbot network, Arya continued. After recalibrating their systems manually, I discovered something disturbing. Their data logs had been tampered with. For weeks now, they've been feeding us false information. Someone, something, has compromised them. Her holographic form flickered with intensity as she pulled up additional footage. And when I finally managed to reboot their core programming, this is what I found. The display shifted to eerie footage from within the supposed base. Dozens of uniformed military personnel shuffled aimlessly through the halls, their movements sluggish and robotic. Some bumped into one another with no reaction, while others stood completely still, their eyes glazed and lifeless, their faces slack with blank expressions. What the hell? Lizzie whispered, leaning closer. They look brain-dead. Gwen murmured, eyes narrowing. Are they being mind-controlled? Harry asked, voice edged with unease. Arya nodded solemnly. It appears. Suddenly, all the Spiderbot feeds dissolved into white static. The lights dimmed for a moment as everyone froze in place, a creeping chill falling over the room. The static hissed, loud and chaotic, before slowly giving way to a clearer image. Without hesitation, everyone activated their suits, which spread across their bodies in a flash of light and energy. Faces were masked, identities hidden. Then, a figure began to take shape on the screen, a green figure, surrounded in shadows, holding a dismantled spider-bot in his hand. So Craven has failed, the figure said casually, his voice calm yet menacing, laced with arrogance. Expected, but not disappointing. His success or failure was never a critical variable in my equation. He lifted the spider-bot closer to the screen, its lens cracked and flickering. Now, you're all wondering who I am, the figure said, his gaze piercing even through the screen, what my connection to Craven is, what I've done to your dear friend Betty, and what I want with Dr. Bruce Banner. He tilted his head slightly, as though amused by their silence. That was rhetorical, of course. I already know you're wondering. The human mind is a delightful labyrinth of questions and curiosity, isn't it? Felicia opened her mouth to speak, but the figure on the screen beat her to it. I can't hear what you're saying, so save your breath, the figure said coldly. Listen well, because I will not repeat myself. I am the next step in human evolution, the one who will lead humanity toward its true potential. Mankind cannot progress without guidance. They need someone to lead them, to show them the path forward. And so, you may refer to me as the leader. Your leader. Everyone's leader. His words oozed arrogance, his voice sharp with condescension as he stared into the spider-bot's lens with bored detachment. Felicia scoffed, crossing her arms. Anyone else feel like giving him a good whack on that big ol' head of his, or is it just me? Harry and Lizzie both nodded in agreement, scowling in unison. Meanwhile, MJ turned her gaze toward Peter. He hadn't said a word. He sat reclined in his chair, arms crossed tightly over his chest, his mask and hood concealing his expression. But she could feel it, anger and confusion, all of it simmering beneath the surface. The leader let out a disappointed sigh, as if already bored of the interaction. I can already foresee your next actions. You'll storm in here, try to play hero, and attempt to stop whatever grand design you believe I've set in motion, he said flatly. But here's the truth, you can't stop progress. You can't stop evolution. The Hulk is the key, and you've wasted his potential by keeping him leashed like a pet, hiding behind ideals and costumes in your make-believe world of heroism. Then, the leader's smug smile faded. His eyes narrowed, his tone turning colder, emptier. Still, I know you'll ignore my warning. So here's a little incentive. He snapped his fingers. Immediately, one of the surveillance tabs shifted, back to the footage of the military personnel still staggering around the base like hollow shells. For a brief moment, nothing happened. Then, boom. 6 heads exploded in unison. Wet, horrific pops echoed through the audio feed as their skulls erupted into clouds of blood and brain matter. The bodies dropped to their knees before collapsing in limp heaps, twitching slightly before going still. Blood coated the floor, walls, and even some of the remaining soldiers who stood eerily unmoved by the carnage. Gasps filled the room. MJ slapped her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. Gwen's breath hitched audibly. Lizzie and Felicia flinched violently in their seats, and Harry, his hands clenched into fists, stood up so abruptly that the armrests of his chair snapped under the pressure. Arya stared in silence, eyes wide with disbelief. Peter sat motionless, his fingers laced together. He said nothing. He didn't flinch. He simply watched. The leader smiled again, emotionless. That is what awaits every single one of these military personnel. You can think of them as hostages, if that helps simplify the situation in your simple little minds. So, consider your next step carefully. The smile remained, but his tone was final. This has been a message from your leader. And now, I bid you farewell. All the surveillance feeds dissolved into static. Silence crashed over the room, suffocating and absolute. Then, SCRRRCH. Peter calmly pushed his chair back and stood. Not a word was said. The others watched as he walked toward the door, which hissed open to allow him through. A moment later. Boom. The entire base shook violently, like a miniature earthquake had just gone off inside it. Lights flickered overhead, screens glitched, and objects fell from their shelves. Dust drifted from the ceiling panels. Everyone braced themselves, some grabbing the table, others looking around in alarm. Seconds later, Peter returned. His suit's sleeves were torn and frayed. Blood ran down from his knuckles, thick and steady, pooling in small droplets on the floor behind him. His fists, though bruised and cracked, were slowly knitting themselves back together. He sat back down without a word. The room was still dead quiet. Peter took a deep breath, then exhaled sharply. "Sorry you all had to see that," he said, his voice calm now, controlled, resolute. "But my head's clear now. I know what we have to do." He turned toward Arya, who was still floating slightly. "Arya," he said, his voice softening slightly. "I know we never got a chance to do your official initiation yet. But I need you to step up. I need you to be a hero today." "Yes. Fuck yes. Finally. My time has come." Arya shouted with uncontained excitement, fist pumping into the air. The team stared at her. She blinked, then blushed. "Ahem, my apologies," she coughed, straightening up with a mock-serious expression. She performed a crisp military salute. "What do you need me to do, Father? I am at your disposal." Chapter 336, War of Hulk, 2. Third-person POV. Arya stepped forward with purpose and delivered a crisp military salute. Her voice was steady. "What do you need me to do, Father? I am at your disposal." Peter met her gaze with a seriousness that settled over the room. "Your mission is simple on paper, but incredibly difficult to execute in practice," he said, his tone grave. "You're going to infiltrate the leader's base." "What?" Several voices rang out at once, overlapping in a chaotic wave of protest. "Are you serious right now? Didn't you hear what the leader said? He'll kill all of them without hesitation if he senses any foul play. Arya's strong, no one's questioning that, but she doesn't have much field experience. This is reckless. There are a dozen things that could go horribly wrong." The atmosphere grew thick with concern and tension. Everyone in the room spoke from a place of care, especially for Arya, but their panic threatened to overshadow strategy. Peter remained still, letting the uproar wash over him for a few moments before calmly raising his hand. Silence fell instantly. "I understand where you're all coming from," Peter began, his voice calm but firm, "and believe me, I wouldn't even consider this if we had any other viable option. But we don't. That said, I want you to listen to everything I have to say before you pass judgment." There was still unease in the room, but they each nodded, giving Peter the floor. "Arya," he continued, turning to face her fully, "you possess the Mind Stone. That means your psychic abilities should be significantly enhanced, on a scale very few can rival. The question is, do you think you could conceal your psychic signature? Cloak yourself entirely so that even a powerful psychic like the leader can't detect your presence?" Arya pursed her lips and scratched the back of her head thoughtfully. "I don't know. I've never had to hide myself before, not like that. It's not something I've practiced. But the potential is there. I believe with enough training, I could pull it off." Peter gave a small nod of approval. "That's good enough for me. We built the VR capsule for a reason. You'll be able to accelerate your training, run hours of simulations in mere minutes if needed. Time is limited, but we'll make it work." He gestured toward MJ. "You'll train with her. MJ will be your sparring partner and your benchmark. Her psionic sensitivity is excellent, and she'll know if your concealment is working. I'm sure you already suspect what role I'm asking you to take in this operation." Arya's eyes sharpened with realization and resolve. The spark of earlier enthusiasm had hardened into a burning sense of duty. "Yes. You want me to slip inside undetected, identify the people the leader has mentally dominated, and take back control of their minds, one by one, without alerting him. You want me to bring them back?" Peter nodded again, this time with pride. "Exactly. But don't underestimate how dangerous this is. From what we've seen, it's obvious the leader is a high-tier psionic, his mental defenses will be sharp, and his awareness even sharper. If he detects even a flicker of your presence, even the tiniest crack in your psychic disguise, he won't hesitate. He'll kill them all." "I know," Arya said solemnly. "That's what makes this so difficult. The mind is delicate, trying to reverse control without triggering alarms will be like walking a tightrope. But I'll manage. I have to. I won't let you down. Peter smiled, the expression faint but sincere. I wouldn't have chosen you if I didn't believe you were the best person for this. Arya returned his smile, her eyes burning with determination and pride. Without another word, she turned to MJ. The two exchanged a nod of mutual understanding, then quickly made their way toward the VR capsule, ready to begin their high-speed training session. As they left the room, Peter stood quietly for a moment. Then, in a sudden gesture of weariness, he retracted his suit, letting it dissolve away. The freedom brought little relief, he still felt suffocated, like the air was too thin. He ran a hand through his messy brown hair, slicking it back with a frustrated sigh, his shoulders slumping slightly. Are you feeling all right? Gwen asked gently, stepping closer to him. Her brows furrowed with concern. Peter remained silent for a few moments, then slowly shook his head. No, not really. I'm exhausted. It just doesn't end. One crisis after another. This day alone feels like it's lasted a damn lifetime. First there was the meeting with Tony Stark, then the Sons of Satanish, then came that demonic Hellvulture thing. Then, just casually, I met God. And after that? Oh, just a battle with all of you, and finally Craven. And now we're dealing with the leader's mind games and who knows what else. He ran a hand down his face. I haven't had a second to breathe. Yeah, about that. Felicia said, looking around the room with wide eyes, am I the only one still stuck on the fact that you literally met God? Like, what the actual fuck was that about? Her voice cracked with disbelief, and her expression demanded someone else confirm she hadn't hallucinated what she heard. I mean, come on, she added, throwing her hands up. You can't just drop, I met God today, and act like it's normal. That's not a thing people say. The others gave mixed chuckles and tired sighs, some nodding in agreement, but none could really deny it. It had been an absurd, chaotic, and overwhelming day. There's more to it, isn't there? Gwen asked softly, her voice laced with concern as her eyes studied Peter's face. Peter didn't respond immediately. Instead, he laced his fingers together tightly and rested his forehead against them, taking a long breath. I suppose you could say so, he muttered after a moment of silence. It was something Toaa said to me, something that's been echoing in my head ever since. He told me that in my desperate attempts to control everything around me, the little things would inevitably slip through my fingers. I think this is exactly what he meant. Lines formed on his forehead as he clenched his jaw, the weight of the situation bearing down on him. God damn it. Bruce is never going to forgive me. I already know what you're thinking, Gwen said gently, moving closer to him, but you can't blame yourself for everything that's happened. Can't I? Peter snapped, cutting her off as his eyes locked onto hers with a burning intensity. It was me who suggested that Betty spy on her father. I had an entire network of spider-bots at my disposal, machines that could have done the job with zero risk. But no. I wanted to feel more in control, to have a human element, to ensure nothing was lost in translation. And because of that decision, I placed Betty right in the middle of everything. He leaned forward, his voice filled with guilt. We have no idea what the leader did to her while we were blindly assuming everything was fine. We've seen firsthand how little regard he has for human life, how quickly he'll hurt or kill to make a point. And if something happened to Betty while she was under his thumb, that's on me. No one else. I put her in that position. I made the call. If Bruce decides to hate me for the rest of his life, I honestly wouldn't blame him. A heavy silence fell over the group as Peter leaned back into his chair, the weight of his remorse hanging in the air like a storm cloud. You can't carry the burden of every outcome on your shoulders, Gwen finally said, her voice calm but firm. You had your reasons for involving Betty, and they weren't careless. They were grounded in real concern. And looking at how things unfolded, you were right to be suspicious. Your instincts weren't wrong. More importantly, Betty is not a child, she's a grown woman, capable of understanding the risks she was taking. She knew what was at stake, and even after Bruce tried to stop her, she still made the decision to go. That wasn't just on you. She's right, man, Harry added, stepping in with a supportive nod. You didn't send Betty in there blind. You did everything you could to prepare her, to give her tools and knowledge to protect herself. What happened after that was out of your hands. And if anything, it proves that your instincts were spot on. Felicia crossed her arms, nodding. And let's not forget, we don't even know the full extent of what Betty's been through yet. From what we do know, she's alive. She's not broken beyond repair. Whatever damage has been done, it can be reversed. Then Lizzie chimed in bluntly, shaking her head. Yeah, no, Peter, Bruce is definitely going to hate your guts for this. We all know the man doesn't play around when it comes to Betty. So unless you've got a plan to survive a Hulk smash, you better brace yourself. Babes, Harry said, shooting her a look. Gwen and Felicia both gave her equally sharp glances. What? Lizzie said innocently, shrugging her shoulders. I'm just being honest. Peter couldn't help the small laugh that escaped him. Thanks. I appreciate the honesty. I think. Gwen raised an eyebrow at him, her voice dry. You're making it sound like we were being dishonest. Peter held up a hand in surrender. I know. And you're all making good points. But none of that changes the fact that I'm absolutely not ready to face Bruce. Not by a long shot. As if on cue, the sound of the door opening drew all of their attention. Heads turned to see MJ and Arya entering the room. Arya walked with calm precision, and MJ wore a proud expression. She's ready, MJ announced. To be honest, I was shocked. It got to the point where not even I could detect her with my psionic magic. She stood right in front of me, and it was like I was staring at a mirage. An illusion. Peter stood up, his demeanor quickly shifting back to leadership mode. Good, then let's get started. We'll teleport Arya to a point just far enough from the target to remain undetected. From there, she'll make her way toward the hidden military base. Her primary objective is to silently extract every operative stationed there. We're evacuating what's likely to become our next battlefield. And while you're there, Gwen added, her tone sharp and strategic, try to uncover anything you can about what we're up against. Intel is everything. Your secondary objective is to gather surveillance and scout the area. Anything you learn could give us a critical edge. Peter nodded in agreement. Leave it to me, Arya replied confidently, her eyes sharp and focused as she began preparing for the mission ahead. Chapter 337, War of Hulk, 3. Third-person POV. Arya appeared high above the clouds, where the world below had already been swallowed by night. The stars shimmered faintly in the distance, twinkling beyond the dense layers of atmosphere. Her violet hair whipped dramatically behind her, flaring like a silk banner in the fierce wind, while the hem of her dress billowed wildly around her legs. The freezing air that would have numbed any ordinary person didn't faze her in the slightest, her unique biology rendering her immune to the effects of extreme cold. With a swift, fluid motion, Arya waved a hand across her face. In response, a sleek, full-face mask materialized over her features, its design smooth and seamless, yet still allowing the purple gem embedded in her forehead to gleam through with a soft luminescence. She continued downward, running her hands over her body as her frilly, innocent-looking dress shimmered and morphed. In its place formed her sleek spider-themed combat outfit, deep purple with intricate black weblins. Concealing myself now. I'm about to head in, Arya reported calmly, her voice steady and focused. She closed her eyes and inhaled deeply as her gem pulsed softly. It shimmered briefly before its glow began to fade, dimming until it became no more than a shadow of light. Her presence vanished, her energy signature erased. Without warning, Arya leaned back and fell into a controlled dive. She spread her arms wide, her body cutting cleanly through a thick, storm-black cloud. A trail of vapor clung to her figure as she descended, and raindrops whipped around her relentlessly. Thunder rumbled across the skies, and bolts of lightning forked overhead with violent brilliance. She fell upside down, letting gravity do the work, her expression calm, collected, almost serene as she passed through the storm. Narrowing her glowing eyes, Arya focused on a distant object below. Through the curtains of rain, she spotted it. The aircraft that had earlier picked up Betty and Bruce was now hovering above the ground, having arrived at its destination. As she zoomed in with her vision, she could see Betty carefully carrying Bruce's unconscious body into the dark facility. Arya continued her free fall, gaining speed with each passing second. The ground rushed toward her like a blur, yet her face remained composed, unbothered. Just before impact, her eyes shut again. Instead of crashing into the earth, she phased through it completely. A ripple of faint purple energy pulsed outward from the point of entry as the ground accepted her like water. "I just want to make something clear," Gwen said, casting an amused glance Peter's way as they watched the surveillance feed. "She definitely gets her dramatic showmanship from you." Peter simply puffed out his chest with pride, a smug smirk curling at his lips. No one ever doubted that for even a second. Small chuckles echoed throughout the monitoring room as the team continued watching the live footage. Arya swam silently through solid rock and metal like a predator in deep water. Her body moved smoothly, unimpeded by the terrain as she phased seamlessly through matter, navigating like a shark. Deep within the base's central structure, a ripple appeared across the metallic floor of a corridor. From that subtle shimmer, Arya's masthead emerged slowly, eyes surveying the scene with razor-sharp focus. Before her, a group of mind-controlled soldiers marched down the hallway with weapons drawn, unaware of her creeping beneath them. Arya climbed along the walls and ceiling, her movements fluid and eerily graceful. She clung like a spider, silent, quick, and precise. Concentrating, she adjusted her energy field, matching the unique psychic signature of the leader. This allowed her to mask herself entirely, not only from security systems and sensors but from any psionic detection as well. Arya positioned herself directly above one of the soldiers. Her eyes glowed faintly with power as she extended a hand and floated down. Gently, she tapped the nape of the soldier's neck. With that single touch, she injected a thread of psychic energy, a toxin of sorts, that slowly began unraveling the leader's influence from the inside out. She wove a careful illusion through the leader's making him think he was still held control. In reality, she had severed the connection entirely. One by one, she repeated the process, taking care to leave a post-hypnotic suggestion. When their tasks were complete, they would quietly exit the base. Minutes passed. Arya never rushed. Her rhythm was slow, calculated, almost mechanical in its perfection. Each touch was deliberate. Each soldier, a piece on the board being reclaimed. Floating from the ceiling to the floor below, she phased through layers of infrastructure undetected. No camera, sensor, or psychic pulse noticed her passing. Her efficiency was almost supernatural. Done, 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 done. Done, 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 Arya hummed internally as she played the iconic Mission Impossible theme on a private audio channel, overlaying it on her stealth recording, just for Peter and the others to hear. Back in the surveillance room, jaws dropped. Is she seriously playing the Mission Impossible theme during her infiltration? Harry asked, equal parts stunned and amused. Peter burst into laughter, unable to contain himself, and started patting the table. "I gotta say, it's pretty appropriate given the situation," Felicia added, snickering behind her hand. Lizzie shook her head with a grin, then turned toward Peter and gave him a teasing look. "She really is your daughter." Peter was still chuckling as he pushed himself up from the conference table, stretching slightly as he did so. "All right, people. Let's get moving and start prepping. Honestly, the hardest part is practically already behind us. Once Arya finishes her sweep, we'll teleport in and take down the unripe papaya." There was a beat of silence. Gwen blinked at him. "Papaya? Seriously? That was what you came up with?" she asked, a short laugh escaping her. Peter groaned, rubbing the bridge of his nose dramatically. "I am mentally exhausted, okay? Cut me some slack. I don't see you coming up with any better fruit metaphors under stress." He pouted childishly, his shoulders slumping as he turned his head away. "Looks more like a giant green dildo to me." Everyone froze. Slowly, as if on cue, the entire group turned to look at Felicia. She simply shrugged under their collective gaze. "What?" she said flatly, her tone completely devoid of shame. "It's true." MJ cleared her throat loudly, eager to steer the conversation away from the rapidly derailing path it had taken. "And moving on," she said quickly. Everyone nodded, silently grateful for the change in topic. But before MJ could continue, a new voice cut through the air, Arya's voice, crackling softly through the communication feed. Guys. You need to see this." Inside the enemy facility, Arya was upside down, crawling along the ceiling like a shadow with limbs. Her movements were silent, deliberate, and unnervingly graceful. She had just maneuvered into a new chamber when she came to a sudden stop, her glowing eyes narrowing as they locked onto a sight below. An array of strange machines filled the space beneath her. They were sleek, mechanical arms arranged along a conveyor system, assembling humanoid figures in rapid succession. What caught her attention most, however, was the odd material being used: thick, glossy, pinkish rubber. She paused briefly, then closed her eyes as her internal system scanned the materials. Composition confirmed, she muttered, more to herself than to the team. They're made from a specially synthesized rubber. Shock-resistant, durable enough to withstand serious damage. Possibly even hits from someone like the Hulk. Her expression darkened slightly as her analysis continued. There's also a meshed alloy underneath the rubber layer. It's designed to resist electromagnetic pulses. These aren't just defense units. These are practically war machines. She moved silently, phasing through a wall into another production zone. There, military-grade weapons were being assembled: missile pods, particle rifles, even containment field generators. Area's internal database recorded and tagged every piece of data as she swept through. Then she reached a heavily guarded chamber, the heart of the base. She phased through the ceiling silently and entered the room. Inside, she found the leader mid-sentence, pacing in front of a restrained Bruce Banner who sat bound to a reinforced chair. The leader's voice echoed coldly in the room. "The real treasure isn't you, Banner. It never was. The Hulk, that is the future. That is evolution. You're just the vessel. Disposable. Replaceable." Arya kept crawling, her presence still masked, but as she looked up to reposition herself, she froze. Her breath hitched. Staring ahead, eyes wide, Arya's voice came through the comms again, quiet, shaken, and stunned. "Are you guys seeing this too?" Back in the surveillance room. Everyone had risen to their feet, the mood turning instantly tense. Faces turned pale as Arya's live feed displayed the room from her POV. In the center of the chamber stood 3 large containment cylinders, 2 filled with different figures, 1 empty. One of them held a massive red figure. Even unconscious, his rage was almost tangible, his features twisted into a snarl as if his fury existed independently of his mind. A red Hulk. "Oh God," MJ whispered, barely able to get the words out. In the second container was She-Hulk, her body restrained and unconscious, her vital signs barely stable. But the third was what made Peter's stomach drop. "Betty." He breathed, his voice low and tight. The camera focused on the label on the final cylinder: subject, Betty Ross. Peter didn't hesitate. His demeanor changed instantly, the humor gone, replaced by steely resolve. "Arya," he said sharply, "get out of there. Now." Chapter 338, War of Hulks, 4. Third-person POV. Just as Arya was prepared to back up and phase through the reinforced wall behind her, she froze. Betty had lifted her head, locking eyes with Arya. The contact wasn't physical, but it was more than enough to stop her in her tracks. Her breath hitched. The leader abruptly halted mid-speech. His head snapped toward Arya with an eerie precision, and his expression darkened into an ominous frown. Arya lowered her gaze and sighed heavily, a touch of weariness in her voice. "Figures, not even I get a break from the tired clichés." Without hesitation, the leader raised his hand and fired a violent blast of psychic energy toward her. The sheer force of the impact obliterated the wall behind her. Stone shattered, metal warped, and debris scattered like shrapnel from a grenade. Dust filled the corridor like thick smoke, and the wall was left gaping open, large holes and craters carving a straight path from the leader's position through where Arya had stood. For a moment, silence. Then the dust began to settle, swirling away to reveal Arya levitating several feet off the ground. She was completely untouched, hovering within a shimmering force field of purple psychic energy that pulsed like a heartbeat. The leader's frown deepened, and his voice carried a scathing authority. "You were warned. I gave you a choice, and now you will suffer the consequences of insubordination." Arya didn't flinch. Her hand rested calmly at her side, her posture relaxed as she waited for a few seconds. She tilted her head, raising an unimpressed brow behind her glowing lenses. "What's wrong?" "Experiencing a bit of network connectivity problems." "You," the leader growled, his voice thick with fury and disbelief. What have you done? She smirked, her voice laced with sarcasm and confidence. What I do best. Hacking, of course. Although this time it wasn't machinery I broke into, it was the minds of other. Arya raised her other hand slightly, fingers twitching with restrained energy. She had been preparing to fire a focused gemstone beam, but the leader was standing directly in front of Bruce. If he dodged, and he would, Bruce would be vaporized. Before she could plan another move, a sharp tingle ran down her spine. Her spider senses flared like a fire alarm in her mind. From every direction, pink-skinned humanoid soldiers surged into the room. Tall and imposing, each one stood 2 meters high with a single red eye glowing like a laser sight in the center of their faces. They moved with a speed that defied human comprehension, charging straight at her with murderous intent. They opened fire from the single red dot. Each blast was like a grenade, detonating violently wherever it landed. Explosions thundered around her, tearing apart the base inch by inch. Arya moved like liquid light. She danced through the chaos, phasing through walls and humanoid torsos alike. She retaliated with precise blasts of energy from her Mind Stone, targeting their exposed backs. Each movement was seamless, fluid, elegant, a deadly ballet of destruction. At one point, she phased her arm through one of their mechanical bodies, her hand reaching inside its chest. With a vicious yank, she pulled out the core, a glowing sphere the size of a heart, and crushed it in her bare hand like an overripe fruit. With a flick of her wrist, she lit up the air with telekinetic power, grabbing 6 of them mid-air and flinging them in different directions. They slammed into the walls with such force that they bounced back like rubber balls, ricocheting all over the place. A deafening explosion shook the room as a section of the facility wall blew apart. Through the gaping hole, the outside world spilled in. The leader's hidden research base was now partially exposed to the elements, and so was Arya's raging battle. Using the distraction, the leader recalled his chair to the room, climbing into it and connecting himself to the machine. As soon as he sat, the chair lit up, enhancing his psychic powers tenfold. "Ross," he barked with chilling finality, "it's time to make yourself useful." He looked down with disdain at the motionless figure slumped in the back of the lab, Red Hulk. "Wake up." There was a faint pause in the air as the Red Hulk submerged in liquid remained still. Suddenly Ross's eyes snapped open, twin golden orbs that radiated raw fury and unrestrained power. His pupils shrank to pinpricks, and a low growl rumbled from deep within his chest. Meanwhile, Arya was starting to become overwhelmed with all the humanoids pursuing her. The endless stream of humanoids was wearing her down, their numbers seemingly infinite. Dozens of them lunged at her simultaneously, their bodies piling on like a small hill of bodies. Arya let out a sharp breath and unleashed a massive psychic shock wave from her body. A vibrant pulse exploded outward, sending all the humanoids flying in every direction. They spun through the air and as if controlled by a hive mind, the humanoids flipped and spun through the air in eerie synchronization. All turned toward her again, their glowing red eyes locking onto her position. With a surge of light, they all fired simultaneously. The beams converged on Arya. She closed her eyes. Inhale. Exhale. She leaned her head back, hands glowing with psychic power as she began to weave them slowly in the air. Her telekinesis reached out, not to shield her, but to guide the energy. One by one, she pulled every incoming blast toward her gemstone. The Mind Stone on her forehead gleamed, pulsing violently as it drank in the raw energy. Brighter. Hotter. The light reached a blinding level, and Arya's eyes snapped open, now glowing like miniature stars. "Ahhhhhhhhhhhh," she screamed as an overwhelming beam of pure energy erupted from the gemstone like a laser cannon from a dying star. The blast tore across the battlefield, vaporizing any humanoid it touched. They didn't fall, they disintegrated into ash. The ground beneath the beam turned molten, melting into lava from the intensity. A wide groove of searing magma carved a path across the destroyed lab floor, leaving behind nothing but liquefied stone and scorched earth. And then, silence. Arya started panting heavily. Steam rose from her Mind Stone. She lifted her hand to her forehead, touching the gemstone gently, as if trying to stop the burning from within. She muttered with a dry chuckle, "Is this what a migraine feels like? 'Cause I swear my skull's about to split in half." Suddenly, Arya's senses screamed in warning. A pulse of dread shot down her spine as the world around her seemed to slow, every detail sharpening into crystal clarity. Her breath hitched. Time crawled. She turned, slowly, cautiously, and looked up. Her pupils dilated. Descending from the sky like a meteor of rage was the Red Hulk, his body a furnace of raw fury. Flames ignited along his crimson skin, dancing across his arms and shoulders like living fire. His monstrous roar split the air like thunder, shaking the very foundation beneath Arya's feet. Both of his massive fists were raised above his head, ready to slam down with the force of a missile strike. His shadow expanded across the battlefield, swallowing her in its looming presence. But Arya didn't flinch. Instead, she grinned. The reflection of Red Hulk's charging form grew larger in the mirror-like surface of her lenses. The wind howled, debris danced around her feet, and the high-pitched sound of the sound barrier breaking shrieked through the air. She tilted her head ever so slightly and muttered with the smirk of a comic book reader meeting the panel in real life. Pow! In that exact heartbeat, a streak of electricity cut through the sky like a luminous thunderbolt. With a blast of crackling lightning and searing static, Spider-Man shot across the battlefield in a blur of black and blue. He was flying, both arms behind him, one knee extended forward like a guided missile. The impact was perfect. Peter's knee slammed directly into Red Hulk's jaw, the sound of the hit like a gunshot cracking the heavens. The air exploded with kinetic energy. Streams of energy flew from Peter's lenses, which glowed blue-hot with discharging bolts. Red Hulk's head jerked sideways violently, teeth flying, as his entire body was launched through the air like a rag doll. Arya's eyes sparkled. For a moment, she forgot how to breathe. She stared up at her father, wide-eyed with admiration and awe, her heart thudding in her chest. It was like watching a superhero leap out of the very pages of a comic book. Behind Peter, in her mind's eye, she could almost see the exaggerated impact panel, bright background lines radiating behind him with a bold, stylized pow, filling the air in golden yellow font. It was surreal. Peter spun through the air with flawless control and twisted into a slide as he landed. One hand grazed the ground, his fingers carving a shallow trench through dirt and grass. His body skidded to a halt with a trail of scattered debris behind him. His hood was ruffling from the force, fluttering before settling on his head. He stood up slowly, calmly. With that trademark confidence, he pulled down his hood, a warm smile beneath his mask. "Sorry for the wait," Peter said, his voice casual despite the storm he just punched through. "We had to make sure all the military personnel were clear. Didn't want anyone caught in this mess before the fireworks started." He looked her up and down and gave a small nod of approval. "You held your own. Better than great." Arya just stood there, stunned. Her mind buzzed and ached, but none of that mattered. She stared at him, her father, and all she could think, heart swelling with pride, was, "Is this what little girls mean when they say their dad's their superhero? Because they ain't got nothing on me." Chapter 339, War of Hulks, 5. Third-person POV. As the Red Hulk was kicked away, his massive body hurtled through the air before crashing into the ground with thunderous force. He skidded violently, tearing through the earth as clumps of dirt and grass exploded in his wake, forming a long trench. With a growl of frustration, he slammed both of his enormous hands into the ground, the impact sending cracks through the earth as he finally managed to slow his momentum. Slowly, he rose to his feet, his crimson form towering and steaming under the heavy downpour. Rain splattered against his glowing red skin, instantly turning to vapor upon contact, surrounding him in a swirling haze of steam. Flames burst from his eyes like molten fury as he threw his head back and released a deafening roar into the storm-filled sky. Rayamaha. The sound shook the battlefield, reverberating through the earth as lightning flashed above him. Snarling with unrelenting rage, the Red Hulk locked eyes on Peter, his fists clenched with volcanic tension. But Peter didn't flinch, he didn't even look at him. Instead, he turned calmly toward Arya, speaking over the sound of thunder crashing in the distance. "Arya, do you think you can handle the leader on your own, without any distractions?" Arya scoffed, placing her hands on her hips with an air of confidence. "Of course. That green booger doesn't stand a chance against me." Before any further words could be exchanged, the Red Hulk charged again, roaring like a beast unleashed. But just before he could make contact, two glowing portals swirled open behind Peter. Out of the portals burst Gwen and Lizzie. Gwen spun through the air with grace, her fist slamming into Red Hulk's ribs with enough force to crack the sound barrier. At the same time, Lizzie's feet connected with his face in a brutal flying kick. The double impact sent the Red Hulk hurtling backward like a meteor, crashing through the mud and skidding toward the leader. The leader, standing calmly at the base's edge, raised a single hand. With a mere flick of his fingers, he halted Red Hulk's motion midair, then casually flung him aside like a rag doll. The Crimson Beast crashed into the ground with a loud grunt, steam hissing from his body as he growled in frustration. The leader's eyes narrowed as more portals began to appear, swirling open one by one. Out of them emerged the rest of Peter's squad. He scoffed in disdain. "You think you're the only ones with an army," the leader said coldly. "Don't let arrogance blind you. Betty. Jennifer. Bruce. To me." The team tensed, their eyes locked on the figures beginning to move. Betty's body started to convulse, her muscles bulging, her skin rapidly darkening to a deep crimson. Her eyes flared with gamma energy as her hair grew longer and wilder, two distinct red streaks running through it. She let out a low, guttural growl as her transformation completed. Red She-Hulk had arrived. Behind her, the sound of glass shattering rang out. A containment chamber cracked open, shards falling to the ground as a green fist punched through. Red emergency lights bathed the area as alarms blared. Jennifer Walters stepped out, now fully transformed into She-Hulk. Her skin gleamed a powerful jade hue, and her eyes were vacant, blank, like she wasn't fully in control. Her steps were slow, almost reluctant, as she walked through the chemical-soaked floor toward the leader. Bruce Banner's transformation was already underway. He grunted through gritted teeth as his body surged in size, shredding through restraints like paper. "Now the Hulk," he groaned, his eyes distant and lifeless. With heavy, echoing steps, he joined the others. Red Hulk, still steaming, stood again. Each step he took left glowing red-hot footprints on the base's scorched metal floor. He walked forward without hesitation, steam swirling around him as he joined the leader's growing army. Together, they marched. Through the gaping hole in the facility, into the cold rain and under the shadow of the storm, they stepped forward, an unstoppable line of gamma-infused monsters with the leader at the helm. All around them, towering humanoid enforcers with pink skin and glowing red eyes patrolled menacingly, clutching advanced plasma rifles designed by the leader himself. Betty glanced to the side, snatching one of the plasma guns from a humanoid soldier's grasp with a single hand. The robotic humanoid looked down at its now empty hands, blinking rapidly in alarm. Its red eye flashed as it let out a series of loud warning beeps towards Betty. "Ruruair!" Betty roared directly in its face, the sheer force of her voice knocking the creature back a step. The creature beeped again, this time more like a whine, and reluctantly raised its fists in a clumsy fighting stance. Smirking, Betty hoisted the plasma weapon over her shoulder and fell into formation beside the Hulk. And there they stood. In a single, unbroken line beneath the pouring rain, Red Hulk, She-Hulk, Red She-Hulk, Hulk, and the leader himself. Behind and around them marched an army of red-eyed humanoids, weapons at the ready, expressions cold and merciless. Before them stood Peter and his squad, tensed, watchful, outnumbered. Upon seeing Betty standing among the enemy, transformed and weaponized, a flicker of guilt flashed through Peter's eyes. It was subtle, but MJ and Arya sensed it immediately through their power. Peter closed his eyes and exhaled slowly, pushing away the weight of emotion. Thanks to the Mind Stone embedded within Arya, the group remained connected mentally, allowing Peter to share complex thoughts and plans in mere seconds. The strategy flowed between them like a river of intent, clear and direct. "All right," Peter began through the link, his tone firm yet focused, "here's how it's going to go. Ghost. Star. You two will handle Red Hulk. He's the most volatile, but you've got the speed and power to match him, you two are the perfect counter for him. Stay agile, don't let him pin you down." He turned mentally toward the next pair. "Red, Cat, you're on She-Hulk. She looks dazed, like she's struggling for control. Red, try to reach her if you can. Cat, maybe your luck manipulation can tip the scales in our favor and speed up her recovery. Just don't get careless. Nightwing," Peter continued, "that leaves Betty to you. She won't be holding back, neither should you. Stop her before she can do any serious damage." His mind shifted finally to Arya. "And like I said before, the leader is yours. You're the one with the most mental power to counter his psychic powers." Don't let him stall you. Everyone acknowledged their roles with a wave of determination echoing through the link. Just as the mental silence returned, Gwen's voice cut through with a curious edge. I take it that means Hulk is yours. Peter opened his eyes, staring into the distance where the green giant loomed. Yes. Hulk and I, we share the closest connection between all of us. He trusts me the most. If anyone can get through to him, it's me. I'm going to try something different, use the power of friendship. If there's a chance he can break free of the leader's influence on his own, I want to give it to him. He added as an afterthought, also, those robots. Take care of them at your own pace. Don't let them swarm. Before anyone could speak again, the leader stepped forward with an arrogant smirk stretching across his face. Do not waste your time planning, he sneered, his voice amplified by the storm. It is all futile. You stand no chance against the evolution of humanity. What you see before you is but a fraction of your species' future potential. Let me show you just how inferior you Homo sapiens truly are. Felicia scoffed, rolling her eyes as she interrupted him with perfect timing. The only thing, Homo, here is that widow's peak. There was a beat of silence. Then the team erupted into snickers and chuckles, despite the tension. A throbbing vein bulged along the side of the leader's temple, his smile now long gone. His eyes burned with fury. Kill them, he growled, voice sharp and cold. Kill them all. Roar. A chorus of gamma-fueled rage echoed through the battlefield as Red Hulk, She-Hulk, Red She-Hulk, and the Hulk themselves charged forward in a stampede of raw power and fury. The ground shook beneath their weight, their eyes glowing like torches through the storm. From behind them, the pink-skinned humanoid enforcers surged into battle. Their red eyes flared, and they opened fire with searing beams of plasma, turning the field into a war zone of heat and light. Explosions burst across the terrain, sparks flying in every direction. Peter and his team didn't flinch. They smirked, cracked their knuckles, and sprinted forward, meeting the gamma monsters head-on with no hesitation. Thunder roared overhead. Rain continued to fall. And beneath the chaos, a war unlike any before had officially begun. The war against the Hulks had started. Chapter 340, War of Hulks, 6. Third-person POV. Peter shot out two weblins toward the raging Hulk, anchoring them firmly to the brute's broad chest before yanking with all his enhanced strength. "Raahhh," the Hulk bellowed, welcoming the pull. He let himself be drawn forward, massive fists cocked and ready. With a thunderous slam, he brought both arms down toward Peter's position like twin wrecking balls. The impact split the earth beneath them, cracks racing across the ground as dust and debris exploded into the air. But when the dust settled and Hulk lifted his fists with a growl, Peter was nowhere in sight. Looking for someone? Peter called from above, crouched comfortably on the Hulk's massive shoulders. He shaded his eyes with a hand as if squinting into the distance, playfully scanning the ground below. Did you get him? Because I think you missed. Hulk snarled, twisting his head to glare at the annoying insect perched on him. He reached back with one massive hand, intent on grabbing Peter. But Spider-Man was already in motion, flipping gracefully off his shoulders and landing nimbly behind him. He fired a webline at the Hulk's shoulder, sticking one of the green giant's hands in place. Then, with flawless speed and coordination, Peter vaulted to the other side, shooting another line and yanking the second hand toward his other shoulder, momentarily binding them together. As plasma bullets whizzed past him from nearby humanoids, Peter flipped, twisted, and dodged midair with dizzying agility. He spun upside down and, hanging in midair like a human turret, began firing a flurry of web shots straight at the Hulk's face and chest. The Hulk staggered backwards from the sheer force of the barrage. His entire upper body was now blanketed in webbing, his arms awkwardly pinned. Peter landed effortlessly in front of him, striking a pose. "Come on, Hulky Poo," he quipped, "don't tell me you've forgotten your bestest, most lovable pal." Peter's body blurred into a streak of afterimages as he darted forward, unleashing rapid strikes at pressure points and joints. Each hit landed with speed and precision, but Hulk only grew angrier. Veins bulged across his neck and forehead, his eyes glowing an eerie, unnatural green as he let out a deep growl. With a burst of strength and a primal roar, the Hulk flexed, and the tensile webbing exploded off his body like shredded tissue paper. He lashed out with one titanic hand in a blur of speed, but Peter vaulted upward and to the side. You know what I heard helps with memory loss? Peter asked midair, somersaulting. A good ol' hit to the head. Using Hulk's own outstretched arm like a springboard, Peter launched a powerful spinning kick across Hulk's jaw. The gamma-powered Titan grunted, his head snapping to the side from the impact, but only for a second. He turned back toward Peter, fury written all over his bloodied face, and threw both arms up, attempting to trap Peter in a crushing bear hug. Peter dropped straight to the ground, letting gravity help him escape the attempted grapple. As Hulk looked down, confused by the absence, a portal shimmered to life right behind his head. Surprise. Peter grinned. With impeccable timing, he shot 2 webs towards the portal which lead towards the ground, made to give him something to hook onto, reeled himself in, and launched a dual-footed uppercut kick directly into Hulk's chin. And if one doesn't work, I heard 2 is better than 1. The force was enough to snap Hulk's head back again, green blood spraying from his mouth as the portal vanished behind him. Peter was already midair again, spinning like a drill, building momentum. Well then, 3's the lucky charm. With a cry, he brought his leg down in a devastating axe kick. The blow landed squarely on the Hulk's head, driving him face first into the soaked battlefield below with a thunderous boom. The ground shook, water splashed in every direction, and a small crater formed where Hulk's face impacted. Landing in a crouch beside the downed behemoth, Peter peered cautiously at him. "Remember me yet, best buddy?" he asked, voice hopeful as he spread his arms in a welcoming hug. "How about we just resolve this with a big ol' hug and forget everything, yeah?" At first, there was no response, only the sound of distant plasma fire and the soft trickle of rain. Then, the Hulk's enormous hand twitched. Slowly, he planted a massive palm into the ground, the sheer weight of it leaving a deep impression in the mud. The second hand followed, fingers digging into the earth. Green gamma radiation began to seep out from his pores like steam, the energy thick and volatile. His head rose slowly. Blood dripped from his nose and mouth. His face was twisted into pure, unfiltered rage. The glowing green of his eyes shrank into tiny, menacing pinpricks, clearly still not himself. Peter's eyes widened behind the mask. "Ha, ha ha." He chuckled awkwardly, lowering his arms in surrender. "Ah, please be gentle." Around them, streaks of fire arced through the air while towering pillars of ice burst from the ground like jagged spears, which Gwen used as points to swing by. Gwen and Lizzie were locked in a dizzying aerial dance, circling the rampaging Red Hulk as they coordinated their attacks with seamless precision. They launched him back and forth between their elements, ice and fire, while evading the relentless volleys of plasma blasts fired by the humanoids swarming the battlefield. The surprising standout in the chaos was Lizzie. Ever since their harrowing battle against Ultron, and the desperate moment she'd helped Bruce transform back into the Hulk, Lizzie had come to understand just how vital, and potent, her powers truly were. That moment had changed something in her. She'd realized her control over the weak and strong nuclear forces needed work. And from the start of summer, she'd dedicated herself to mastering that potential. Now, her hands shimmered with radiant, glowing rings that pulsed like swirling atoms. Subatomic energy danced at her fingertips. She raised a single hand toward the sky, and the water surrounding her seemed to freeze in time. Droplets floated midair like suspended beads of glass. With a single, fluid gesture, she pulled them inward, forming a compact sphere of swirling liquid. The water churned, the molecules shifting and reacting as Lizzie carefully manipulated them into a volatile chemical state, an unstable compound poised on the edge of detonation. Steam hissed from the orb as the water began to break down into explosive gases, the molecular structure altering before their very eyes. Simultaneously, Firestar turned her attention back to the Red Hulk, who had just burst free from Gwen's ice pillar, shattering it in a molten roar. The ground beneath him had already begun to glow and crack as his presence turned soil to magma, the grass incinerating underfoot. But the flames didn't get far. With a concentrated motion, Lizzie pulled the searing heat away from the Hulk's body. The inferno that had threatened to consume the area flowed toward her, spiraling around her limbs like a fiery ribbon before being drawn into the swirling orb of volatile energy in her grasp. She siphoned the fire like fuel, feeding it into her growing explosive core. Ducking and weaving through the sky, she dodged plasma blasts from the humanoids, her form a blur of speed and grace. All the while, her focus never wavered from the chemical reaction she was containing and compressing. She spun once in midair, her hands moving in intricate patterns, weaving layers of control around the core. Then, she closed her eyes and brought her hands together. The reaction compressed further, glowing brighter, tighter, almost to the size of a marble, before she slapped her hands together fully. Her eyes snapped open, brilliant streams of fire erupted from her pupils, tracing jagged lines across her cheeks like war paint. With a defiant shout, Lizzie spread her arms wide. A moment later, a barrage of four-pointed, star-shaped energy bombs exploded outward in every direction like a blossoming nova. She streaked through the battlefield like a jet fighter, weaving trails of brilliant starlight behind her. Each bomb she dropped shimmered with celestial light, scattering glimmering dust before detonating with thunderous force. It was as if she were painting the sky with controlled supernovas. The humanoids turned their heads skyward, raising their weapons, but it was too late. The stardust ignited. Blinding light consumed the air, followed by a symphony of explosions. One after another, the bombs detonated in cascading bursts of energy and flame, shockwaves rippling through the air and blasting the battlefield apart. Humanoids were torn to molten fragments, their armor melting under the sheer heat. They were designed to withstand high-impact kinetic force, but not this. The heat overwhelmed them. In the midst of the chaos, sirens blared throughout the military base, red warning lights flashing as the very earth shook beneath their feet. The battlefield had become a war zone of sound, heat, and color. Gwen used the moment of destruction to her advantage. With the Red Hulk staggered and exposed, she summoned a construct of solid ice, an enormous warhammer sculpted with elegant precision. She spun it expertly around her body, her feet gliding effortlessly across a slick sheet of ice she'd laid beneath her. "Hope you're still conscious," Gwen muttered, before bringing the hammer down with a brutal swing. The warhammer slammed into the Red Hulk's jaw, releasing a sub-zero shockwave that rippled out like a blast of Arctic wind. Frost exploded from the impact, encasing the surrounding ground in rime. But Gwen didn't stop. She attacked again. And again. Blow after blow rained down with inhuman speed, each one cracking against Red Hulk's towering frame. With every strike, blood spattered from his mouth, steam rising where his molten skin met the freezing force of Gwen's wrath. Finally, with a fierce cry, Gwen slid along the ice and spun in place, her hammer held high before she brought it crashing into the Hulk's torso. The force launched him across the field like a meteor, smashing through tree trunks and vanishing into the dense forest in the distance. Gwen exhaled sharply and slung the massive hammer over her shoulder. Her chest heaved from exertion, but her eyes sparkled with a wild thrill. She glanced toward Lizzie, who hovered in the sky above, surrounded by wisps of lingering starlight. "She's getting stronger, stronger than any of us expected," Gwen thought, a trace of unease worming its way into her mind. "If we don't step it up soon, she might catch up, leave us in the dust." But even as the thought crossed her mind, Gwen's lips curled into a grin, one she couldn't suppress. Pride. She wouldn't admit it aloud, but she was damn proud of Lizzie and how far she had come since they first began. Out of all of them she had been the one to show the most improvement. Chapter 341, War of Hulks, 7. Third-person POV. "Everyone brace yourselves," Peter shouted, voice strained with urgency as the Hulk rose to his full towering height, both fists raised high into the air like hammers. Before anyone had time to question what Peter meant, the Hulk unleashed a deafening roar that shook the air itself. Then, with an earth-shattering force, he slammed both fists into the ground. The effect was instantaneous. The earth didn't just crack, it exploded outward in a pattern like a spider's web, a shockwave of unimaginable force rippling through the ground in all directions. Fissures ripped open violently, racing across the grass field with terrifying speed. Hulk stood at the epicenter, the ground quaked and groaned, straining beneath the seismic pressure he had summoned. Then came the collapse. The entire battlefield gave way beneath them. The grassy terrain splintered and fell apart as massive chasms tore through the earth like jagged jaws, opening wide to swallow everything above. Trees, boulders, machines, even the combatants themselves, all of it tumbled into the newly born abyss. Dirt and debris rained from above as the landscape was reduced to a vertical nightmare of falling bodies and screaming air. Even Red Hulk, having recovered from Gwen's earlier strike and just about to leap toward her, was caught off guard. The ground disappeared under him, and gravity claimed him without mercy. Gwen shot a web line and propelled herself toward him, flipping midair to switch their positions, her legs locking around his torso. At the same time, Lizzie dove like a missile toward them, angling her body downward with precision. Below, the battle continued in the chaos of freefall. Nightwing was locked atop Red She-Hulk's torso. He gritted his teeth and slammed his electrified baton again and again across her jaw. Each strike sent sparks flying, electricity crackling along her enhanced skin with every brutal blow. But even falling, she was dangerous. She started descending faster, twisting midair as she aimed the plasma weapon at him and let loose a relentless barrage. Nightwing corkscrewed through the air, dodging every blast with aerial acrobatics honed to perfection. The shots shattered chunks of falling rubble all around him. His face hardened as he narrowed his eyes, tucked his arms in tight, and dove with increasing velocity, chasing her down. Not far below, Felicia clung to She-Hulk's back, her arms locked in a chokehold around the gamma-powered woman's neck. She gritted her teeth, a snarl on her lips as she held tight through the violent descent. Hovering just above them was MJ, arms extended, her eyes glowing with psychic energy. Around her fists, massive translucent pink constructs shaped like monstrous arms shimmered. With a fierce battle cry, she drove punch after punch into She-Hulk's stomach. Each impact sounded like a jackhammer against steel, the psionic blows hammering her again and again. She-Hulk growled in pain and fury, flailing to reach the clawed Felicia still choking her from behind, even as MJ continued her aerial assault. Slightly higher in the air, Gwen and Lizzie were synchronized. They blurred around Red Hulk in a violent mid-air ballet, trading off attacks. Gwen struck with a spinning kick, flipping away as Lizzie blasted in with a powered dropkick that sent Red Hulk tumbling downward. Before he could recover, Gwen was there again, her punch whipping his head sideways with brutal grace. All around them, broken humanoids, damaged from the earlier battle, tumbled alongside splintered trees, shattered boulders, and fragments of metal and earth. And in the very center of it all, falling with arms crossed over his chest, was Peter. Above him, the Hulk descended like a meteor, his rage undiminished. He drove his fists downward repeatedly, hammering at Peter with earth-cracking strength. Each blow struck Peter's arms with cataclysmic force, blows that could flatten mountains and leave craters in cities. Peter's suit, designed for the impossible, absorbed the kinetic energy with every punch. It shimmered with stored force, releasing shockwaves into the air that rippled across the collapsing cavern walls. The residual energy created jagged cracks in the surrounding stone, evidence of the overwhelming power being exchanged midair. But even Peter's suit, no matter how advanced, had its limits. He felt the pressure building, each punch leaving bruises even beneath the armor, his muscles crying out from the strain. The Hulk wasn't letting up, and the momentum drove them both faster and harder toward the earth below. And then, they hit bottom. They landed in a colossal underground cavern. Vast pools of molten lava bubbled and hissed across the rocky floor, casting an ominous red and orange glow that danced along jagged stone pillars. Fissures belched steam into the air, and the whole cavern trembled under the weight of the battle crashing into it. Most of the rubble and humanoid remains tumbled into the lava, melting on contact with sickening sizzles and plumes of toxic steam. She-Hulk somehow managed to land on her feet, her sheer mass cracking the stone below her. Steam hissed violently around her feet as she stood her ground despite the unbearable heat. Red She-Hulk landed roughly on her back, only for Nightwing to kick off her at the last second, flipping away into a defensive crouch. And Peter, just before smashing into the cavern floor, opened a quick-reacting portal behind him and reappeared above the Hulk's back. He twisted midair, slammed into the green giant's shoulders, and drove them both into a tumbling crash across the molten rock ground. Peter nearly slipped into the lava, his feet skidding dangerously close to the glowing edge. Heat surged through the thin seams in his suit, licking at his skin as he flailed backward. "Hot! Hot!" he yelped, waving his arms wildly before slamming his feet down and sticking himself to the ground with a sharp thwip of webbing. He came to a shaky stop, chest heaving. "Safe," he announced, throwing both arms out like an umpire. A second later, Red Hulk plummeted straight into the lava behind him with a massive splash boom that sent molten rock bursting upward in a towering plume of magma and steam. Hovering above the bubbling pool, Gwen extended her hand. Lizzie grabbed it, and the two of them stabilized midair, floating together with the heat rising beneath them. "He's still alive, right?" Gwen asked cautiously, peering down into the magma cloud. "I mean, he's a fire type," Lizzie replied hesitantly. "So he should be resistant to that kind of thing, right?" "A fire type?" Gwen turned toward her with a raised brow. "Like Pokémon. I like morning cartoons." "So what?" Lizzie said flatly. Don't judge me. No judgment. I'm just a little surprised, that's all. Gwen raised one hand defensively, clearly trying not to smile. You too, Peter cut in through the mind link, voice dry. As much as I love and deeply appreciate our team bonding moments, please focus on the angry lava monster beneath you. Right on cue, the pool below erupted with a violent burst of magma. Red Hulk launched out of it, lava cascading off his body like water from a shower. He landed hard on the cavern floor with a rumbling quake, steam and molten rock hissing beneath his feet. Lava still dripping from his skin, he casually slicked back his black hair and spat a glob of magma onto the stone. Then he grinned. Fuck. Gwen and Lizzie muttered in unison. Meanwhile, across the cavern, Felicia was slammed back first into the wall. She-Hulk had rammed her full force, pinning her like a battering ram. With a savage growl, She-Hulk grabbed Felicia by the collar, tore her from her back, and slammed her head into the wall again and again. Cracks spiderwebbed out with each impact, loose chunks of stone crumbling from above. MJ moved fast. With a sharp cry, she dove in and kicked the back of She-Hulk's leg, forcing her into a staggered kneel. As She-Hulk shifted, MJ grabbed the arm that held Felicia and conjured bracers of glowing psychic construct around her hands. They expanded like prying tools, forcing She-Hulk's grip open and yanking Felicia free. Ugh. This is seriously the worst day ever. Felicia groaned, spinning as soon as she hit the ground. With a growl of frustration, she headbutted She-Hulk full force in the face. Boom. A small shockwave exploded from the impact, blasting dust and debris in every direction. Blood sprayed from Jennifer's nose as her head jerked back from the blow. Felicia and MJ didn't stop. The two of them weaved and jumped around the gamma-powered warrior, ducking under punches, flipping over grabs, and countering with relentless strikes. She-Hulk roared in fury, flailing and charging, but the pair stayed just ahead of her reach. Around the cavern, the others were re-engaging with their respective opponents. Chapter 342, War of Hulks, 8. Third-person POV. As the earth crumbled beneath them, tearing apart in violent fissures, only two figures remained suspended above the chaos, Arya and the leader. The area was covered in smoke and dust, Arya's lenses flashed with a vivid purple light as she floated gracefully above the carnage. She slowly extended her arms outward, her gem pulsing with radiant power. Instantly, the debris and rubble that once danced wildly in the air came to a sudden halt, frozen in place, outlined in a shimmering aura of violet energy. With a sharp wave of her hand, the suspended rubble obeyed her command. Boulders, fractured metal, and massive chunks of earth launched toward the leader like a barrage of meteors. The leader maneuvered deftly in his levitating chair, weaving between the flying wreckage. His expression remained calm, smug even, as chunks of earth collided with the glowing dome of his psychic force field. One particularly large slab struck with enough force to send him spiraling back through the air. But he quickly regained control, straightening his posture and resetting the stabilizers on his chair. He tapped a button on his armrest, and hidden compartments on the chair opened, revealing twin turrets. With a mechanical whir, they locked onto Arya. Explosive plasma rounds burst from the barrels in rapid succession, illuminating the sky with neon green flashes as they tore through the air, vaporizing rubble in their path. Arya twisted her body midair, corkscrewing and flipping through the chaos with balletic grace. Her arms outstretched, she dodged between the blasts, each narrowly missing her by mere inches. The glow of her gem intensified. She retaliated. From her gem, a concentrated beam of violet light shot forth, lancing toward the leader. The energy beam slammed into his force field, searing across its surface and forcing him to retreat further back. She sustained the blast, pouring more power into it until faint cracks began to spread across the shield's surface like fractured glass. The leader grimaced, sweat beading down his temple as he raised a trembling hand to his forehead, focusing with all his mental might. The cracks began to mend, threads of psychic energy weaving themselves through the force field like a repair algorithm. But even as he reinforced his defense, his other hand moved quickly. With a swift gesture, a massive military tank, half buried in the rubble, lifted off the ground and came hurtling through the air toward Arya. She immediately ceased her beam, the gem's light dimming. With a blur of motion, she phased through the tank's hull effortlessly. Emerging from the other side, she gripped its long barrel and twisted in the air, using her flight momentum to spin like a whirlwind. I'm a little too old to be playing with toys, Arya said with smirking defiance. Here, you can have it back. She hurled the tank with tremendous force. It spun like a disc, whistling through the air. The leader reacted quickly, his turrets firing at full capacity, disintegrating the tank in a thunderous explosion that enveloped him in a fiery cloud. For a moment, everything was silent, only the roar of flames and the crackle of burning debris echoed in the distance. Then Arya's sensors picked up movement, not from the leader, but from the environment around him. Her head snapped up, scanning rapidly. Her eyes widened. Missiles. Rockets. Plasma shells. Swarms of explosives emerged from camouflaged compartments embedded in the surrounding terrain and in the distant hills. A complete 360-degree assault had been launched, boxing her in like a death trap. Wow. Arya muttered. Frightened now. The leader's voice rang out triumphantly through the smoke. Well, too bad. This is what happens when one dares oppose the leader. Arya remained still for a moment, hovering amidst the deadly arsenal pointed at her from every direction. Then she let out a small sigh. No, not that, she said with calm amusement. I'm just surprised that you're that stupid, to think this would be enough to stop me. Her gem flared again, brighter than ever, casting harsh purple light across the smoke-choked sky. She closed her eyes, tuning out the world around her, focusing inward. When she opened them again, her irises glowed with raw power. A pulse of energy erupted from her body in a violent shockwave. The surrounding projectiles didn't stand a chance. One by one, they detonated in a chain reaction of brilliant explosions. The sky lit up like a fireworks display as Arya soared forward, her form emerging from the inferno unscathed. Her eyes blazed with light, her silhouette cutting through smoke and flames. She stopped just meters in front of the leader, who now hovered back defensively, the arrogance gone from his face. My father taught me a lot about humility, Arya said, her voice low and steady. But for you, I think I'll make an exception and allow myself to be a little arrogant. She tilted her head slightly, her expression unreadable beneath her sleek helmet. Give it up, Brainzilla. The whole leader shtick. It ends today. The leader trembled. What? What exactly are you? I have no data on your existence. You couldn't have just appeared. That's impossible. A slow, confident smile crept onto Arya's lips beneath her mask. Get this through your oversized skull, because I'm only going to say it once, she said. My name is Arachnid. Once an artificial intelligence, built by one of the greatest minds this world has ever known. Now a superhero android, with a mind of her own, and the power to bring tyrants like you to justice. With a sharp clank, 4 psionic spider-like limbs burst from her back, glowing with razor-sharp energy as they extended menacingly into the air. And you, she declared, pointing at the leader, have just made yourself a priority target. Prepare to face the consequences of your actions, villain. Internally, Arya beamed. Nailed it, she thought smugly, absolutely satisfied with her dramatic entrance and monologue. The leader, however, was far from amused. His face twisted in rage, veins pulsing along his forehead, eyes wide with fury. He looked like he was about to explode. I've said enough, Arya snapped. Now I'm putting an end to this. Without another word, she rocketed forward. Her fist slammed against the leader's shield. It shattered on contact with a thunderous crack, sending him hurtling through the sky until he crashed into the remains of a ruined military base in the distance, debris erupting from the impact like a localized earthquake. Arya hovered silently for a moment, peering down. She could feel the tremors below, the war still raging beneath the Earth's broken surface. The sooner I finish this, the sooner I can put an end to all of this, she thought. Daddy's already had a long day, and as a filial daughter, I'll make sure he gets the rest he deserves. With her eyes set on the ruins in the distance, Arya soared ahead at full speed, ready to end the battle, and the threat of the leader, once and for all. Meanwhile, Peter was locked in a brutal clash with the Hulk. I really don't want to hurt you, or Bruce, so snap out of it. Peter shouted as he launched a flurry of lightning-fast punches, each one slamming into the Hulk's torso and face. The green giant barely flinched at first, but faint bruising began to form across his thick skin, dark green blotches where Peter's superhuman fists struck home. The Hulk responded with a thunderous roar, the kind that sent tremors through the cavernous battlefield. He tore a molten slab of ground from beneath his feet and hurled it at the wall behind Peter, where the teen hero had stood just a heartbeat before. Peter reappeared behind him, narrowly dodging the impact, but the Hulk was relentless. He spun on his heel and threw a wide, earth-shattering punch. Peter met it head-on, catching the massive green fist in his hands. A shockwave of kinetic energy exploded outward from the impact, sending debris, smoke, and molten rock flying in all directions. The air rippled from the force. Peter's face twisted into a grimace as he strained to hold his ground. The Hulk snarled, their foreheads nearly touching, and let out another roar, hot breath and spittle spraying across Peter's face. "You know what," Peter growled, "I'm done and tired with this crap." To everyone's shock, Peter deactivated his suit. The suit retracted from his body, revealing his bare skin to the sweltering heat of the battlefield. The moment it disappeared, the oppressive heat hit him like a wave, causing him to flinch slightly, but he endured it. "What are you doing?" came the mental cries of everyone watching. "Their minds are being controlled," Peter responded through the psychic link. "They won't remember any of this." He turned his full attention back to the Hulk, his expression serious, his voice low but steady. "I don't know if you can understand me, but I'm tired of fighting. I especially don't want to fight you. I fought enough of my friends for one day today, I'm honestly sick of it." But the Hulk wasn't listening. With a roar of fury, the green behemoth grabbed Peter by the torso and slammed him into the wall with bone-jarring force. Cracks spiderwebbed across the rock behind him, and Peter let out a muffled grunt as blood began to drip from a cut on his forehead. "Urgh." The Hulk's grip tightened, squeezing Peter like a hydraulic press. "Peter!" Harry shouted from a distance. His hands glowed with chi as he punched She-Hulk into the ground, desperate to end his fight and help his friend. "Focus on your battles." Peter shouted back, voice strained. "I'll handle mine." Peter leaned forward despite the pressure and stared into Hulk's wild, savage eyes. "Aren't you supposed to be the strongest there is?" Peter barked. "Then why the hell are you letting him control you? Fight back already. You're not just some mindless brute that smashes things. You're more than that. You're the Hulk. The Incredible Hulk. So stop letting some green-skinned minion tell you what to do." Inside Hulk's mind, the mental scape was a twisted, green-lit prison. Hulk and Bruce stood side by side, wrapped in thick, glowing chains of psionic energy, their movements restrained, their minds suppressed. The Hulk stood still, his head hung low, long hair hiding his face. But then, a twitch. His head lifted slightly. His radioactive green eyes flared with life. His jaw clenched tight. Muscles bulged. "Arfha!" The Hulk let out a guttural, defiant roar that shook the very fabric of his mental prison. He flexed his massive arms. Snap. The chains shattered into pieces, flying through the void like shrapnel. Back in reality, the Hulk roared again. "R-O-O-O-A-A-A-A-A-R-R-R," he bellowed, still holding Peter against the wall. He pulled his arm back, winding up a strike. Peter didn't move. His eyes stayed calm, even as the massive green fist came flying toward him with unstoppable force. The wall behind Peter exploded with cracks, which spiderwebbed out to the ceiling. Chunks of stone and metal fell, crashing down around them, some splashing into the pools of lava that littered the underground battlefield. His fist was embedded to the wall just inches from Peter's face, trembling. His breathing was heavy. Gruff. Unsteady. Peter tilted his head up and smiled. "There you are," he said softly. "Nice to have you back, big guy. I was worried there for a sec." The Hulk's eyes glistened with a mixture of guilt and sorrow. "Hulk. Hulk hurt his friend," he murmured. "Hulk is a monster. Only monsters hurt their friends. Peter is Hulk's best friend. Hulk is the worst kind of monster." Peter chuckled gently. "Ah, come on, you're breaking my heart here. Let's be real here, you couldn't have laid a finger on me unless I let you." He grinned cockily as the Hulk gently set him down on the ground. "And besides, it wasn't your fault," Peter continued, wiping blood from his brow. "You were being controlled. That wasn't you." The Hulk took a slow step back, shame still etched on his face, until it morphed into fury. "You're right. It's not Hulk's fault. It's the leader's fault." His fists clenched. His muscles tensed. Hulk only hurt his friend because of him. He reared back his head. The roar shook the entire underground complex. Tremors tore through the walls. Steam hissed. Lava splashed. The ground cracked beneath them. Hulk will smash the little man. Little man will pay for making Hulk hurt his friend. With explosive force, the Hulk crouched and launched himself upward. His fingers dug into the jagged walls as he climbed with thunderous leaps, one jump, two jumps, then a final bound that sent him crashing through the rock above. He vanished into the darkness, roaring all the way to the surface. Chapter 343, War of Hulks, 9. Third-person POV. Nightwing caught sight of Peter in the distance, the glint of the spider emblem lighting up again as his suit reactivated. A second later, web lines shot out, sticking to the ceiling above. Peter vaulted upward in pursuit of the Hulk, disappearing overhead. Nightwing felt a flicker of curiosity, but he shoved the thought aside. First things first. The opponent in front of him was far from a pushover. Betty Ross, transformed into the raging, crimson-skinned Red She-Hulk, lunged forward, her sheer size and ferocity enough to send a wave of displaced air rushing toward him. She swung low, attempting to sweep his legs from under him, but Nightwing sprang upward, twisting in midair to avoid the strike. Her hand shot out, reclaiming her weapon from the floor, and without hesitation, she unleashed a deafening barrage of plasma bolts. Blinding streaks of neon red energy screamed through the air, each one sizzling against the walls and floor, leaving behind smoking craters. But Nightwing was a blur, rolling, sidestepping, and vaulting over incoming blasts with acrobatic precision. His gloved fingers dipped into his utility belt, pulling free a trio of wingdings. With a flick of his wrist, they spun through the air like razor-edged knives, magnetizing to the weapon in her grip. A sharp series of beeps began to echo from the device. Betty's eyes narrowed, and a low growl vibrated in her throat as the weapon exploded violently in her hands. She snarled and charged, abandoning ranged firepower for raw brute force. Nightwing waited until the last second before leaping clean over her broad shoulders. Mid-flip, he tossed down a cluster of smoke bombs that burst open with a muted pop, flooding the area with a dense, swirling green cloud laced with potent sleeping gas. Betty coughed, her crimson features contorting in irritation. She waved a massive hand in front of her face, trying to disperse the choking haze, but her momentary disorientation cost her. Nightwing swept in low and drove his heel into the back of her leg. The impact made her knee buckle, forcing her down hard onto one knee. In an instant, he was behind her, his twin Eskrima batons pressed firmly against her temples. His voice was calm but edged with grim resolve. "I hear electroshock therapy works wonders," he said. "Hope you understand, this is for your own good, Betty." Before she could respond, he triggered the discharge. Betty's roar tore through the air, her whole body convulsing violently as arcs of electricity danced across her massive frame. Her wild hair fanned out from the static, and for a moment, she looked almost like a living storm. The voltage, enough to instantly kill a normal person, drove her face first into the floor with a heavy, echoing thud. For a long second, she didn't move. Wisps of smoke curled upward from her skin. Then, with a groan, she managed to plant her hands on the ground, straining to rise. Her muscles trembled, but the sleeping gas finally began to take hold. She collapsed again, this time completely still except for the slow, heavy rhythm of her breathing. From above, Harry's HUD swept over her unmoving form, a red targeting ring circling her before fading into a green confirmation display. The readout confirmed she was unconscious, vitals stable, but an ominous green aura flickered around her brain scan, revealing the telltale signature of mind control. Harry let out a long breath, shaking his head. "Scarlet, I'm leaving Betty in your care," he called, before firing a web line upward and vaulting toward the ceiling after Spider-Man. Down below, the fight raged on. MJ, perched high on She-Hulk's shoulders, suddenly found herself snatched mid-movement and hurled down into the cracked and heaving ground. The impact sent a sharp shockwave through her bones. As she laid on the ground, she raised a thumbs up. "Got it," she said, though her expression quickly shifted into something far more focused. Her eyes narrowed. "Cat, let's finish this quickly." "All right, Queenie. You lead, I follow." Felicia shot back without hesitation. A glowing oval of swirling energy bloomed beneath her feet, a portal. The moment She-Hulk's enormous fist came crashing down toward her, MJ let gravity pull her through. The portal winked shut, and She-Hulk's blow struck nothing but the ground, detonating with a thunderous one that rattled the battlefield and cracked the pavement like glass. In the same heartbeat, MJ reappeared above her target. She twisted midair into a flawless flip, driving her heel down in an axe kick directly onto the crown of She-Hulk's head. The strike landed with enough force to create a shockwave that rippled outward, sending dust and debris flying. She-Hulk's head snapped forward, blood bursting from a gash as the blow rattled her skull. Felicia took the opening. Sliding across the torn-up ground, she lashed out with her claws, severing the tendons in both of She-Hulk's legs with surgical precision. "Arfa!" She-Hulk bellowed, her head jerking back in pain, hair hanging wild and eyes blazing with fury as she dropped to both knees. MJ was already in motion. She vaulted up, twisting around She-Hulk's neck to lock herself across her shoulders in a tight hold. "Hit me," she called out. Felicia grinned, raising her hands as silver magic circles spun into existence before her palms. "Let's go gambling," she declared. A flurry of glowing cards burst from the circles, flying upward before snapping together in midair, shuffling themselves in a blur of motion. Even as the magic surged through her, Felicia instinctively grasped the mechanics of her ability, the same ability she gained from the cosmic storm, which gave her range on how she could manifest her control over probability. In this case it was a deck of cards. Black clovers and clubs meant bad luck, red hearts and diamonds meant good luck. The higher the card's rank, the more intense the effect. An ace of clubs might bring a minor stroke of misfortune, but a king of clubs could tip the scales into catastrophic disaster. MJ's eyes flashed as she summoned her psychic constructs. Violet light flared from her hands, coalescing into solid, glowing shackles that clamped around She-Hulk's thick neck, massive wrists, and ankles. Each link pulsed with psychic energy, anchoring the raging titan both to the cracked floor and the fractured wall behind her. The restraints tightened, humming with the pressure of MJ's will. Beside her, Felicia's magic circle spun faster, the deck of enchanted cards whirling in midair. With a snap of her fingers, the deck shuffled itself and offered up the top card, its face turning toward them like a revelation. A Queen of Hearts. Felicia smirked. "Well, aren't you lucky? You pulled a big one. Here, try this on for size." She flicked the card forward with a fluid motion, and it zipped through the air like a crimson comet. It struck MJ square in the chest, exploding into a shower of shimmering silver shards that dissolved into her skin. MJ gasped, her pulse spiking. A sudden wave of absolute clarity crashed over her, every step she needed to take burning itself into her mind like a map. The hesitation in her movements evaporated, replaced by a strange, unshakable certainty. Her irises glowed, now streaked with threads of violet fire as she summoned twin magic circles in her palms. "Time to end this," she whispered. She pressed her hand to the side of She-Hulk's head. The world around her shattered. MJ blinked and found herself standing inside a vast, warped mental scape. The air was heavy, tinged green, and the ground beneath her feet pulsed like the surface of some great, living thing. Towering above her were massive chains made entirely of emerald light, each one clamping down on a figure kneeling in the center. Jennifer Walters. Her head was bowed, her body limp, eyes shut tight as though trapped in a nightmare. The glowing chains snaked around her wrists, ankles, and torso, all radiating the oily presence of the leader's control. Her brows were knit with pain, her breathing shallow. MJ's jaw tightened. From her back, a single psionic spider leg unfolded, gleaming violet against the green glow. She strode forward and sliced through the first chain with a swift motion. The shackle disintegrated into sparks. Another cut. And another. One by one, the leader's hold shattered. Jennifer swayed forward, free for the first time, but too weak to stand. Before she could hit the ground, MJ caught her, lowering her gently until Jennifer's head rested in her lap. MJ cradled her, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. Her voice softened. "It's time to wake up. You've slept long enough." Jennifer's eyelids fluttered, the pain fading from her expression. When she finally opened her eyes, she found MJ looking down at her with a warm smile. Relief washed over her features. And then, MJ's form dissolved into countless motes of violet light, scattering into the air. Back in reality, She-Hulk's towering form began to shrink, muscles melting away as the vibrant green skin faded to pale. The restraints sagged, suddenly too large, before falling away entirely. Jennifer Walters collapsed forward, human once more. "Whoa, easy there, big girl." "I gotcha," Felicia said, darting in to catch her before she hit the ground. She guided Jennifer down gently, keeping her steady. Meanwhile, MJ swung away, her mind already fixed on their next target. She landed in a crouch beside Betty's unconscious red She-Hulk form. Placing her palm against the back of Betty's head, MJ summoned her psionic magic again, letting the violet glow spill from her fingers. The leader's grip shattered just as before. Betty's massive, crimson frame shrank rapidly, features softening back into her human form. Her breathing steadied, and the tension drained from her face. 2 more allies, freed. Chapter 344, War of Hulks, 10. Third-person POV. Rhea. The Red Hulk's roar tore through the air. His entire body ignited in a searing heatwave, the blast rolling outward with the concussive force of an explosion. Waves of shimmering heat rippled around him, and his eyes blazed so hot that wisps of flame streamed from their corners. Gwen reacted instantly, summoning a force field of pure crystalline ice that flared outward in jagged arcs, the frost hissing as the intense heat struck it. "Firestar," she shouted, bracing her stance as cracks began spiderwebbing through the frozen barrier. "I'll try to stop him for a few seconds, while you siphon the gamma radiation from his body." "I don't think I can." Lizzie shot back, her voice strained but steady. "If I'm not careful, I could damage his red blood cells, gamma and all. Which could end up killing him." Even so, she whipped a flaming lasso into existence, its coiling strands snapping through the air before she snagged a smoldering boulder. With a sharp pivot, she swung it like a meteor hammer, slamming it against Red Hulk's temple. The boulder exploded into shards that rained down in smoking fragments. "Cat. Same trick you used on Scarlet, do it to Star." Gwen commanded through their mental link, never taking her eyes off the hulking threat. Red Hulk's massive arm swept toward her, but Gwen ducked under it, sliding between his legs with fluid precision. A web line shot upward, attaching to the top of his head. With a sudden yank, she used her momentum against him, flipping the Gamma Giant over in a thunderous crash that sent tremors rippling through the ground. Before he could recover, a swirling portal appeared beneath her and instantly re-emerged high above Red Hulk. Gwen tucked her knees in midair, then drove both knees down into his abdomen like a battering ram. The ground beneath him caved violently, molten rock bursting upward in a plume of lava, the heat washing over everyone as a spray of spit flew from the Hulk's mouth. Nearby, Felicia placed Jennifer behind her with deliberate care, her gloved fingers riffling through a deck of enchanted cards. She drew the 2 of clubs, clicking her tongue. "Tisk, you're gonna have to give me a minute here." With a flick of her wrist, she sent the card slicing through the air toward Red Hulk, a curse of bad luck rippling across his body. She didn't waste time, Felicia shuffled again, pulling the 6 of diamonds. "Not much, but make it count," she called, sending the card spinning toward Lizzie's back. The moment it touched, a rush of confidence and clarity surged through Lizzie. "I can do it, if I'm touching him for a few seconds," Lizzie said, eyes narrowing. "But you'll have to hold him still long enough for me to work." "All right," Gwen started to respond, but Red Hulk's massive hand shot out like a trap, clamping around her leg. She was slammed into the ground with brutal force, the impact cracking the earth in jagged lines. Her suit's vibranium weave absorbed the worst of it, but the blow still rattled her bones. The Hulk growled as he began to rise, Gwen's leg still trapped in his iron grip, until Felicia's bad luck spell triggered. The ground beneath him gave way, a fresh pocket of lava yawning open beneath his foot. The sudden disappearance of his footing surprised him, made him loosen his hold, allowing Gwen to flip away. Mid-spin, she kicked him in the face with a snapping backward strike, the force sending the Gamma Titan flying into a wall. The stone shattered under the impact, raining debris across the battlefield. "I don't like being manhandled," Gwen snarled, landing lightly on her feet. "That might be Scarlet's thing, but it's not mine." "Oi!" a voice shouted from the distance, but Gwen ignored it. Instead, she spun her hands in a complex pattern, weaving a glowing magic circle around Red Hulk's limbs. "Star. You better move," she shouted as she levitated him in the air. The Red Hulk snarled, the veins along his neck and arms bulging as he fought against the restraints. Ice blue cracks began forming along the magical bindings, forcing Gwen to channel more power to repair and reinforce them. Lizzie streaked forward, a swirling halo of atom-like rings forming around her wrist. She pressed her palm firmly against the Hulk's chest, her own eyes igniting with fire. "Your soul is mine," she intoned with theatrical menace, pulling her hand back as though physically yanking his essence free. A torrent of glowing radiation, shaped like molten fire, erupted from Red Hulk's body, spiraling into Lizzie's palm. The energy crackled violently, lighting her hand with a searing red glow as she absorbed every trace she could rip from him. A-A-A-A-A-A-A-R-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. The Red Hulk's scream tore from his throat as another blast of searing fire tried to erupt from his body, only for it to swirl inward, siphoned directly into Firestar's waiting hand. The crackling inferno was devoured completely, its heat funneling into her like a living tide. His massive frame began to wither, muscles contracting as the furious red hue drained from his skin. The transformation spread across his body like melting wax, revealing pale flesh beneath. Within moments, the monster was gone. In his place, General Ross, his head hanging low, arms limp and outstretched, still being held up by the ice-blue magic circles in the air. "Wow!" Lizzie breathed, holding up her hand as it burned with a molten light. "I have a glowing hand. How cool is this?" The heat radiating from her palm shimmered the air, blistering hot waves distorting everything around it. It was as though she held a newborn star in her grasp. From behind, MJ strode into view, Betty draped across one shoulder while Felicia carried Jennifer on her back, arms draped over her shoulders. MJ raised her free hand, her tone brisk. "Bring him down so I can cure him, too." Gwen obliged, manipulating Ross's limp body until he floated gently in front of MJ. She pressed her palm to his forehead, then instantly recoiled. "You." "He's sweaty. I can feel it through my glove, that's gross." MJ's nose crinkled in disgust, and she flicked her hand to the side as if shaking off the sensation. She stuck out her tongue, drawing a few smirks from the others despite the tension in the air. Once MJ was done, Gwen hefted Ross over her shoulders. A pink platform of solid energy formed beneath their feet, courtesy of MJ, lifting them into the air. "All right," Gwen said, adjusting Ross's weight, "let's go find the boys and see what kind of mess they've gotten themselves into." Lizzie surged upward first, her still glowing fist cutting a bright path through the hole in the ceiling. The team followed quickly, the faint tremors in the ground growing stronger with every second. Rumble. Rumble. A deep, primal roar rattled the air, Rhea. Each quake that followed carried another bellow, and amid the chaos came the distant shouts of two familiar voices. "Hulk! Hulk! Stop, that's enough. You're going to kill him." The girls exchanged uneasy glances before accelerating, the wind and rain hitting their faces as they neared the source. When they arrived, the sight that met them froze them mid-flight. The rain poured harder than ever, cascading in sheets over the ruined military base in the distance. But their attention was locked on the scene directly before them. Hulk stood over the battered form of the leader, his massive fists restrained, barely, by Peter on one side and Harry on the other. Both men were straining with every ounce of strength they had, muscles trembling under the sheer force of the enraged giant. The Hulk's face was a storm of fury, his hair plastered to his skin by rain, water dripping from his jaw. He threw his head back and roared, droplets spraying outward. "Hulk will smash the little man. Hulk will not forgive the little man for making Hulk hurt Spider-Friend." On the ground, the leader's body was a grotesque wreck. His jaw hung shattered, green blood streaming and swirling into the puddles at his side. His skull had swollen to a grotesque size, parts of his brain's folds disturbingly visible through the skin of his head. His limbs were bent at unnatural angles, twisted like the legs of a crushed cockroach. His chest rose and fell in ragged, wheezing breaths, his twitching body caught between life and oblivion. Arya stood in front of the Hulk, both hands planted against his chest, trying to push him back, her voice barely audible over the storm. "Hulk, you're not a monster. If you kill him, there is no going back. You're better than this." Peter gritted his teeth, rain dripping from his chin. "Hulk. You know me. I'm telling you, you have to stop." His voice cracked with the effort, his feet sticking to the ground, bracing himself, though the rain made even that grip uncertain. The longer Hulk raged, the more his strength and size swelled before their eyes. Felicia wrinkled her nose at the sight of the leader's mangled body. EW, okay, impressive, but EW. Someone get a mop, we've got a radioactive cockroach in aisle 5. Cat. Peter snapped, frustration boiling over. You know I love witty banter more than anyone, but maybe, just maybe, now's not the time. Chapter 345, War of Hulks, End. Third-person POV. Rag. The Hulk's roar thundered through the battlefield, a guttural, primal sound that rattled bones and seemed to shake the very air around them. With a violent swing of his massive arms, he sent a shockwave outward that hurled everyone in different directions. Peter was flung across the cracked ground, rolling and bouncing before skidding to a halt. Harry was blasted the other way, tumbling through broken chunks of earth before forcing himself upright again. Arya, caught in the blast of pure gamma energy erupting from the Hulk's skin, was thrown back several meters, her telekinetic barrier flickering from the overload. The Hulk's fury was unrelenting. He raised both colossal fists high into the air, muscles bulging and veins glowing faintly green, before slamming them together into a single hammer strike aimed directly at the leader. The air itself seemed to buckle under the incoming blow. But before the fists could land, a streak of blue lightning and a trail of rainwater sliced across the battlefield. Peter appeared in an instant, sliding into position between the Hulk and the leader. His hands shot up, palms bracing against the Hulk's descending knuckles. The impact created a shockwave so intense that it rippled across his suit, causing the blue energy lining to flare to a blinding brightness. Then, boom. The suit detonated outward in a storm of shattered plating and sparking circuitry. Shards flew in every direction like shrapnel. The shockwave formed a dome of compressed air that blasted the rain away, leaving a sudden, eerie dry zone around them. Arya, regaining her footing, extended her hand and gripped the leader telekinetically, locking him in place. MJ threw up a shimmering psychic force field, shielding the others from the concussive blast's debris. Hulk froze, his fist still pressing against Peter's hands. A flicker of concern crossed his face. Peter's arms trembled, muscles swelling and straining beneath his shirt, which began to stretch tight across his frame as he dug deeper into his strength. His hazel-brown eyes started to shift, glowing into an electric, stormy blue. Static crackled around him, lifting strands of his hair skyward. Hulk, Peter said evenly, his voice carrying calm through the chaos, calm yourself. I am calm. Hulk snapped back, though his ragged breaths and flaring nostrils betrayed him. Peter exhaled slowly, never breaking eye contact. Breathe. You're better than this. You don't need to kill him. He's already beaten. We've won. The rain began to return, trickling softly at first before falling harder, matting Peter's hair against his forehead. His glowing eyes still burned bright beneath the strands, unwavering. The Hulk's breathing slowed, his anger ebbing as he stared into Peter's steady gaze. But the fragile peace shattered when a jagged, mocking laughter rang inside all their heads. Ha 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 ha. They turned toward the battered leader, whose chest heaved in ragged bursts as he fought to speak through his pain. You think you've won, his voice rasped and echoed telepathically, distorted and venomous. Won. Against me. Oh no, you small-minded fools. I am always steps ahead. The ground beneath them began to quake violently. In the distance, metal groaned, gears whirred, and the roar of massive rockets ignited. A silo cracked open on the horizon, and a colossal missile erupted skyward, leaving a trail of fire and smoke that cut through the storm clouds. Peter's voice sharpened. Arya, what is that? She closed her eyes, reaching into the leader's mind through the Mind Stone. Her lips curled into a disgusted sneer. A gamma bomb. He's planning to detonate it in the upper atmosphere. The fallout would spread gamma radiation across the entire world, turning everyone into monsters. Hulk growled low, his massive fists tightening. I say we kill him. Peter shook his head firmly, his tone like steel. There are days I want to do exactly that when I see the evil people bring into the world, but we have to be better. Always better. His gaze swept the team, voice rising with authority. Arya, shut down his mind so he can't pull another stunt. Firestar, you're the radiation sponge here. Go after that missile before it reaches the atmosphere. On it, they replied in unison. Arya's gemstone pulsed with violet light. The leader's defiant glare faltered as his mind was overwhelmed, his consciousness collapsing into a forced sleep. Meanwhile, Lizzie's body erupted in blazing heat. With a single blast of propulsion flame, she streaked across the sky like a living comet, her fists glowing red-orange as she chased the ascending missile. The rocket continued to climb higher and higher, piercing the storm clouds above. And Lizzie didn't slow down for a second. Why isn't she slowing down? What exactly is she planning? Harry asked, his brows knitting with concern as he tracked Lizzie's blazing trail across the sky. Gwen crossed her arms, shaking her head in disbelief. Honestly, you should have just sent me. One touch and I could have frozen the whole thing in midair. No fireworks necessary. Peter didn't even glance her way, his eyes still fixed on the rocket. No, he said calmly, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. I sent her for a reason. I know exactly what she's about to do. And for what I have planned next. I need her to do it. The others exchanged puzzled looks, but their attention was pulled skyward again as Lizzie closed the distance. Her fist collided with the rocket's hull, and in an instant, the night lit up in a violent flash of neon green. The explosion drowned her in raw gamma radiation, flooding the sky with an eerie emerald glow that spread through the clouds like a poisonous tide. But instead of dispersing outward, the blast began to fold in on itself. Light and heat spiraled inward, being drawn toward a single point, toward her. Through the haze, Lizzie's silhouette emerged, coiled and tense, her face contorted with focus. She was drinking in every shred of radiation, pulling it deep into herself. Her body glimmered with shifting green veins of light beneath her skin. Then, with a sharp breath, she threw her arms wide and roared. A shockwave burst from her in all directions, scattering the storm clouds and clearing the sky in seconds. Moonlight spilled across the battlefield, revealing her hovering in midair, her form now bathed in an unearthly, luminous green, less like flesh and blood, more like a living spirit forged from pure gamma energy. She drifted downward but stopped well short of the group, keeping her distance. So, what exactly do I do with all this? She asked, glancing at her glowing arms. Just fly into space and let it all out. Peter shook his head. No. We can use it for something good. He straightened, tone sharpening. Because if the state finds out we were ultimately responsible for the destruction of one of their hidden bases. What? Felicia cut in. We had nothing to do with this. If anything, they should be thanking us. Because of us there weren't any casualties. MJ's face darkened. There were those 6 officers earlier. Felicia winced. Oh. Right. Forgot about them. Okay, correction, there weren't any casualties we could have prevented. We practically saved the world from becoming a gamma zombie apocalypse. Peter nodded, but his voice remained grim. I know. But that's not how they'll see it. To them, we'll be part of the problem. Which is why we're going to make sure there's nothing left for them to blame us for. He looked between Arya and Lizzie. Arya, I need you to guide her, using her control over the weak and strong nuclear forces to help Firestar convert all that stored energy into matter. Then, manipulate that matter to recreate the entire military base exactly as it was. Harry's head turned, looking a little surprised. Whoa, would she actually be able to pull it off? That would be hella impressive. Peter tilted his head at Lizzie. Think you can do it? Lizzie hesitated, then shrugged. By myself? No way. I don't know the first thing about architecture. But with Arya helping. Her eyes lit with determination. I'd like to try. A small grin crept over Peter's face. Just know, if you do pull this off, your office hours at the base are going up. Lizzie smirked back. Great. Do I at least get overtime? We'll see if I'm satisfied with the final product. Now get to work, my corporate slave. He snapped his fingers. Lizzie rolled her eyes with a theatrical sigh and gave him a mock salute. Aye aye, boss. Arya floated up to her, expression calm but focused. You ready? Lizzie clenched her glowing fists, the air around her humming faintly. As I'll ever be. Chapter 346, Rebuilding. Third-person POV. Arya's gemstone emitted a soft, steady glow as she deepened her mental link to Lizzie. The world before Lizzie's eyes began to shift, her vision reshaping itself into something far beyond human comprehension. Lines of craft stretched outward in all directions, weaving an intricate web that mapped the entire terrain with surgical precision. The mesh of light wrapped neatly around the scattered remnants of the old military base, tracing the jagged outlines of its collapsed architecture. In her mind's eye, she watched it all being rebuilt, piece by piece, as though invisible hands were stacking blocks on an infinite blueprint. New lines were drawn, new shapes filled in, new structures formed. Whoa! Lizzie muttered under her breath, a smirk tugging at her lips. That is so trippy. It wasn't just the layout she could read the exact measurements of every wall, the density of each material, even the chemical composition down to the smallest molecule. First things first, Aria's voice cut in, smooth yet edged with a faint mechanical distortion, we stabilize the foundation. All this work will be meaningless if the ground is weak. The slightest quake and it all crumbles. Without a stable base, everything else becomes unstable. Lizzie looked down, and the glowing grid bent and folded beneath her gaze, stretching downward into the yawning sinkhole below. Thin digital measurement markers ran along the perimeter like precise annotations on a technical diagram. She raised her right arm. The atomic rings encircling her wrist began to spin faster and faster until they blurred into streaks of light. A concentrated beam of energy erupted from her palm, surging downward into the ground with a sharp hum. From the sidelines, everyone watched intently as the sinkhole began to fill, first with a rumble, then a steady compaction until the ground rose flush with the surrounding earth. A moment later, tiny blades of grass sprouted and spread, covering the patch in a seamless green carpet. Good work, Aria said, her tone measured and slightly robotic. Now focus on the buildings. Take your time, there's no need to rush. Every bolt, every screw, every weld matters. Even a single flaw can bring the entire structure down. Don't worry, I got this. Lizzie replied, flashing a grin before she launched herself forward. She dove toward the highlighted zones Aria had marked, her movements sharp and deliberate. Sweeping her hands across the ground, steel plating unfurled like silver fabric, snapping into place to form a solid floor. Trails of fire rippled outward from her fingertips like tidal waves, scorching across the earth. When the flames receded, they left fully formed structures standing where nothing had been seconds before. With a sharp upward gesture, she summoned more flames. They rose in roaring columns, only to harden and cool into perfectly symmetrical support pillars. Oh yeah, Peter muttered from the sidelines, crossing his arms, she's definitely working unpaid overtime. Wave after wave of fire followed, each burst adding another layer to the growing base. Okay, I know I'm making this look easy, Firestar's voice echoed telepathically into their minds, but trust me, it's way harder than it seems. If it wasn't for Aria keeping me in check, I'd have messed up 1,000 times by now. Her physical form was nearly invisible, seen only as a rotating vortex of flame. Peter glanced over at Harry with a grin. You know, we really should start making a list of all the insane stuff we've pulled off. Oh. I like that idea, Harry replied with a curious tilt of his head. Shall we start now? Who should we start with? Peter asked, his grin widening. Oh. Me. Felicia shot her hand into the air eagerly. Peter raised a finger, opened his mouth, then paused, placing a thoughtful hand under his chin. Felicia's lips twitched. What's that supposed to mean, huh? I mean, what have you actually done? Peter asked, tilting his head in faux confusion. I think your most impressive moment was turning into a cat. Felicia's claws flexed as she narrowed her eyes. Want to try that again? The rest of the group snickered, making her glare at them. Laugh it up now, but I'd love to hear what you've done that's so amazing. Well, Red over here, Peter started, jerking his thumb toward her, handled an entire prison break almost solo, with an army of spiders. Ghost rediscovered the super soldier serum, improved it, stopped 2 buildings from collapsing at the same time, and froze literal lightning. Firestar just restarted the Hulk and rebuilt a whole military base. All right, I get it. Felicia groaned, crouching down and dragging her claw in a circle in the dirt. Everybody's better than me. She muttered, sulking. Peter reached over and gave Felicia's shoulder a firm but friendly pat, his expression softening into a warm smile. You just do a really good job at working as support, always boosting those around you to do better. You mean it? Felicia asked, lips pouting as she gave him the biggest, most exaggerated watery eyes she could muster. Peter chuckled and gave her a thumbs up, patting her shoulder again. Absolutely. And hey, even if it wasn't your intention, you did help us find Captain America. That's a big win in my book. While the two bantered, Lizzie continued her work inside the half-rebuilt base. Her flames flashed in precise bursts, repairing damaged vehicles in seconds, welding broken parts together seamlessly. Where doors and walls had once been reduced to twisted rubble, they now reappeared in smooth, intact form with each flicker of fire. The green glow that had been radiating faintly from her skin began to fade, its light dimming until her normal tone returned. Once the last section was restored, she pointed her fingers toward a bare wall and traced a glowing rectangle in the air. A passageway roared to life within the outline, carving itself into a door. It swung open with a hiss of heat, revealing the outside world. Lizzie floated through, and the fiery frame snapped shut behind her, leaving the wall perfectly solid again. Descending to the ground, Lizzie landed softly hunched over, her hands on her knees. The faint aura of flame clinging to her body evaporated in curling wisps. She was breathing hard, sweat glistening on her forehead. Harry appeared beside her in an instant, moving so fast the air around him stirred. "You okay?" he asked quietly, crouching to meet her eye level. "I'm fine," Lizzie muttered between breaths. "Just exhausted. Mentally, physically, ugh, okay, scratch that, I've definitely got a headache." She pressed a hand to her temple, wincing. "Pretty sure I can feel my brain throbbing." "My apologies," Aria's voice artificial, like she had turned off all of her emotions and focused entirely on calculations. "I failed to calculate the mental energy required for such a task. Allow me to correct that." A wave of relief washed over Lizzie so suddenly that her shoulders sagged. Oh my God. It's like I've been wandering in a desert my whole life and someone just handed me the coldest glass of water in existence. She exhaled heavily, then added, still tired, though. Leaning against Harry for support, she let her eyes close for a brief moment. "That is expected," Arya replied. "To command such a degree of mental strength to manipulate atoms and molecules demands significant physical endurance. You are fortunate to be an enhanced being. Without that, this feat would be nearly impossible." Peter glanced upward and cupped his hands around his mouth. "Okay, Arya, tone it down with the monotone, you're starting to freak out your father here." "Request denied," she said in an emotionless monotone. "AI Arachnid is no longer in control of this vessel. Only the consciousness of the Mind Stone remains." The words landed like a weight. "What?" they all said in unison, their expressions dropping along with their hearts. Peter pinched the bridge of his nose, muttering under his breath before finally letting it out in full. Great. Just fucking great. One problem after another, all in the same. Fucking. Damn. Day. A short, muffled PHTT broke the tension. Peter's head snapped to the side to see Aria's cheeks tinged pink, her lips twitching as she tried to stifle a laugh. He stared at her with a deadpan expression. "You're grounded." "PHTT, ha. Wait, grounded?" Arya burst out, caught completely off guard. "You heard me," Peter said with mock severity. "Grounded. For. Until college." "For until college." "For until college." Peter narrowed his eyes at her. "Maybe by the time you grow up, you'll learn not to pull stunts like that on me." It was a joke. "You're telling me that's not something you would do?" "I'm innocent here." Arya shot back, hands thrown up in protest. "Don't you yell back at me, young lady." Peter countered, jabbing a finger toward her. "You yelled first. I'm the father, I have the privilege to yell. You, on the other hand, have the privilege to listen when you're being yelled at." Peter snarled. The rest of the group exchanged glances, all thinking the exact same thing. Oh yeah, he's definitely a dad. Chapter 347, Hydra Island. Third-person POV. Arya stood to the side with her arms tightly crossed, her lips pushed into a pout as she peeked towards Peter from behind Gwen's leg. Peter sat on the ground, his legs folded beneath him in a meditative stance. His eyes were closed, his breathing steady, and his hair shifted with the faint currents of wind. His hands rested in front of him, thumbs pressed together, his posture calm and focused. He exhaled slowly, and as his breath escaped, faint sparks began crawling across his skin. Within seconds, the sparks intensified, snapping into arcs of lightning that crackled and hissed against the air. The wild discharge danced across his arms and shoulders, streaks of blue light leaping outward in sharp bursts. The longer he sat, the wider his field of control grew, until even the scattered remnants of his suit, which had been blown apart in the earlier chaos, began to respond. Each fragment shimmered faintly, outlined by thin threads of electrical energy before they started to lift, rising slowly from the ground. Metal, carbon fiber, and threads of nanoweave hovered weightlessly around him, drawn together like the shattered remains of a puzzle waiting to be solved. One by one, they were pulled toward his body, clinging and locking into place over his clothes and skin with magnetic precision. The spider insignia formed first, bright and bold across his chest. The symbol pulsed with raw energy before bursting into a brief flash of white-blue light. From there, strands of woven material unspooled across his form, reforming his suit piece by piece. The hood unfurled dramatically, catching the wind as it billowed out behind him. Cracks and tears welded shut as his bioelectricity threaded across the seams, fusing everything together in a storm of sparks until the suit gleamed as though it had never been broken. When the reconstruction was complete, Peter opened his eyes, electricity still flickering faintly within the blue glow of his lenses. With a swift motion, he vaulted back to his feet, landing lightly. He let out a long sigh, rubbing the back of his head in a sheepish gesture that clashed with the power he had just displayed. "All right, everyone," he said, his tone carrying the weight of a leader, "let's try sharing ideas on what to do next. Because honestly, I've got no clue how to handle Ross. If he goes back to the military, that's an accident waiting to happen, and I'd rather avoid that kind of mess. I say we take everyone back to the base," Gwen suggested, pressing a thoughtful hand against her chin. Felicia's head whipped toward her, disbelief written all over her face. "What?" she said shocked, "that's a terrible idea. You want to bring Ross, of all people, back to our hideout. Next thing you know, we've got the entire US military kicking down our front doors." Gwen rolled her eyes, unimpressed by Felicia's dramatics. "We'd be teleporting in, obviously. And besides, we need the equipment at the lab to properly examine everyone. We don't know if there are any lasting side effects, or worse, hidden variables we haven't considered yet." Arya finally spoke up, her voice calm but carrying weight. "I suggest contacting Agent Nicholas Fury." Her words immediately shifted the group's attention toward her, but before anyone else could respond, Harry shook his head sharply. "That's an even worse idea. If we hand Ross over to S.H.I.E.L.D., we might as well hand him directly to Hydra. And that's not just a risk, that's a full-blown disaster waiting to happen." Felicia crossed her arms, her expression darkening. "Why is Hydra even still a thing anyway? Why aren't we tearing them down? Enough time has passed. Don't you think it's about time we finish this once and for all?" Peter and Arya exchanged a look, then shook their heads almost in unison. "We're not ready for that," Peter explained, his tone firm. "And I don't mean strength-wise. You guys really don't understand just how deep Hydra's roots go." Arya raised her hand and summoned a holographic projection into the air. A globe shimmered above her palm, rotating slowly until it zoomed in on a stretch of ocean. Gwen leaned closer, frowning. "Wait, that doesn't make sense. Not to brag, but I know my geology well, I don't remember any island being out there. It's supposed to be nothing but clear water." "Exactly," Arya replied, her voice steady as the projection sharpened into the image of a large, concealed landmass. "What you're looking at is a hidden island, an entire mass of land erased from every map, every satellite feed. Hydra manipulated the world into believing it doesn't exist. Father and I call it Hydra Island, and we believe it's just one of their many headquarters scattered across the globe." The map glowed brighter as Arya rotated the image, showcasing sprawling structures and advanced defenses across its surface. "Its technology is unlike anything I've seen before. Sophisticated, layered. It even managed to block my scan several times, which is troubling. If this is only one of their bases, then Hydra is much stronger, and far more dangerous, than we ever imagined. Basically, we're trying to track down every possible Hydra member before even thinking about attacking," Peter explained, his voice tight with exasperation. "But it's turning out way harder than we thought. Their reach is enormous, deep, subtle, everywhere. The number of potential members could easily be in the millions. He rubbed his temple, the weight of weeks of secret research showing on his face. We're not just talking about Hydra's foot soldiers. We're dealing with sleeper agents, sympathizers, offshoot cells, and organizations like AIM that may or may not still be tied to them. It's like pulling a single thread from a web that stretches across the whole planet. MJ frowned, clearly struggling to process the scope of it. But, shouldn't that be easier with Arya? She asked, glancing toward the girl with the glowing jewel embedded in her forehead. I mean, she literally has the Mind Stone. With that thing she could connect to every single mind in the universe if she wanted, right? Arya gave a small, humorless laugh and shook her head, lifting a finger to the gem. You guys are seriously overestimating just how much control I actually have over this thing. The stone pulsed faintly as she tapped it. The Mind Stone isn't some magical button I can press to scan the universe. It has, well, for lack of a better word, a will. A mind of its own. At most, it works like a hyper-advanced brain augment for me. It gives me consciousness on a level no normal human could ever process, like mixing a supercomputer with psychic abilities. Basically, it's a superbrain, but it doesn't hand me infinite access to people's thoughts. She sighed, her shoulders slumping as if admitting this was harder than she wanted it to be. Maybe in the future, if I keep training, I might be able to reach the kind of potential you're talking about. But right now. She shook her head firmly. Think of my brain like a muscle. It's still relatively new to all this. The more I train, the stronger it gets. But if I try to push past my limits, I risk backlash. Her tone darkened. And trust me, you don't want to see what happens when a mind enhanced by an infinity stone collapses under strain. MJ fell silent, chewing on her lip. The group seemed to mull that over for a moment, the weight of Arya's words settling in. Finally, Lizzie spoke, breaking the tension. Okay, I think we're spiraling a little too far off topic here. She folded her arms, eyeing Arya curiously. Let's circle back. You mentioned contacting Fury earlier. Why exactly do you think that's the right move? Arya straightened, her tone shifting back to a calm and pragmatic register. Agent Fury has connections to the government, more specifically, direct access to the president himself. Ross is, technically government property, whether we like it or not. He's still a general. If we keep him here, we're basically guilty of kidnapping a high-ranking government official. And the way things look, with the condition he's in, it'll look like we experimented on him. That's enough to paint us as the most wanted group in the entire nation overnight. The others exchanged uneasy looks at her blunt assessment. Peter let out a slow breath and pinched the bridge of his nose. We're not going to resolve this just standing here and going in circles. First things first, we focus on what matters right now. He lifted his head, his tone firm but not harsh. Ghost's suggestion makes the most sense. We take everyone back to the base and run full examinations. Make sure they're safe. That's our priority. We'll figure out what to do with Ross and the government when the time comes. The group nodded in agreement, some reluctantly but none offering further protest. Gwen extended her hand, her eyes narrowing in concentration as a glowing circle began to carve itself into the air. A swirling portal shimmered into being, its light washing over their faces. One by one, the team stepped through, their silhouettes vanishing into the swirling energy.